Section 10 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 7 Geographical Boundaries. The Boundary Zone in Nature. Nature abhors fixed boundary lines and sudden transitions. All her forces combine against them. Everywhere she keeps her borders melting, wavering, advancing, retreating. If by some cataclysm sharp lines of demarcation are drawn, she straightway begins to blur them by creating intermediate forms, and thus establishes the boundary zone which characterizes the inanimate and animate world. A stratum of limestone or sandstone, when brought into contact with a glowing mass of igneous rock, undergoes various changes due to the penetrating heat of the volcanic outflow, so that its surface is metamorphosed as far as that heat reaches. The granite cliff slowly deposits, at its base, a rock-wasted slope to soften the sudden transition from its perpendicular surface to the level plain at its feet. The line where a land-borne river meets the sea tends to become a sandbar or a delta, created by the river-borne silt and the wash of the waves, a form intermediate between land and sea, bearing the stamp of each fluid in its outlines, ever growing by the persistent accumulation of mud, though ever subject to inundation and destruction by the waters which made it. The alluvial coastal hems that edge all shallow seas are such border zones, reflecting their flat, low surfaces and dead level of the oceans, in their composition of solid substances of the land, but in the miniature waves imprinted on the sands and the billows of heaped-up boulders. The master workman of the deep leaves his mark. See map pages 243. Under examination, even our familiar term coastline proves to be only an abstraction, with no corresponding reality in nature. Everywhere, whether on margin of lake or gulf, the actual phenomenon is a coast zone, alternately covered and abandoned by the waters, varying in width from a few inches to a few miles, according to the slope of the land, the range of the tide, and the direction of the wind. It has one breadth at the minimum, or neap tide, but increases often 2 or 3-fold at spring tide, when the distance between ebb and flow is at its maximum. At the mouth of Cook's Inlet, on the southern Alaskan coast, where the range of tides is only 8 feet, the zone is comparatively narrow, but widens rapidly toward the head of the inlet, where the tide rises 23 feet above the ebb line, and even to 65 feet under the influence of a heavy southwest storm. On flat coasts, we are familiar with the wide frontier of salt marshes, that witness the border warfare of land and sea, alternate invasion and retreat. In low short estuaries like those of northern Brittany and northwestern Alaska, this amphibian girdle of the land expands to a width of 4 miles, while on precipitous coasts of tideless sea basins it contracts to a few inches. Hence this boundary zone changes with every impulse of the mobile sea and with every varying configuration of the shore. Movement and external conditions are the factors in its creation. They make something that is only partially akin to the two contiguous forms. Here, on the outer margins, land and ocean comprise their physical differences, and this by law which runs through animate and inanimate nature. Wherever one body moves in constant contact with another, it is subjected to the modifying influences which differentiate its periphery from its interior, lend it a transitional character, make of it a penumbra between light and shadow. The modifying process goes on persistently with varying force, and creates a shifting, changing border zone, which, from its nature, cannot be delimited. For convenience sake, we adopt the abstraction of a boundary line, but the reality behind the abstraction is the important thing in Anthropo-Geography. Gradations in the boundary zone. All so-called boundary lines on which geography has to do have this same character. Coastlines, river margins, ice or snow lines, limits of vegetation, boundaries of races or religions or civilizations, frontiers of states. They are all the same, stamped by the eternal flux of nature. Beyond the solid ice pack which surrounds the North Pole is a wide girdle of almost unbroken drift ice, and beyond this is an irregular concentric zone of scattered icebergs which varies in breadth with season, wind, and current location, a persistent decrease in continuity from solid pack to open sea. The line of perpetual snow on high mountains advances and retreats from season to season, from year to year. It drops slow on chilly northern slopes and recedes to higher altitudes on a southern exposure, sends down long icy tongues in dark gorges, and leaves outlying patches of old snow in shaded spots or beneath the covering rock waste, far below the margin of the snow fields. In the struggle for existence in the vegetable world, the tree line pushes as far up the mountain as conditions of climate and soil would permit. Then come a season of fiercer storms, intenser cold, and invading ice upon the peaks. Havoc is wrought and the forest drops back across the zone of border warfare, for war belongs to borders, leaving behind it here and there a dwarfed pine or gnarled and twisted juniper which has survived the onslaught of the enemy. Now these are stragglers in the retreat, but are destined later in milder years to serve as outposts in the advance of the forest to recover its lost ground. Here we have a border scene, which is typical in nature. The bent of unbroken forest, growing thinner and more stunted towards its upper edge, succeeded by a zone of scattered trees, which may form a cluster perhaps in some sheltered gulch where soil has collected and north winds are excluded, and higher still the whitened skeleton of the tree to show how far the forest once invaded the domain of the waste. Osculating boundaries of the habitable area. The habitable area of Earth everywhere shows its boundaries to be peripheral zones of varying width, now occupied and now deserted, protruding or receding according to external conditions of climate and soil, and subject to seasonal change. The distribution of human life becomes sparser from the temperate regions towards the Arctic Circle, foreshadowing the unpeopled wastes of the ice fields beyond. The outward movement from the tropics poleward halts where life conditions disappear, and there finds its boundary. But as life conditions advance or retreat with the seasons, so does that boundary. On the west coast of Greenland, the Eskimo village of Eta, at about the 78th parallel, marks the northern limits of permanent or winter settlement. But in summer, the Eskimo, in his kayak, follows the musk ox and seal much farther north, and there leaves his igloo to testify to the wide range of his poleward migration. Numerous relics of the Eskimo and their summer encampments have been found along Lady Franklin Bay, in northern Grinnell Land, 81 degrees 50 minutes NL. But in the interior, on the outlet streams of Lake Hazen, explorers have discovered remains of habitations which had evidently in previous ages been permanently occupied. The Murman coast of the Kola Peninsula has in summer a large population of Russian fishermen and 40 or more fishing stations, but when they catches over at the end of August and the Arctic winter approaches, the stations are closed, and the 3,000 fishermen return to their permanent homes on the shores of the White Sea. Farther east along this polar fringe of Russia, the little village of Chabarova, located on the Jugor Strait, is inhabited in summer by a number of Samonids, who pasture their reindeer over the Vaigates Island, and by some Russians and Finns, who come from the White Sea towns to trade with the Samonids and incidentally to hunt and fish. But in the fall, when a new ice bridge across the strait releases the reindeer from their enclosed pasture on the island, the Samonids withdraw southward, and the merchants with their wares to Archangel and other points. This has gone on for centuries. On the Britchov Islands at the head of the Yenisei estuary, Dodenskiold found a small group of houses, which formed a summer fishing post in 1875, but which was deserted by the end of August. Altitude boundary zone. An altitude of about 5,000 feet marks the limit of village life in the Alps. But during the 3 warm months of the year, the summer pasture at 8,000 feet or more are alive of herds and their keepers. The boundary line of human life moves up the mountain in the wake of spring and later hurries down again before the advance of winter. The Himalayan and Karakoram ranges show whole villages of temporary occupation, like the summer trading town of Gartok at 15,000 feet on the caravan route from Leh to Lhasa, or Shahetula, 3,285 meters or 10,925 feet on the road between Leh and Yarkand, and the boundary of permanent habitation lies several thousand feet below. Comparable to these are the big hotels that serve summer stagecoach travel over the Alps and Rockies, but which are deserted when the first snow closes the passes. Here a zone of altitude, as in the polar regions, a zone of latitude marks the limits of the habitable area. Wallace's line, a typical boundary zone. The distribution of animals and races shows the limit of their movements or expansion. Any boundary defining the limits of such movements cannot from its nature be fixed, and hence it cannot be a line. It is always a zone. Yet Wallace's line, dividing the Oriental from the Australian zoological realm, and running through Makassar Strait southward between Bali and Lombok, is a generally accepted dictum. The details of Wallace's investigation, however, reveal the fact that this boundary is not a line, but a zone of considerable and variable width, enclosing the line on either side with a marginal belt of mixed character. Though Celebes, lying to the east of Makassar Strait, is included in the Australian realm, it has lost so large a proportion of Australian types of animals, and contains so many Oriental types from the west, that Wallace finds it almost impossible to decide on which side of the line it belongs. The Oriental mixture extends yet farther east over the Moluccas and Timor. Birds of Javan and Oriental origin, to the extent of 30 genera, have spread eastward well across Wallace's line. Some of these stop short at Flores, and some reach even to Timor, while Australian cockatoos, in turn, have been seen on the west coast of Bali, but not in Java. Heilprin avoids the unscientific term line, because he finds his zoological realms divided by transitional regions, which are intermediate in animal types, as they are in geographical location. Wallace notes a similar debatable land on the Rajputana Desert east of the Indus, which is the border district between the Oriental and Ethiopian realms. Boundaries as limits of movements or expansion. Such boundaries mark the limits of that movement which is common to all animate things. Every living form spreads until it meets natural conditions in which it can no longer survive, or until it is checked by the opposing expansion of some competing form. If there is a change either in the life conditions or in the strength of the competing forms, the boundary shifts. In the propitious climate of the genial period, plants and animals lived nearer to the North Pole than at present. Then they fell back before the advance of the ice sheet. The restless surface of the ocean denies to man a dwelling place. Every century, however, the Dutch are pushing forward their northern boundary by reclamation of land from the sea, but repeatedly they have had to drop back for a time when the waters again overwhelmed their handmade territory. Peoples as barriers. The boundaries of race and state, which are subject to greatest fluctuations, are those determined by the resistance of other peoples. The westward sweep of the Slavs prior to the 8th century carried them beyond the Elbe into contact with the Germans, but as these increased in numbers, outgrew their narrow territories, and inaugurated a counter-movement eastward, the Slavs began falling back to the Oder, to the Vistula, and finally to the Niemen. Though the Mohawk Valley opened an easy avenue of expansion westward for the early colonists of New York, the advance of settlements up this valley for several decades went on at only a snail's pace, because of the compact body of Iroquois tribes holding this territory. In the unoccupied land farther south, between the Cumberland and Ohio rivers, the frontier went forward with leaps and bounds, pushed on by the expanding powers of the young republic. See map page 156. Anything which increases the expanding force of a people, the establishment of a more satisfactory government by which the national consciousness is developed, as in the American and French revolutions, the prosecution of a successful war by which popular energies are released from an old restraint, mere increase in population, or an impulse communicated by some hostile and irresistible force behind, all are registered as an advance of the boundary of the people in question and a corresponding retrusion of their neighbour's frontier. Boundary zone as index of growth or decline. The border district is the periphery of the growing or declining race or state. It runs the more irregularly, the greater are the variations in the external conditions as represented by climate, soil, barriers, and natural openings, according as these facilitate or obstruct advance. When it is contiguous with the border of another state or race, the two form a zone in which ascendancy for one side or the other is being established. The boundary fluctuates, for equilibrium of the contending forces is established rarely and for only short periods. The more aggressive people throws out across this debatable zone, along the lines of least resistance or greatest attraction, long streamers of occupation, so that the frontier takes on the form of a fringe of settlements whose interstices are occupied by a corresponding fringe of the displaced people. Such was its aspect in early colonial America, where populations spread up every fertile river valley across a zone of Indian land, and such it is in northern Russia today, where long narrow Slav bands run out from the area of a continuous Slav settlement across a wide belt of Mongoloid territory to the shores of the White Sea and Arctic Ocean. See maps pages 103 and 225. The border zone is further broadened by the formation of ethnic islands beyond the baseline of continuous settlement, which then advances more or less rapidly. If expansion is unchecked till it coalesces with these outposts, just as the forest line on the mountains may reach, under advantageous conditions, its farthest outlying tree. Such ethnic peninsulas and islands we see in the early western frontiers of the United States from 1790 to 1840, when that frontier was daily moving westward. See map page 156. Breadth of the boundary zone. The breadth of the frontier zone is indicative of the activity of growth on the one side and the corresponding decline on the other, because extensive encroachment in the same degree disintegrates territory of the neighbor at whose cost such encroachment is made. A straight narrow race boundary, especially if it is nearly coincident with the political boundary, points to an equilibrium of forces which means, for the time being at least, a cessation of growth. Such boundaries are found in old, thickly populated countries, or the wide, ragged border zone belongs to new and especially to colonial peoples. In the oldest, most densely populated seats of the Germans, where they are found in the Rhine Valley, the boundaries of race and empire are straight and simple, but the younger eastern border, which for centuries has been steadily advancing at the cost of the unequally matched Slavs, has a ragged outline and sparse population of a true colonial frontier. Between two peoples who have had a long period of growth behind them, the oscillations of the boundary decrease in amplitude, as it were, and finally approach a state of rest. Each people tends to fill out its area evenly. Every advance in civilization, every increase of population, increases the stability of their tenure, and hence the equilibrium of the pressure upon the boundary. Therefore, in such countries, racial, linguistic, and cultural boundaries tend to become simpler and straighter. The broad frontier zone of active expansion. The growth is more apparent, or in other words, the border zone is widest and most irregular, where a superior people intrudes upon the territory of an inferior race. Such was a broad zone of thinly scattered farms and villages amid a prevailing wilderness and hostile Indian tribes, which in 1810 and 1820 surrounded our trans-Allegheny area of continuous settlement in a 1 to 200 mile wide girdle. Such has been the wide mobile frontier of the Russian advance in Siberia, and until recently in Manchuria, aimed to include within a dotted line of widely separated railway guard stations, Cossack barracks, and penal colonies, the vast territory which later generations were fully to occupy. Similar too is the frontier of the Dutch and English settlements in South Africa, which is being pushed forward into the Kaffir country, a broad belt of scattered cattle ranches and isolated mining hives, dropped down amid Kaffir hunting and grazing lands. Broader still was the shadowy belt of American occupation, which for 4 decades immediately succeeding the purchase of Louisiana, stretched in the form of isolated fur stations, lonely trappers' camps, and shifting traders' rendezvous from the Mississippi to the western slope of the Rockies and the northern watershed of the Missouri, where it met the corresponding nebulous outskirts of the faraway Canadian state on the St. Lawrence River. The same process with the same geographical character has been going on in the Sahara, as the French since 1890 have been expanding southward from the foot of the Atlas Mountains in Algeria toward Timbuktu, at the cost of the nomad Tuaregs. Territory is first subdued and administered by the military till it is fully pacified, then is handed over to the civil government. Hence the advancing frontier consists of a military zone of administration, with a civil zone behind it, and a weaker wavering zone of exploration and scout work before it. Lord Curzon, in his Remains lecture, describes the northwest frontier of India as just such 3-ply border. Economic factors in expanding frontiers. The untouched resources of such new countries tempt to the widespread superficial exploitation which finds its geographical expression in a broad dilating frontier. Here the man dust which is to form the future political planet is thinly disseminated, swept upward by a centrifugal force. Furthermore, the absence of natural barriers which might block this movement, the presence of open plains and river highways to facilitate it, and the predominance of harsh conditions of climate or soil rendering necessary a savage, extensive exploitation of the slender resources, often combine still further to widen the frontier zone. This was the case in French Canada and till recent decades in Siberia, where intense cold and abundant river highways stimulated the fur trade to the practical exclusion of all other activities, and substituted for the closely grouped sedentary farmers with their growing families, the wide-ranging trader with his Indian or Tungese wife and his half-breed offspring. Under harsh climatic conditions, the fur trade alone afforded those large profits which every infant colony must command in order to survive, and the fur trade meant a wide frontier zone of scattered posts amid a prevailing wilderness. The French in particular, by the possession of the St. Lawrence and Mississippi rivers, the greatest systems in America, were lured into the danger of excessive expansion, attenuated their ethnic element, and failed to raise the economic status of their wide border district, which could therefore offer only slight resistance to the spread of solid English settlement. Yet more recently, the chief weakness of the Russians in Siberia and Manchuria, apart from the corruption of the national government, was the weakness of a too remote and too sparsely populated frontier, and of a people whose inner development had not kept pace with their rate of expansion. Value of barrier boundaries. Wasteful exploitation of a big territory is easier than the economical development of a small district. This is one line of least resistance which civilized man as well as savage instinctively follows, and which explains the tendency toward excessive expansion characteristic of all primitive and nascent peoples. For such peoples, natural barriers which set bounds to this expansion are of vastly greater importance than they are for mature or fully developed peoples. The reason is this: the boundary is only the expression of the outward movement or growth, which is nourished from the same stock of race energy as is the inner development. Either carried to an excess weakens or retards the other. If population begins to press upon the limits of subsistence, the acquisition of a new bit of territory obviates the necessity of applying more work and more intelligence to the old area to make it yield subsistence for the growing number of mouths. The stimulus to adopt better economic methods is lost. Therefore, natural boundaries drawn by mountain, sea, and desert, serving as barriers to the easy appropriation of new territory, have for such peoples a far deeper significance than the mere determination of their political frontiers by physical features or the benefit of protection. The land with the most effective geographical boundaries is a naturally defined region like Korea, Japan, China, Egypt, Italy, Spain, France, or Great Britain. A land characterized not only by exclusion from without through its encircling barriers, but also by the inclusion within itself of a certain compact group of geographic conditions, to whose combined influences the inhabitants are subjected and from which they cannot readily escape. This aspect is far more important than the mere protection which such boundaries afford. They are not absolutely necessary for the development of a people, but they give it an early start, accelerate the process, and bring the people to an early maturity. They stimulate the exploitation of all the local geographic advantages and resources, the formation of a vivid tribal or national consciousness and purpose, and concentrate the national energies when the people is ready to overleap the old barriers. The early development of island and peninsula peoples and their attainment of a finished ethnic and political character are commonplaces of history. The stories of Egypt, Crete, and Greece, of Great Britain and Japan illustrate the stimulus to maturity which emanates from such confining boundaries. The wall of the Appalachians narrowed the westward horizon of the early English colonies in America, guarded them against the excessive expansion which was undermining the French dominion in the interior of the continent, set a most wholesome limit to their aims, and thereby intensified their utilization of the narrow land between mountains and sea. France, with its limits of growth indicated by the Mediterranean, Pyrenees, Atlantic, Channel, Vosges, Jura, and Western Alps, found its period of adolescence shortened and, like Great Britain, early reached its maturity. Nature itself set the goal of its territorial expansion, and by crystallizing the political idea of the people, made that goal easier to reach, just as the dream of United Italy, realized in 1870, had been prefigured in contours drawn by Alpine range and Mediterranean shoreline. The sea as the absolute boundary. The area which a race or people occupies is the resultant of the expansive force within and the obstacles without, either physical or human. Insurmountable physical obstacles are met where all life conditions disappear, as on the borders of the habitable world, where man is barred from the unpeopled wastes of polar ice fields and unsustaining oceans. The frozen rim of Arctic lands, the coastline of the continents, the outermost arable strip of the confines of the desert, the barren or ice-capped ridge of high mountain range, are all such natural boundaries which set more or less effective limits to the movement of peoples and the territorial growth of states. The sea is the only absolute boundary because it alone blocks the continuous unbroken expansion of a people. Where the Saxons of the Lower Elbe spread to the island of Britain, a zone of unpeopled sea separated their new settlements from their native villages on the mainland. Even the most pronounced land barriers like the Himalayas and Hindu Kush have their pathways and favourite spots for short summer habitation where the people from the opposite slopes meet and mingle for a season. Sandy wastes are hospitable at times when the spring rains on the mountains of Abyssinia start a wave of moisture lapping over the edges of the Nubian desert. It is immediately followed by a tide of Arabs with their camels and herds, who make a wide zone of temporary occupation spread over the newly created grassland, but who retire in a few weeks before the desiccating heat of summer. Natural boundaries as base of ethnic and political boundaries. Nevertheless, all natural features of the Earth's surface, which serve to check, retard, or weaken the expansion of peoples, and therefore hold them apart, tend to become racial or political boundaries, and all present a zone-like character. The wide ice field of the Scandinavian Alps was an unpeopled waste before the political boundary was drawn along it. It has not in reality been a definite natural line that has divided Norway from her neighbour on the east. It has been a band of desert land up to hundreds of miles in width. So utterly desolate and apart from the area of continuous habitation has this been, that the greater part of it, the district north of Trondheim, was looked upon even as recently as the last century as a common district. Only nomadic Lapps wandered about in it, sometimes taxed by all three countries. A passing out of this desert common district was not made toward Russia until 1826. Towards Sweden it was made in 1751. In former centuries, the Bortanger Moor, west of the River Ems, used to be a natural desert borderland separating East and West Friesland, despite the similarity of race, speech, and country on either side of it. It undoubtedly contributed to the division of Germany and the Netherlands along the present frontier line, which had been drawn the length of this moor for 100 kilometres. Primitive waste boundaries. Any geographical feature which, like this, presents a practically uninhabitable area forms a scientific boundary, not only because it holds apart the two neighbouring peoples, and thereby reduces the contact and friction which might be provocative of hostilities, but also because it lends protection against attack. This motive, as although the zone character of all boundaries, comes out conspicuously in the artificial border wastes surrounding primitive tribes and states in the lowest status of civilization. The early German tribes depopulated their borders in a wide girdle, and in the wilderness permitted no neighbours to reside. The width of this zone indicated the valour and glory of the state, but was also valued as a means of protection against unexpected attack. Caesar learned that between the Suevi and Cherusci tribes dwelling near the Rhine, Silvam esse ibi infanita e magnitudine quae appelletur Bassinis, hanc long introsus pertenere et pro nevetor muro objectum Cheruscos ab Suevis sevesque ab Cheruscis injuris incursionem busque prohibere. The same device appears among the Huns. When Attila was pressing upon the frontier of the Eastern Empire in 448 AD, his envoys sent to Constantinople demanded that the Romans should not cultivate a belt of territory 100 miles wide and 300 miles long south of the Danube, but maintain this as a march. When King Alfonso I, 751 to 764 AD, of Mountain Asturias became the reconquest of Spain from the Saracens. He adopted the same method of holding the foe at arm's length. He seized Old Castile as far as the river Douro, but the rest of the province south of that stream he converted into a waste boundary by transporting the Christians thence to the north side and driving the Mohammedans yet farther southward. Similarly, Xenophon found that the Armenian side of the river Kentrites, which formed the boundary between the Armenian plains and the highlands of Cappadocia, was unpeopled and destitute of villages for a breadth of 15 miles, from fear of the marauding Kurds. In the eastern Sudan, especially in that wide territory along the Nile-Congo watershed occupied by the Zander, Juncker found the frontier wilderness a regular institution owing to the exposure of the border districts in the perennial intertribal feuds. The same testimony comes from Barth, Boyd Alexander, Speck, and other explorers in the Sudan and the neighbouring parts of equatorial Africa. Border wastes of Indian lands. The vast and fertile region defined by the Ohio and Tennessee rivers lay as a debatable border between the Algonquin Indians of the north and the Appalachians of the south. Both claimed it, both used it for hunting, but neither dared dwell therein. Similarly, the Cherokees had no definite understanding of their savage neighbours as to the limits of their respective territories. The effectiveness of their claim to any particular tract of country usually diminished with every increase of its distance from their villages. The consequence was that a considerable strip of territory between the settlements of two tribes, Cherokees and Creeks for instance, though claimed by both, was practically considered neutral ground and the common hunting ground of both. The Creeks, whose most western villages from 1771 to 1798 were located along the Coosa and Upper Alabama rivers, were separated by 300 miles of wilderness from the Chickasaws to the northwest and by a 150-mile zone from the Choctaws. The most northern Choctaw towns, in turn, lay 160 miles to the south of the Choctaw Nation, whose compact settlements were located on the watershed between the western source of the Tombigbee and the head stream of the Yazoo. The wide intervening zone of forest and canebrake was hunted upon by both nations. Sometimes the border is preserved by a wilderness of formal agreement. A classic example of this is found in the belt of untenanted land, 50 to 90 kilometers wide, which China and Korea once maintained as their boundary. No settler from either side was allowed to enter, and all travel across the border had to use a single passageway, where 3 times annually a market was held. On the Russo-Mongolian border south of Lake Baikal, the town of Kyakhta, which was established in 1688 as an entrepot of trade between the two countries, is occupied in its northern half by Russian factories, and the southern by the Mongolian Chinese quarters, while between the two is a neutral space devoted to commerce. Alien intrusions into border wastes. These border wastes do not always remain empty, however, even when their integrity is respected by the two neighbours, whom they serve to divide. Alien races often intrude into their unoccupied reaches. The boundary wilderness between the Sudanese states of Wadai and Darfur harbours several semi-independent states, whose insignificance is a guarantee of their safety from conquest. Similarly, in the wide border district between the Creeks on the east and the Choctaws on the west were found typical small detached tribes, the Chatots and Tomes of 40 huts each on the Mobile River, the Tenses tribe with 100 huts on the Tenses River, and the Mobilians near the confluence of the Tombigbee and Alabama. Along the desolated highland separating Norway and Sweden, the nomadic Lapps, with their reindeer herds, have penetrated southward to 62 degrees north latitude, reinforcing the natural barrier by another barrier of alien races. From this point southward, the coniferous forests begin and continue the border waste in the form of a zone some 60 miles wide. This was unoccupied till about 1600, when it slowly filtered an immigration of Finns, whose descendants today constitute an important part of the still thin population along the frontier to the heights back of Christiania. Only 30 miles from the coast does the border zone between Norway and Sweden, peopled chiefly by intruding foreign stocks, Lapps and Finns, contract and finally merge into the denser Scandinavian settlements. Where the border waste offers favourable conditions of life and the intruding race has reached a higher status of civilization, It multiplies in this unpaved tract and soon spreads at the cost of its less advanced neighbors. The old no man's land between Ohio and Tennessee was a line of least resistance for the expanding colonies, who were poured in as tidal settlement between the northern and southern Indians, just as later other pioneers filtered into the vague border territory of weak tenure between the Choctaws and Creeks, and there, on the Tombigbee, Mobile, and Tensas rivers, formed the nucleus of the state of Alabama. End of section 10. Section 11 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Politico-economic significance of the waste boundary. This untenanted hem of territory surrounding so many savage and barbarous peoples reflects their superficial and unsystematic utilization of their soil, by reason of which the importance of the land itself and the proportion of population to area are greatly reduced. It is a part of that uneconomic and extravagant use of the land, that appropriation of wide territories by small tribal groups, which characterizes the lowest stages of civilization, as opposed to the exploitation of every square foot for the support of a teeming humanity, which makes the most advanced states. Each state puts its own valuation upon the land according to the return from it which it expects to get. The low valuation is expressed in the border wilderness, by which a third or even a half of the whole area is wasted, and also in the readiness with which savages often sell their best territory for a song. For the same reason they leave their boundaries undefined. A mile nearer or farther, what does it matter? Moreover, their fitful and nomadic occupation of the land leads to oscillations of the frontiers with every attack from without, and every variation of the tribal strength within. Their unstable states rarely last long enough to give form or size to develop fixed boundaries. Hence the vagueness as to the extent of tribal domains among all savage peoples, and the conflicting land claims which are the abiding source of war. Owing to these overlapping boundaries, border districts claimed but not occupied, the American colonists met with difficulties in their purchase of land from the Indians, often paying twice for the same strip. Common boundary districts. Even civilized peoples may adopt a waste boundary where the motive for protection is peculiarly strong, as in the half-mile neutral zone of lowland which ties the Rock of Gibraltar to Spain. On a sparsely populated frontier where the abundance of land reduces its value, they may throw the boundary into the form of a common district, as in the vast, disputed Oregon country, accepted provisionally as a district of joint occupancy between the United States and Canada from 1818 to 1846, or that wide highland frontier which Norway so long shared with Russia and Sweden. In South America, where land is abundant and population sparse, this common boundary belt is not rare. It suggests a device giving that leeway of expansion desired by all growing states. By the Treaty of 1866, the frontier between Chile and Bolivia crossed the Atacama Desert at 24 degrees south latitude, but the zone between 23 degrees and 25 degrees was left under the common jurisdiction of the two states for exploitation of the guano deposits and mineral wealth. A common border district on a much larger scale is found between Brazil and the eastern frontier of French Guiana. It includes a belt 185 miles, 300 kilometers wide between the Oyapock and Araguari rivers, and is left as a neutral district till its fate is decided by arbitration. All these instances are only temporary phases in the evolution of a political frontier from wide neutral border to the mathematically determined boundary line required by modern civilized states. Tariff-free zones. Even when the boundary line has been surveyed and the boundary pillars set up, the frontier is prone to assert its old zonal nature, simply because it marks the limits of human movements. Rarely, for instance, does a custom boundary coincide with a political frontier, even in the most advanced states of Europe, except on the coasts. The student of Baedeker finds a gap of several miles on the same railroad between the customs frontier of Germany and France, or France and Italy, where the border district is formed by a high and rugged mountain range. The custom houses recede farther and farther from the common political line on the ridge, and drop down the slope to convenient points, leaving between them a wide neutral tariff zone, like that in Haute-Savoie. along the massive Mont Blanc range between France and Italy. Allied to this phase, yet differing from it, is the Zona Libre, or Free Zone, 12 miles broad and 1,833 miles long, which forms the northern hem of Mexico from the Gulf to the Pacific. Here foreign goods pay only 18.5%, formerly only 2.5%, of the usual federal duties. Goods going on into the interior pay the rest of the tariff at the inner margin of the zone. This arrangement was adopted in 1858 to establish some sort of commercial equilibrium between the Mexican towns of the Rio Grande Valley, which were burdened by excessive taxation on internal trade, and the Texas towns across the river, which at this time enjoyed a especially low tariff. Consequently, prices of food and manufactured goods were twice or 4 times as high on the Mexican as on the American side. The result was persistent smuggling, extensive emigration from the southern to the northern bank, and the commercial decline of the frontier states of Mexico, till the Zona Libre adjusted the commercial discrepancy. Since 1816, a tariff-free zone, a league wide, has formed the border of French Savoy along the Canton and Lake of Geneva, thus uniting this canton by a free passway with the Swiss territory at the upper end of the lake. Boundary zones of mingled race elements. When the political boundary has evolved by a system of contraction set out of the wide waste zones to the nicely determined line, that line, nevertheless, is always encased, as it were, in a zone of contact wherein are mingled the elements of either side. The zone includes the peripheries of the two contiguous racial or national bodies, and in it each is modified and assimilated to the other. On its edges it is strongly marked by the characteristics of the adjacent sides, but its medial band shows a mingling of the two in ever-varying proportions. It changes from day to day and shifts backward and forward according as one side or the other exercises in it more potent economic, religious, racial, or political influences. Its peripheral character comes out strongly in the mingling of continuous ethnic elements found in every frontier district. Here is that zone of transitional form which we have seen prevails so widely in nature. The northern borderland of the United States is in no small degree Canadian, and the southern is strongly Mexican. In the Rio Grande counties of Texas, Mexicans constituted in 1890 from 27 to 55% of the total population, and they were distributed in considerable numbers also in the second tier of counties. A broad band of French and English Canadians overlaps the northern hem of the United States territory from Maine to North Dakota. In the New York, New England counties, bordering on the old French province of Quebec, they constitute from 11 to 22% of the total population, except in 2 or 3 western counties of Maine, which have evidently been mere pathways for a tide of habitats, moving on in more attractive conditions of life in the counties just to the south. But even these large figures do not adequately represent the British-American elements within our boundaries, because they leave out the account of native-born and Canadian parents who have been crossing our borders for over a generation. Ethnic border zones in the Alps. If we turn to northern Italy, where a mountain barrier might have been expected to segregate the long-headed Mediterranean stock from the broad-headed Alpine stock, we find as a matter of fact that the ethnic type throughout the Po basin is markedly brachycephalic and becomes more pronounced along the northern boundary in the Alps, till it culminates in Piedmont along the frontier of France, where it becomes identical with the broad-headed Savoyards. More than this, provincial French is spoken in the Dora Beltia valley of Piedmont, and along the upper Dora Riparia, and in the neighbouring valleys of the Cesone and Pelisine are the villages of the refugee Waldenses, who speak an idiom allied to the Provençal. More than this, the whole Piedmontese Italian is characterized by its approach to the French, and the idiom of Turin sounds very much like Provençal. To the north there is a similar exchange between Italy and Switzerland with the adjacent Austrian province of the Tyrol. In the rugged highlands of the Swiss Grisons bordering upon Italy, we find a pure Alpine stock known to the ancients as the Rhaetians, speaking a degenerate Latin tongue called Romanche, which still persists also under the names of Ladino and Florian in the Alpine regions of the Tyrol and Italy. In fact, the map of linguistic boundaries in the Grisons shows the dovetailing of German, Italian, and Romanche in a broad zone. The traveller in the southern Tyrol becomes accustomed to the natives in the combination of Italian colouring, German speech, and Alpine head form, whereas if only reaching Italy he visits the hills back of Vicenza, he finds the German settlements of Tradisi and Set Communi, where German customs, folklore, language, and German types of faces still persist, survivals from the days of German infiltration across the Brenner Pass. The Slav-German boundary. Where Slavs and Teutons come together in Central Europe, their race border is a zone lying approximately between 14 and 24 degrees east longitude. It is crossed by alternate peninsulas of predominant Germans and Austrians from the one side, Czechs and Poles from the other, the whole spattered over by a sprinkling of the two elements. A map is displayed on the previous page, Slav-German boundary in Europe. Rarely, and then only for short stretches, do political and ethnic boundaries coincide. The northern frontier hem of East Prussia, lying between the river Niemen and the political line of demarcation, is quite as much Lithuanian as German, while German stock dots the whole surface of the Baltic provinces of Russia as far as St. Petersburg. The eastern rim of the Kaiser's empire, as far south as the Carpathians, presents a broad band of the Polish race, averaging about 50 kilometers, 30 miles in width, sparsely sprinkled with German settlements. These are found farther east also, as an ethnic archipelago dotted the wide Slav area of Poland. The enclosed basin of Bohemia, protected on three sides by mountain walls and readily accessible to the Slav stock at the sources of the Vistula, enabled the Czechs to penetrate far westward and there maintain themselves. But in spite of encompassing mountains, the inner or Bohemian slopes of the Bohemer, Wald, Erz, and Sudets ranges constitute a broad girdle of almost solid German population. In the Austrian provinces of Moravia and Silesia, which form the southeastward continuation of this Slav-German boundary zone, 60% of the population are Czechs, 33% are German, and 7% found in the eastern part of Silesia are Poles. An ethnic map of the Western Muscovite Empire in Europe shows a marked infiltration into White and Little Russia of West Slavs and from Poland, and the province of Bessarabia, alternate areas of Russians and Romanians. The latter in places form an unbroken ethnic expansion from the home kingdom west of the Pruth, extending in solid bands as far as the Dniester, and throwing out ethnic islands between this stream and the Bug. Assimilation of culture in boundary zones. In the northern provinces of Russia, in the broad zone shared by the aboriginal Finns and the latter coming Slavs, Wallace found villages in every stage of Russification. In one, everything seemed thoroughly finished. The inhabitants had a reddish olive skin, very high cheekbones, obliquely set eyes, and a peculiar costume. None of the women and very few of the men could understand Russian, and any Russian who visited the place was regarded as a foreigner. A map is displayed on the previous page, displaying ethnic divisions in Russia. In the second, there was already some Russian inhabitants. The others had lost something of their purely Finnish type. Many of the men had discarded the old costume and spoke Russian fluently, and a Russian visitor was no longer shunned. In a third, the Finnish type was still further weakened. All the men spoke Russian and nearly all the women understood it. The old male costume had entirely disappeared and the old female was rapidly following it, and intermarriage with the Russian population was no longer rare. In a fourth, intermarriage had almost completely done its work, and the old Finnish element could be detected merely in certain peculiarities of physiognomy and accent. This amalgamation extends to their religions. Prayers, wholly pagan, devoutly uttered under the shadow of a strange cross. Next, the Finnish god Jumak, sharing honours equally with the Virgin. Finally, a Christianity pure in doctrine and outward forms, except for the survival of old pagan ceremonies in connection with the dead. At the confluence of the Volga and Kama rivers, this boundary zone of Russians and Finns meets the borderland of the Asiatic Mongols, and here is found an intermingling of races, languages, religions, and customs scarcely to be equalled elsewhere. Finns are infused with Tartar as well as Russian blood, and Russians show Tartar as well as Finnish traits. The Bashkirs, who constitute an ethnic peninsula running from the solid Mongolian mass of Asia, show every type of the mongrel. See map page 225. Boundary zones of assimilation in Asia. If we turn to Asia and examine the western race boundary of the expanding Chinese, we find that a wide belt of mingled ethnic elements, hybrid languages, and antagonistic civilizations marks the transition from Chinese to Mongolian and Tibetan areas. The eastern and southern frontiers of Mongolia, formerly marked by the Great Wall, are now difficult to define, owing to the steady encroachment of the agricultural Chinese on the fertile edges of the plateau, where they have converted the best watered pastures of the Mongols into millet fields and vegetable gardens, leaving for the nomads' herds the more sterile patches between. Every line of least resistance, climatic, industrial, commercial, sees the Chinese widening in this transitional zone. He sprinkles his crops over the land of grass, invades trades of the caravan towns, sets up his fishing station on the great northern bend of the Huanghe in the Ordos country, 300 miles beyond the wall, to exploit the fishing neglected by the Mongols. The well-watered regions of the Nanshan ranges has enabled him to drive a long, narrow ethnic wedge represented by the westward projection of Gansu province between Mongolia and Tibet into the heart of the central plateau. See map page 103. Here the nomad Si Fan tribes dwell side by side with Chinese farmers, who themselves show a strong influence of the Mongolian and Tibetan blood into the north and south, and whose language is a medley of all three tongues. Boundary zones of mountain Tibet. In easternmost Tibet, in the elevated province of Minjak, 2,600 meters or 8,500 feet, Mr. Hu found in 1846 a great number of Chinese from the neighboring Sichuan and Yunnan districts keeping shops and following the primary trades in agriculture. The language of the Tibetan natives showed the effect of foreign intercourse. It was not the pure speech of Lhasa, but was closely assimilated to the idiom of the neighboring Si-Fan speech of Sichuan, and contained many Chinese expressions. He found also a modification of manners, customs, and costumes in this peripheral Tibet. The natives showed more of the polish, cunning, and courteousness of the Chinese, less of the rudeness, frankness, and strong religious feeling characteristic of the western plateau man. Just across the political boundary in Chinese territory, the border zone of assimilation shows predominance of the Chinese element with a strong Tibetan admixture, both in race and civilization. Here Tibetan traders, with their yak caravans, are met on the roads or encamped in their tents by the hundred about the frontier towns, whither they have brought the wool, sheep, horses, hides, and medicinal roots of the rough highland across that wild borderland which is neither Chinese nor Tibetan. The Chinese population consists of hardy mountaineers, who eat millet and maize instead of rice. The prevailing agriculture is Tibetan, and the priests on the highways are the red and yellow lamas from the Buddhist monasteries of the plateau. The country is a cross between China and Tibet. Even the high wall of the Himalayas does not suffice to prevent similar exchanges of ethnic elements and culture between southern Tibet and northern India. Lhasa and Gyamda harbor many emigrants from the neighboring Himalayan state of Bhutan, allow them to monopolize the metal industry in which they excel, and to practice undisturbed their Indian form of Buddhism. The southern side of this zone of transition is occupied by a Tibetan stock of people inhabiting the Himalayan frontiers of India and practicing the Hindu religion. In the hill country of northern Bengal, natives are to be seen with the Chinese queue hanging below a Hindu turban, or wearing the Hindu caste mark on their broad Mongolian faces. With these are mingled genuine Tibetans who have come across the border to work in the tea plantations of this region. See map page 102. Relation of ethnic and cultural assimilation. The assimilation of culture within a boundary zone is in some respects the result of race amalgamation, as for instance in costume, religion, manners, and language, but in economic points it is often the result of identical geographic influences to which both races are alike subjected. For example, scarcity of food on the arid plateau of Central Asia makes the Chinese of Western Gansu eat butter and curds as freely as do the pastoral Mongols, though such a diet is obnoxious to the purely agricultural Chinese of the lowlands. The English pioneer of the Trans-Allegheny wilderness shared with the Indians an environment of trackless forests and savage neighbors. He was forced to discard for a time many essentials of civilization, both material and moral. Despite a minimum of race intermixture, the men of the Cumberland and Kentucky settlements became assimilated to the life of the red man. They borrowed his scalping knife and tomahawk, adopted his method of ambush and extermination in war. Like him, they lived in great part by the chase, dressed in furs and buckskin, and wore the noiseless moccasin. Here the mere fact of geographical location on a remote frontier and of almost complete isolation from the centres of English life on the Atlantic slope, and the further fact of persistent contact with a lower status of civilization, resulted in a temporary return to primitive methods of existence, till the settlements secured an increase of population adequate for higher industrial development and for defense. A race boundary involves almost inevitably a cultural boundary, often too a linguistic and religionary, occasionally a political boundary. The last three are subject to wide fluctuation, frequently overstepping all barriers of race and contrasted civilizations. Though one often accompanies another, it is necessary to distinguish the different kinds of boundaries and to estimate their relative importance in the history of a people or state. We must lay down the rule that the greater, more permanent, and deep-seated the contrasts on the two sides of a border, the greater is its significance, and that, on this basis, boundaries rank in importance, with few exceptions, in the following order: racial, cultural, linguistic, and political. The less marked the contrasts in general, the more rapid and complete the process of assimilation in the belt of borderland. The boundary zone in political expansion. The significance of the border zone of assimilation for political expansion lies in the fact that it prepares the way for the advance of the state boundary from either side. In it the sharp edge of racial and cultural antagonism is removed, or, for this antagonism, a new affinity may be substituted. The zone of American settlement, industry, and commerce, which in 1836 projected beyond the political boundary of the Sabine River over the eastern part of Mexican Texas, facilitated the latter incorporation of the state into the Union. Just as a few years earlier, the Baton Rouge district of Spanish West Florida had gravitated to the United States by reason of the predominant American element there, and thus extended the boundary of Louisiana to the Pearl River. Where the political boundary of Siberia was fixed at the Amur River, the Muscovite government began extending the border zone of assimilation far to the south of that stream by the systematic Russification of Manchuria, with a view to its ultimate annexation. Schleswig-Holstein and Alsace-Lorraine, by reason of their large German population, have been readily incorporated into the German Empire. Only in Lorraine has a considerable French element retarded the process. The considerable sprinkling of Germans over the Baltic province of Russia and Poland west of the Vistula, and a certain Teutonic stamp of civilization which these districts have received, would greatly facilitate the eastward extension of the German Empire, while their common religions, both Protestant and Roman Catholic, would help obliterate the old political fissure. Thus the borderland of a country, so markedly differentiated from its interior, performs a certain historical function, and becomes, as it were, an organ of the living, growing race or state. Tendency toward defection along political frontiers. Location on a frontier involves remoteness from the center of national, cultural, and political activities. These reach their greatest intensity in the core of the nation, and exercise only an attenuated influence on the faraway borders, unless excellent means of communication keep up a circulation of men, commodities, and ideas between center and periphery. For the frontier, therefore, the centripetal force is weakened. The centrifugal is strengthened often by the attraction of some neighboring state or tribe, which has established bonds of marriage, trade, and friendly intercourse with the outlying community. Moreover, the mere infusion of foreign blood, customs, and ideas, especially of foreign religion, which is characteristic of a border zone, invades the national solidarity. Hence we find that a tendency to political defection constantly manifests itself along the periphery. A long reach weakens the arm of authority, especially where serious geographical barriers intervene. Hence border uprisings are usually successful, at least for a time. When accomplished, they involve the shrinkage of the frontiers, which we have found to be the unmistakable symptom of national decline. This defection shows itself most prominently in conquered border tribes of different blood, who lack the bond of ethnic affinity, and whose remoteness emboldens them to throw off the political yoke. The decay of the Roman Empire, after its last display of energy under Trajan, was registered in the revolt of its peripheral districts beyond the Euphrates, Danube, and Rhine, and also in the rapid Teutonization of eastern Gaul, which here prepared the way for the assertion of independence. The border satraps of the ancient Persian Empire were constantly revolting, as the history of Asia Minor shows. Aragon, Old Castile, and Portugal were the first kingdoms in the Iberian Peninsula to throw off Saracen dominion. Mountain ranges and weary stretches of desert roads enabled the rebellions in Chinese Turkestan and the border districts of Suangaria in 1863 to be maintained for several years. Centrifugal forces on the frontier. A feeble grasp upon remote peripheral possessions is often further weakened by the resistance of an immigrant population from beyond the boundary, which brings with it new ideas of government. This was the geographical history of the Texan Revolt. A location on the far northern outskirts of Mexican territory, some 1,200 miles from the capital, rendered impossible intelligent government control. The enforcement of the laws, the prompt defense against the Indians, remoteness weakened the political cohesion. More than this, the American ethnic boundary lapped far over eastern Texas, forming that border zone of twofold race, which we have come to know. This alien stock, antagonistic to the national ideas emanating from the city of Mexico, dominant over the native population by reason of its intelligence, energy, and wealth, ruptured the feeble political bond and asserted the independence of Texas. Quite similar was the history of the independent state of Acre, which in 1899 grew up just within the Bolivian frontier under the leadership of Brazilian caoutchouc gatherers, resisted the collection of taxes by the Bolivian government, and for years later secured annexation to Brazil. Even when no alien elements are present to weaken the race bond, if natural barriers intervene to obstruct and retard communications between center and periphery, the frontier community is likely to develop the spirit of defection, especially if its local geographic and hence social conditions are markedly different from those of the governing center. This is the explanation of that demand for independent statehood which was rife in our trans-Allegheny settlements from 1785 to 1795, and of that separatist movement which advocated political alliance with either the British colonies to the north or the Spanish to the west, because these were nearer and offered easier access to the sea. A frontier location and an intervening mountain barrier were important factors in the Whiskey Rebellion in western Pennsylvania, just as similar conditions later suggested the succession of the Pacific states from the Union. Disaffection from the government was manifested by the trek Boers of early South Africa, especially by those who dwelt in the outlying districts where the government had exerted and could exert little control. In 1795, the people of the Graaf Reinet, a frontier settlement of that time, revolted against the Dutch South African Company and set up a miniature republic. The spirit of colonial frontiers. The spirit of the colonial frontier is the spirit of freedom, the spirit of men who have travelled far, who are surcharged with energy, enterprise, and self-reliance, often with impatience of restraint. A severe process of elimination culls out for the frontier a population strikingly differentiated from the citizens of the old inhabited centres. The remoteness of location and abundance of opportunity proceeded to emphasize the qualities which have squeezed through the sieve of natural and social selection. This is the type bred upon our own frontier, which, west beyond west, has crossed the continent from the backwoods of the Allegheny Mountains to the Pacific. The Siberian frontier develops much the same type on the eastern edge of the Russian Empire. Here army officers find a compensation for their rough surroundings in the escape from the excessive bureaucracy of the capitals. Here is to be noted the independence, self-reliance, and self-respect characteristic of other colonial frontiers. The Russian of the Asiatic border is proud to call himself a Siberian. He is already differentiated in his own consciousness. The force of Moscow tradition and discipline is faint when it reaches him. It has travelled so far. Even the elaborate observances of the Orthodox Greek Church tend to become simplified on the frontier. The question naturally arises whether in the Russian Empire, as in the United States, the political periphery will in time react upon the center, infuse it with the spirit of progress and youth. Free border states as political survivals. When to a border situation is added a geographic location affording conditions of long-established isolation, this tendency to maintain political autonomy becomes very pronounced. This is the explanation of so many frontier mountain states that have retained complete or partial independence such as Nepal, Bhutan, the Asturias, which successfully withstood Saracen attack, and Montenegro, which has repelled alike Venetian, Servian, and Turkish dominion. Europe especially has numerous examples of these unabsorbed border states whose independence represents the equilibrium of the conflicting political attractions about them. But all these smallest fragments of political territory have either some commercial or semi-political union with one or another of their neighbours. The little independent principality of Liechtenstein, wedged in between Switzerland and the Tyrol, is included in the customs union of Austria-Hungary. The small independent duchy of Luxembourg, which has been attached in turn to all the great states which have grown up along its borders, is included in the Zollverein of Germany. The Republic of Andorra, far up in a lofty valley of the Pyrenees, which has maintained its freedom for 1,000 years, acknowledges certain rights of suzerainty exercised by France and the Spanish Bishop of Urgell. Guardians of the Marches. Oftentimes a state gains by recognizing this freedom-loving spirit of the frontier and by turning it to account for national defence along its exposed boundary. In consequence of the long wars between Scotland and England, to the Scotch barons having estates near the border were given the wardenships of the marches, offices of great power and dignity, and their clans, accustomed only to the imperfect military organization demanded by the irregular but persistent hostilities of the time and place, developed a lawless spirit. Prohibited from agriculture by their exposed location, they left their fields waste, and lived by pillage and cattle lifting from their English and even their Scotch neighbours. The valour of these southern clans, these ravers of the border, was the bulwark of Scotland against the English, but their mutinous spirit resisted the authority of the king and led them often to semi-independent principalities. Border nomads as frontier police. China has fringed her western boundaries with quasi-independent tribes whose autonomy is assured and whose love of freedom is a guarantee of guerrilla warfare against any invader from Central Asia. The Man's tribes in the mountain borders of Zhejiang province have their own rulers and customs and only pay tribute to China. The highlands of Kansu are sprinkled with such independent tribes. Sometimes a definite bargain is entered into, a self-governing military organization and a yearly sum of money in return for defense of the frontier. The Mongol tribes of the Charkar country, or borderland, just outside the Great Wall, northwest of Pekin, constitute a paid army of the emperor to guard the frontier against the Khalkhas of northern Mongolia, the tribe of Genghis Khan. Similarly, semi-independent military communities for centuries made a continuous line of barriers against the raids of the steppe nomads along the southern and southeastern frontiers of Russia from the Dnieper to the Ural rivers. There were the Free Cossacks, located on the debatable ground between the fortified frontier of the agricultural steppe and the marauding Crimean Tatars. Normally subjects of the Tsar, they obeyed him when it suited them, and on provocation rose in open revolt. The Cossacks of the Dnieper, who in the middle of the 17th century formed Poland's border defense against Tatar invasion, were jealous of any interference with their freedom. They lent their services on occasions to the Sultan of Turkey and even to the Crimean Khan, and finally in 1618 attached themselves and their territory to Russia. Here speaks that spirit of defection which is the natural product of the remoteness and independence of frontier life. The Russians also attached to themselves the Kalmyks located between the lower Volga and Don, and used them as a frontier defense against their Tatar and Kyrgyz neighbors. In this case, as in that of the Cossacks and the Charkars of eastern Mongolia, we have a large body of men living in the same arid grassland, leading the same pastoral life, and carrying on the same kind of warfare as the nomadic marauders whose pillaging, cattle-lifting raids they aim to suppress. The imperial orders of the Charkars limit them strictly to the life of herdsmen, with the purpose of maintaining their mobility and military efficiency. So in older times, for the Don Cossacks, agriculture was prohibited on pain of death, lest they should lose their taste for the livestock booty of a punitive raid. A still earlier instance of this utilization of border nomads is found in the 1st century after Christ, when the Romans made the Arabian tribe of Beni Jeffreh, dwelling on the frontier of Syria, the warders of the eastern marches of the empire. Lawless citizens deported to frontiers. The advancing frontier of an expanding people often carries them into a sparsely settled country, where the unruly members of society can with advantage be utilized as colonists. After centralized and civilized Russia began to encroach with the plow upon the pastures of the steppe Cossacks and finally suppressed these military republics, the more turbulent and obstinate remnants of them she colonized along the Kuban and Terek rivers to serve as bulwarks against the incursions of the Caucasus tribes and as the vanguard of the advance southward. This is one principle underlying the transportation of criminals to the frontier. They serve to hold the new country. There, these waste elements of civilization are converted into a useful byproduct. They may be only political radicals or religious dissenters. If so much the better colonial material. The Russian government formally transported the rebellious sect of the Molokans or Unitarians to the outskirts of the empire, where the danger of contagion was reduced. Hence, they are to be found today scattered in the Volga province of Samara, on the border of the Kyrgyz steppe, in the Crimea, the Caucasus, and Siberia, still faithful and still persecuted. Since 1709, the Russians' advance into Siberia has planted its milestones in settlements formed of prisoners of war, political exiles, and worse offenders. The penal colonists located on the shores of Kamchatka helped build and man the crazy boats which set out for Alaska at the end of the 18th century. China settled its thieves and cheats along the villages of its own border provinces of Shenxi and Kansu, but its worst criminals it transports far away to the Ile country on the western frontier of the empire, where they have doubtless contributed to the spirit of revolt that has there manifested itself. Drift of lawless elements to the frontiers. The abundance of opportunity and lack of competition in a new frontier community, its remoteness from the center of authority, and its imperfect civil government serve to attract thither the vicious, as well as the sturdy and enterprising. The society of the early trans-Allegheny frontier included both elements. The lawless who drifted to the border formed gangs of horse thieves, highwaymen, and murderers, who called forth from the others the summary methods of lynch law. North Carolina, which in its early history formed the southern frontier of Virginia, swarmed with ruffians who had fled thither to escape imprisonment or hanging, and whose general attitude was to resist all regular authority and especially to pay no taxes. Similarly, that wide belt of mountain forest, which forms the waste boundary between Korea and Manchuria, is the resort of bandits, who have harried both sides of the border ever since this neutral district was established in the 13th century. The frontier communities of the Russian Cossacks in the 17th and 18th centuries were regular asylums for runaway serfs and peasants who were fleeing from taxation. Their hetmans were repeatedly fugitive criminals. The eastern border of Russia, formed by the Volga Basin in 1775, was described as an asylum for malcontents and vagabonds of all kinds, ruined nobles, disfrocked monks, military deserters, fugitive serfs, highwaymen, and Volga pirates. Disorderly elements which contributed greatly to the insurrection led by the Ural Cossacks in that year. The debatable land, a tract between the Esk and Sark rivers, formerly claimed by both England and Scotland, was long the haunt of thieves, outlaws, and vagabonds, as indeed was the whole border, subject as it was to the regular jurisdiction of neither side. Asylums beyond the border. Just beyond the political boundary, where police authority comes to an end and where pursuit is cut short or retarded, the fleeing criminal finds his natural asylum. Hence all border districts tend to harbour undesirable refugees from the other side. Deserters and outlaws from China proper sprinkle the eastern districts of Mongolia. Marauding bands of Apaches and Sioux, after successful depredations on American ranches, for years fled across the line into Mexico and Canada before hammering hoofbeats of Texas Ranger and United States cavalry until a treaty with Mexico in 1882, authorizing such armed pursuit to cross the boundary, cut off at least one asylum. Our country exchanges other undesirable citizens with its northern and southern neighbours, in case where no extradition treaty provides for their return, and the borders of the individual states are crossed and recrossed by shifty gentlemen seeking to dodge the arm of the law. The fact that so many state boundaries fall in the southern Appalachians, where illicit distilling and feud murders provide most of the cases on the docket, has materially retarded the suppression of these crimes by increasing the difficulty both of apprehending the offender and of subpoenaing the reluctant witness. Border refugees and ethnic mingling. Dissatisfied, oppressed, or persecuted members of a political community are prone to seek an asylum across the nearest border, where happier or freer conditions of life are promised. There they contribute to that mixture of race which characterizes every boundary zone, though, as an embittered people, they may also help to emphasize any existing political or religious antagonism. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685 was followed by an exodus of Huguenots from France to the Protestant states of Switzerland, the Palatinate of the Rhine, and Holland, as also across the Channel into southern England, just as in recent years the Slav borderland of eastern Germany has received a large immigration of Polish Jews from Russia. When the Polish king in 1571 executed the leader of the Dnieper Cossacks, thousands of these bold borderers left their country and joined the community of the Don, and in 1722, after the Dnieper community has been crushed by Peter the Great, a similar exodus took place along the southern boundary into the Crimea, where the Tatar horde was strengthened. Just a few years before, during an unsuccessful revolt of the Don Cossacks, some 2,000 of the malcontents crossed the southern frontier of the Kuban River into Circassia. The establishment of American independence in 1783 saw an exodus of loyalists from the United States into the contiguous districts of Ontario, New Brunswick, and Spanish Florida. 5 years later, discontent with the federal government for its dilatory opposition to the occlusion of the Mississippi and the lure of commercial betterment sent many citizens of the early Trans-Allegheny Commonwealth to the Spanish side of the Mississippi, while the Natchez district on the east bank of the river contained a sprinkling of French who had become dissatisfied with Spanish rule in Louisiana and changed their domicile. These are some of the movements of individuals and groups which contribute to the blending of races along every frontier and make the boundary a variable zone, as opposed to the rigid artificial line in terms of which we speak. End of section 11. Section 12 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 8. Coast Peoples. Part 1. The Coast, a Zone of Transition. Of all geographical boundaries, the most important is that between land and sea. The coast, in its physical nature, is a zone of transition between these two dominant forms of the Earth's surface. It bears the mark of their contending forces, varying in its width in every stronger onslaught of the unresting sea, and with every degree of passive resistance made by granite or a sandy shore. So too, in an anthropo-geographical sense, it is a zone of transition. Now the life-supporting forces of the land are weak in it, and it becomes merely the rim of the sea. For its inhabitants, the sea means food, clothes, shelter, fuel, commerce, highway, and opportunity. Now the coast is dominated by the exuberant forces of a productive soil, so that the ocean beyond is only a turbulent waste and a long-drawn barrier. The coast is the hem of the land. Neither influence can wholly exclude the other in this amphibian belt, for the coast remains the intermediary between the habitable expanse of the land and the international highway of the sea. The break of the waves and the dash of the spray draw the line beyond which human dwellings cannot spread. For these the shore is the uttermost limit, as for ages also in the long infancy of the races, before the invention of boat and sail, it drew the absolute boundary to human expansion. In historical order, its first effect has been that of a barrier, and for the majority of peoples this it has remained. But with the development of navigation and the spread of human activities from the land over sea to other countries, it became the gateway both of land and sea, at once the outlet for exploration, colonization, and trade, and the open door through which a continent or island receives contributions of men, or races, or ideas from transoceanic shores. A map is displayed on the following page. German North Sea coast. Barrier and threshold. These are the roles which coasts have always played in history. Today we see them side by side, but in sight of the immense proportions assumed by transmarine intercourse, the fact remains that the greater part of the coasts of the earth are for their inhabitants only a barrier and not an outlet, or at best only a base for timorous ventures seaward that rarely lose sight of the shore. Width of coastal zones. As intermediary belt between land and sea, the coast becomes a peculiar habitat which leaves its mark upon its people. We speak of coast strips, coastal plains, tidewater country, and coast cities, of coast tribes, coast peoples, maritime colonies, and each word brings up a picture of a land, or race, or settlement permeated by the influences of the sea. The old application of coastline has no application to such an intermediary belt, for it is a zone of measurable width, and this width varies with the relief of the land, the articulation of the coast according as it is uniform or complex, with the successive stages of civilization and the development of navigation among the people who inhabit it. Along highly articulated coasts, showing the interpenetration of the land and sea in a broad band of capes and islands separated by tidal channels and inlets, or on shores steeply incised by river estuaries, or on those shelving beaches which screen brackish lagoons and salt marshes behind sand reefs and dune ramparts, and which thus form an intermediate boundary of alternate land and water, the zone character of the coast in a physical sense becomes conspicuous. In an anthropological sense, the zone character is clearly indicated by the different use of its inner and outer edge made by man in different localities and in different periods of history. The inner edge. The old German maritime cities of the North Sea and the Baltic were located on rivers from 6 to 60 miles from the open sea, always on the inner edge of the coastal belt. Though primarily trading towns, linked together once in the sovereign confederacy of the Hanseatic League, they fixed their sights on the last spurs of firm ground running out into the soft, yielding alluvium, which was constantly exposed to inundation. Land high enough to be above the ever-threatening flood of river and storm-driven tide on this flat coast, and solid enough to be built upon, could not be found immediately on the sea. The slight elevations of sandy geest, or detrital spurs, were limited in area and in time outgrown. Hence the older part of all these river towns, from Bremen to Königsberg, rests upon hills, while in every case the newer and lower part is built on piles or artificially raised ground on the alluvium. So Utrecht, the ultradectum of the Romans, selected for its site a long raised spur running out from the solid ground of older and high land into the water-soaked alluvium of the Netherlands. It was the most important town of all this region before the arts of civilization began the conquest by dike and ditch of the amphibian coastal belt, which now comprises 1/4 of the area and holds 1/2 of the population of the Netherlands. So ancient London marked the solid ground at the inner edge of the tidal flats and desolate marshes which lined the Thames estuary, as the Roman Camulodunum and successor Colchester on its steep rise or dun overlooked the marshes of the Stour Inlet. Farther north about the Wash, which, in Roman days, extended far inland over an area of fens and tidal channels, Cambridge on the River Cam, Huntingdon and Stamford on the Nen, and Lincoln on the Wiltham, all river seaports, defined the firm inner edge of the wide low coast. In the same way, the landward rim of the tidal waters and salt marshes of the Humber Inlet was described by a semicircle of British and Roman towns, Doncaster, Castleford, Todcaster, and York. On the flat or rolling West African coastland, which lines the long shores of the Gulf of Guinea, with a band 30 to 100 miles wide, the sandy, swampy tracts immediately on the sea are often left uninhabited. Native population is distributed most frequently at the limit of deep water, and here at head of ship navigation the trading towns are found. Inner edge as head of sea navigation. While on low coasts at any rate, the inner edge tends to mark the limit of settlement, advancing from the interior as a head of sea navigation on river and inlet. It has also been the goal of immigrant settlers from overseas lands. The history of modern maritime colonization, especially in America, shows that the aim of regular colonists as opposed to mere traders has been to penetrate as far as possible into the land while retaining communication with the sea, and thereby with the mother country. The small boats in use till the introduction of steam navigation fixed this line far inland and gave the coastal zone a greater breadth than it has at present, and a more regular contour. In colonial America, this inner edge coincided with the fall line of the Atlantic rivers, which was indicated by a series of seaport towns, or with the inland limit of the tides, which on the St. Lawrence fell above Quebec and on the Hudson just below Albany. Shifting of the inner edge. With the recent increase in the size of vessels, two contrary effects are noticed. In the vast majority of cases, the inner edge, as marked by ports, moves seaward into deeper water, and the zone narrows. The days when almost every tobacco plantation in tidewater Virginia had its own wharf are long since past, and the leaf is now exported by way of Norfolk and Baltimore. Seville has lost practically all of its sea trade to Cadiz, Rouen to Havre, and Dordrecht to Rotterdam. In other cases, the zone preserves its original width by the creation of secondary ports on or near the outer edge, reserved only for the largest vessels, while the inner harbour, by dredging its channel, improves its communication with the sea. Thus arises the phenomenon of twin ports, like Bremen and Bremerhaven, Danzig and Nilfrasser, Stettin and Swinemund, Bordeaux and Pauillac, London and Tilbury. Or the original harbour seeks to preserve its advantage by canalising the shallow approach by river, lagoon, or bay, as St. Petersburg by the Pantelov Canal through the shallow reaches of Kronstadt Bay, or Königsberg by its ship canal carried for 25 miles across the Frisia's half to the Baltic, or Nantes by the Loire ship canal, which in 1892 was built to regain for the old town the West Indian trade recently intercepted by the rising outer port of Saint-Nazaire at the mouth of the Loire estuary. In northern latitudes, however, the outer ports on enclosed sea basins, like the Baltic, become dominant in the winter, when the inner ports are icebound. Otherwise, the outer port sinks with every improvement in the channel between the inner port and the sea. Hamburg has so constantly deepened the passage that its outport of Cuxhaven has had little chance to rise, and serves only as an emergency harbour, while on the Weser, maritime leadership has oscillated between Bremen and Bremerhaven. So the whole German coast and the Russian Baltic have seen a more or less irregular shifting backward and forward of maritime importance between the inner and the outer edges. Artificial extension of inner edge. The width of the coast zone is not only prevented from contracting by dredging and canalling, but it is even increased. By deepening the channel, the chief port of the St. Lawrence River has been removed from Quebec 180 miles upstream to Montreal, and that of the Clyde from Port Glasgow 16 miles to Glasgow itself, so that now the largest ocean steamers come to dock where 50 years ago children waded across the stream at ebb tide. Such artificial modifications, however, are rare, for they are made only where peculiarly rich resources or superior lines of communication with their hinterland justify the expenditures. But they find their logical conclusion in still farther extensions of sea navigation into the interior by means of ship canals, where previously no waterway existed. Instances are found in the Manchester Ship Canal and the Welland, which by means of the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes makes Chicago accessible to ocean vessels. Though man distinguishes between sea and inland navigation in his definitions, in his practice he is bound by no formula and recognizes no fundamental difference where rivers, lakes, and canals are deep enough to admit his sea-going craft. Such deep landward protrusions off the head of maritime navigation at certain favoured points, as opposed to its recent coastward trend in most inlets and rivers, increase the irregularity of the inner edge of the coastal zone by the marked discrepancy between its maximum and minimum width. They are limited, however, to a few highly civilized countries and to a few points in those countries, but their presence testifies to the fact that the evolution of the coastal zone with the development of civilization shows the persistent importance of this inner edge. Outer edge in original settlement. The outer edge finds its greatest significance, which is for the most part ephemeral, in the earlier stages of navigation, maritime colonization, and in some cases of original settlement. But this importance persists only on steep coasts, furnishing little or no level ground for cultivation, and barred from interior hunting or grazing land, on many coral and volcanic islands of the Pacific Ocean, whose outer rim has the most fertile soil and furnishes the most abundant growth of cocoa palms, and whose limited area only half suffices to support the population. and in polar and subpolar districts where harsh climatic conditions set a low limit to economic development. Outer edge and food supply. In all these regions, the sea must provide most of the food of the inhabitants, who can therefore never lose contact with its waters. In mountainous Tierra del Fuego, whose impenetrably forested slopes rise directly from the sea, with only here and there a scanty stretch of stony beach, the natives of the southern and western coasts keep close to the shore. The straits and channels yield them all their food, and are the highways for all their restless, hungry wanderings. The steep slopes and dense forests preclude travel by land, and force the wretched inhabitants to live as much in their canoes as in their huts. The Tlingit and Haida Indians of the mountainous coasts of southern Alaska locate their villages on some smooth sheltered beach, with their houses in a single row facing the water and the ever-ready canoe drawn up on shore in front. They select their sites with a view to food supply and to protection in case of attack. On the treeless shores of Kadiak Island and of the long narrow Alaska Peninsula nearby, the Eskimo choose their village location for an accumulation of driftwood, for proximity to their food supply, and a landing place for their kayaks and bidokaks. Hence they prefer a point of land or gravel spit extending out into the sea, or a sand reef, separating a saltwater lagoon from the open sea. The Aleutian Islanders regard only accessibility to the shellfish on the beach, and the pelagic hunting and fishing, and this consideration has influenced the Eskimo tribes of the wide Kuskokwim estuary to such an extent that they place their huts only a few feet above the ordinary high tide, where they are constantly exposed to overflow from the sea. Only among the great tidal channels of the Yukon Delta are they distributed over the whole wide coastal zone, even to its inner edge. The coast Chukchas of southern Siberia locate their tent villages on the sand ramparts between the Arctic Ocean and the freshwater lagoons which line this low tundra shore. Here they are conveniently situated for fishing and hunting marine animals, or protecting against the summer inundations of the Arctic rivers. The whole western side of Greenland, from the far northern Upernivik south to Cape Farewell, shows both Eskimo and Danish settlements almost without exception on projecting points or peninsulas or islands, where the stronger effect of the warm ocean current, as well as proximity to the food supply, serve to fix their habitations, although the remains of the Old Norse settlements in general are found in sheltered valleys with summer vegetation, striking off from the fords some 20 miles back from the outer coast. Caesar found that the ancient Veneti, an immigrant people on the southern coast of Brittany, built their towns on the point of capes and promontories, sites which gave them ready contact with the sea and protection against attack from the land side, because every rise of the tide submerged the intervening lowlands. Here a sterile plateau hinterland drove them for part of their subsistence to the water, and the continuous intertribal warfare of small primitive states to the sea-girt asylums of the capes. Outer edge in early navigation. In the early history of navigation and exploration, striking features of this outer edge, like headlands and capes, became important sea marks. The promontory of Mount Athos, rising 6,400 feet above the sea between the Hellespont and the Thessalian coast, and casting its shadow as far as a marketplace of Lemnos, was a guiding point for mariners in the whole northern Aegean. For the ancient Greek cape, Malea was long the boundary of stone to the unknown wastes of the western Mediterranean, just as later the Pillars of Hercules marked the ports to the Mare Tenebrosum of the stormy Atlantic. So the sacred promontory, Cape St. Vincent of the Iberian Peninsula, defined for Greeks and Romans the southwestern limit of the habitable world. Centuries later, the Portuguese marked their advance down the west coast of Africa, first by Cape Non, which so long said no to the struggling mariner, then by Cape Bajador, and finally by Cape Verde. In coastwise navigation, minor headlands and inshore islands were points to steer by, and in that early maritime colonization, which had chiefly a commercial aim, they formed the favourite spot for trading stations. The Phoenicians in their home country fixed their settlements by preference on small capes, like Sidon and Berytus, or on inshore islets like Tyre and Aradus. And for their colonies and trading stations, they chose similar sites, whether on the coast of Sicily, Spain, or Morocco. Carthage was located on a small hill-crowned cape projecting out into the Bay of Carthage. The two promontories embracing this inlet were edged with settlements, especially the northern arm, which held Utica and Hippo, the latter on the site of the modern French naval station of Bizerta. Outer edge and piracy. In this early Hellenic world, when Greek sea power was in its infancy, owing to the fear of piracy, cities were placed a few miles back from the coast, but with the partial cessation of this evil, sites on shore and peninsula were preferred as being more accessible to commerce, and such of the older towns as were in comparatively easy reach of the seaboard established there each its own port. Thus we find the ancient urban pairs of Argos and Nauplia, Troezene and Bogon, Mycenae and Eoines, Corinth, commanding the eastern Aegean port of Cenchreae, 8 miles away on the Saronic Gulf to catch the Asiatic trade, and connected by a walled thoroughfare 1.5 miles long with Lecium, a second harbour on the Corinthian Gulf which served the Italian commerce. In the same group belonged Athens and its Piraeus, Megara and Pegae, Pergamus and Ile in western Asia Minor. These ancient twin cities may be taken to mark the two borders of the coast zone. Like the modern ones which we have considered above, their historical development has shown advance from the inner toward the outer edge, though owing to different causes. However, the retired location of the Baltic and North Sea towns in Germany served as a partial protection against the pirates, who in the Middle Ages scoured these coasts. Lübeck, originally located nearer the sea than at present, and frequently demolished by them, was finally rebuilt farther inland up the Trave River. Later the port of Travemund grew up at the mouth of the little estuary. A map is displayed on the previous page, map of ancient Phoenician and Greek colonies. Outer edge in colonization. The early history of maritime colonization shows in general two geographic phases. First, the appropriation of the islet and headland outskirts of the seaboard, and later, it may be much later, an advance towards the inner edge of the coast, or yet farther into the interior. Progress from the earlier to the maturer phase depends upon the social and economic development of the colonizers, as reflected in the valuation of territorial area. The first phase, the outcome of the low estimate of the value of land, is best represented by the Phoenician and earliest Greek colonies, whose purposes were chiefly commercial, and who sought merely such readily accessible coastal points as furnished the best trading stations on the highway of the Mediterranean and adjacent areas. The earlier Greek colonies, like those of the Triopium promontory, forming the southwestern angle of Asia Minor, Chalcidice and Thracian Chersonesus, Chalcedon, Byzantium, the Pontic Heraclea, and Sinope, were situated on peninsulas or headlands and would afford a convenient anchor ground, or like Syracuse and Mytilene, on small inshore islets, which were soon outgrown, and from which the towns then spread to the mainland nearby. The advantages of such sites lay in their accessibility to commerce, and their natural protection against the attack of strange or hostile mainland tribes. For a nation of merchants satisfied with the large returns but also with the ephemeral power of middlemen, these considerations sufficed. While the Phoenician trading points of Africa dotted the outer rim of the coast, the inner edge of the zone was indicated by Libyan or Ethiopian towns, where the inhabitants of the interior bartered their ivory and skins for the products of Tyre. So that commercial expansion of the Arabs down the east coast of Africa in the 1st and again in the 10th century seized upon the offshore islands of Zanzibar, Pemba, and Mafia, the small inshore islets like Mombasa and Lamu, and the whole outer rim of the coast from the equator southward to the Rovuma River. The Sultan of Zanzibar, heir to this coastal strip, had not expanded a decade ago when he had relinquished the long thread of his continental possessions. Inland advance of colonies. When a people has advanced to a higher conception of colonization as an outlet for national as well as commercial expansion, and when it sees that the permanent prosperity of both race and trade in the new locality depends upon the occupation of larger tracts of territory and the development of local resources as a basis for exchanges. There are settlements spread from the outer rim of the coast to its inner edge and yet beyond. If alluvial plains and river highways are present to tempt inland expansion, such was the history of many later colonies of the Greeks and Carthaginians, and especially of the most modern colonial movements, for these have been dominated by a higher estimate of the value of land. After the long Atlantic journey, the outposts of the American coast were welcome resting places to the early European voyagers, but owing to their restricted area and therefore limited productivity, they were soon abandoned, or became mere bases for inland expansion. The little island of Cuttihook, off southern Massachusetts, was a site of Gosnold's abortive attempt at colonization in 1602, like Rayleigh's attempt at Roanoke Island in 1585, and the latter one of Popham on the eastern headland of Casco Bay. The Pilgrims paused at the extremity of Cape Cod, and again on Clark's Island, before fixing their settlements on Plymouth Bay. Monhegan Island off the main coast was a site of an early English trading post, which however lasted only from 1623 to 1626, and the same dates fixed the beginning and end of a fishing and trading station established on Cape Ann, and removed later to Salem Harbour. The Swedes made their first settlement in America on Cape Henlopen, at the entrance of Delaware Bay, but their next, only 7 years later, they located well up the estuary of the Delaware River. Thus, for the modern colonist, the outer edge of the coast is merely the gateway of the land. From it he passes rapidly to the settlement of the interior, wherever fertile soil and abundant resources promise a due return upon his labour. Interpenetration of land and sea. Since it is from the land, as the inhabited portion of the earth's surface, that all maritime movements emanate, and to the land that all oversea migrations are directed, the reciprocal relations between land and sea are largely determined by the degree of accessibility existing between the two. This depends primarily upon the articulation of the land mass, whether it presents an unbroken contour like Africa and India, or whether, like Europe and Norway, it drops a fringe of peninsulas and a shower of islands into the bordering ocean. Mere distance from the sea bars a country from its vivifying contact. Every protrusion of an ocean artery into the heart of a continent makes the heart feel and pulse of life on far-off unseen shores. The Baltic Inlet, which makes the seaport of St. Petersburg 800 miles, 1,300 kilometers, back from the western rim of Europe, brings Atlantic civilization to this half-Asiatic side of the continent. The solid front presented by the Iberian Peninsula and Africa to the Atlantic as a narrow crack at Gibraltar, whence the Mediterranean penetrates inland, 2,300 miles, 3,700 kilometers, and converts the western foot of the Caucasus and the roots of the Lebanon Mountains into the seaboard. By means of the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean runs northward 1,300 miles, 2,200 kilometers, from Cape Comorin to meet the Indus Delta, and then turns westward 700 miles farther through the Oman and Persian Gulfs to receive the boats from the Tigris and Euphrates. Such maritime inlets create islands and peninsulas, which are characterized by proximity to the sea on all their many sides, and in the interior of the continents they produce every degree of nearness, shading off into inaccessible remoteness from the watery highway of the deep. The success with such indentations open up the interior of the continents depends upon the length of the inlets and the size of the landmass in question. Africa's huge areas and unbroken contour combine to hold the sea at arm's length. Europe's deep-running inlets open that small continent so effectively that Kazan, Russia's most eastern city of considerable size, is only 750 miles, 1,200 kilometers distant from the nearest White Sea, Baltic, and Azov ports. Asia, the largest of all the continents, despite a succession of big indentations that invade its periphery from the Sinai Peninsula to East Cape, has a vast inland area hopelessly far from the surrounding oceans. Ratio of shoreline to area. In order to determine the coast articulation of any country or continent, Karl Ritter and his followers divided area by shoreline, the latter a purely mathematical line representing the total contour length. By this method, Europe's ratio is 1 linear mile of coast to 174 square miles of area, Australia's 1 to 224, Asia's 1 to 490, and Africa's 1 to 700. This means that Europe's proportion of coast is 3 times that of Asia and 4 times that of Africa. That a country like Norway, with a shoreline of 12,000 miles, traced in and out along the forwards and around the larger islands, has only 10 square miles of area for every mile of seaboard, while Germany, with every detail of its littoral included in the measurement, has only 1,515 miles of shoreline and a ratio of 1 mile of coast to every 159 square miles of area. The criticism that has been made against this method, that it compares two unlike measures, square and linear, which moreover increase or decrease in markedly different degrees, according to as larger or smaller units are used, but for the purposes of Anthropo-Geography, the method is valid, inasmuch as it shows the amount of area dependent for its marine outline upon each mile of littoral. A coast, like every other boundary, performs the important function of intermediary in the intercourse of a land with its neighbours. Hence the length of this sea boundary materially affects this function. Area and coastline are not dead mathematical quantities, but like organs of one body stand in close reciprocal activity, and can be understood only in light of their persistent mutual relations. The division of the area of a land by the length of its coastline yields a quotient which to the anthropo-geographer is not a dry figure, but an index to the possible relations between seaboard and interior. A comparison of some of these ratios will illustrate this fact. Germany's shoreline, traced in contour without including details, measures 787 miles. This is just 1/5 that of Italy and 2/5 that of France, so that it is short. But since Germany's area is nearly twice Italy's and a little larger than that of France, it has 267 square miles of territory for every mile of coast, while Italy has only 28 square miles and France 106. Germany has towns that are 434 miles from the nearest seaboard, but in Italy the most inland point is only 148 miles from the Mediterranean. If we turn now to the United States and adopt Mendenhall's estimate of its general or contour coastline as 5,705 miles, we find that our country has 530 square miles of area dependent for its outlet upon each mile of seaboard. This means that our coast has a heavy task imposed upon it, and that its commercial and political importance is correspondingly enhanced. That the extension of our Gulf of Mexico littoral by the purchase of Florida and the annexation of Texas were measures of self-preservation, and that the unbroken contour and mountain-walled face of our Pacific littoral is a serious national handicap. Criticism of this formula. But this method is open to legitimate and fundamental criticism, that, starting from the conception of a coast as a mere line instead of a zone, it ignores all those features which belong to every littoral as a strip of the earth's surface: location, geologic structure, relief, area, accessibility to the sea in front and to the land behind, or which vary from one part of the world's seaboard to another, and serve to differentiate the human history of every littoral. Moreover, of all parts of the earth's surface, the coast, as the hem of the sea and land, combining the characters of each, is most complex. It is the coast as a human habitat that primarily concerns anthropo-geography. A careful analysis of the multifarious influences modifying one another in this mingled environment of land and water reveals an intricate interplay of geographic forces, varying from inland basin to marginal sea, from marginal sea to open ocean, and changing from one historical period to another, an interplay so mercurial that it could find only a most inadequate expression in the rigid mathematical formula of Karl Ritter. Accessibility of coasts from hinterland. As the coast, then, is the border zone between the solid inhabited land and the mobile untenanted deep, two important factors in its history are the accessibility of its back country on the one hand and the accessibility of the sea on the other. A littoral population battered from its hinterland by mountain range or steep plateau, escarpment or desert tract feels little influence from the land. Level or fertile soil is too limited in amount to draw inland the growing people, intercourse is too difficult and infrequent, transportation too slow and costly. Hence the inhabitants of such a coast are forced to look seaward for their racial and commercial expansion, even if a paucity of good harbours limits the accessibility of the sea. they must lead a somewhat detached and independent existence, so far as the territory behind them is concerned. Here the coast, as a peripheral organ of the interior, as the outlet for its products, the market for its foreign exchanges, and the medium for intercourse with its maritime neighbours, sees its special function impaired. But it takes advantage of its isolation and the protection of a long sea boundary to detach itself politically from its hinterland, as the histories of Phoenicia, the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, Dalmatia, the Republic of Amalfi, Venice and Genoa, the county of Barcelona, and Portugal abundantly prove. At the same time, it profits by its seaboard location to utilize the more varied fields of maritime enterprise before it, in lieu of the more or less forbidden territory behind it. The height and width of the landward barrier, the number and practicability of the passageways across it, and especially the value of the hinterland's products in relation to their bulk, determine the amount of intercourse between the hinterland and its mountain or desert-barred littoral. Mountain-barred hinterlands. The interior is most effectively cut off from the periphery, where a mountain range or a plateau escarpment traces the inner line of the coastland, as in the province of Liguria in northern Italy, Dalmatia, the western or Malabar coast of India, most parts of Africa, and long stretches of the Pacific littoral of the Americas. The highland that backs the Norwegian coast is crossed by only one railroad, that passing through the Trondheim depression, and this barrier has served to keep Norway's historical connection with Sweden far less intimate than with Denmark. The long inlet of the Adriatic, bringing the sea wall into the heart of southern Europe, has seen nevertheless a relatively small maritime development, owing to the wall of mountains that everywhere shuts out the hinterland of its coasts. The greatness of Venice was intimately connected with the Brenner Pass over the Alps on the one hand, and the trade of the eastern Mediterranean on the other. Despite Austro-Hungary's crucial interest in the northern corner of the Adriatic as a maritime outlet for this vast inland empire, and its Herculean efforts at Trieste and Fiume to create harbours and to connect them by transmontane railroads with the valley of the Danube, the maritime development of this coast is still restricted, and much of Austria's trade goes out northward by German ports. Farther south along the Dalmatian and Albanian coasts, the deep and sheltered bays between the half-submerged roots of the Dinaric Alps have developed only local importance, because they lack practical connection with the interior. This was their history too in early Greek and Roman days, for they found only scant support in the few caravans that crossed by the Roman road to Dyrrhachium to exchange the merchandise of the Aegean for the products of the Ionian Isles. Spain has always suffered from the fact that her bare, arid, and unproductive tableland almost everywhere rises steeply from her fertile and densely populated coasts, and therefore that the two have been unable to cooperate either for the production of a large maritime commerce or for national political unity. Here the diverse conditions of their littoral and the wall of the great central terrace of the country have emphasized that tendency to defection that belongs to every periphery, and therefore necessitated a strong centralized government to consolidate the restive maritime provinces with their diverse Galician, Basque, Catalonian, and Andalusian folk into one nation with the Castilians of the plateau. Accessible hinterlands. Where mountain systems run out endwise into the sea, the longitudinal valleys with their drainage systems open natural highways from the interior to the coast. This structure has made the Atlantic side of the Iberian Peninsula far more open than its Mediterranean front, and therefore contributed to its leadership in maritime affairs since 1450. So from the shores of Thrace to the southern point of the Peloponnesus, all the valleys of Greece open out onto the eastern or Asiatic side. Here every mountain-flanked bay has had its own small hinterland to draw upon, and every such interior has been accessible to the civilization of the Aegean. Here was concentrated the maritime and cultural life of Hellas. The northern half of Andean Colombia, by the way of the parallel Atrato-Rio Coco and the Magdalena valleys, has supported the activities of its Caribbean littoral, and through these avenues has received such foreign influences as might penetrate to inland Bogota. In like manner, the mountain-ridged peninsula of Farther India keeps its interior in touch with its leading ports through its intermontane valleys of the Irrawaddy, Salween, Menam, and Mekong rivers. Low coasts rising by early gradients to wide plains, like those of northern France, Germany, and southern Russia, and the Gulf seaboard of the United States, profit by accessible and extensive hinterland. Occasionally, however, this advantage is curtailed by a political boundary reinforced by a higher protective tariff, as Holland, Belgium, and East Prussia know to their sorrow. These low hems of the land, however, often meet physical obstructions to ready communication with the interior in the silted inlets, shallow lagoons, marshes, or mangrove swamps of the littoral itself. Here the larger drainage streams give access across this amphibian belt to the solid land behind, where they flow into a tide-swept bay like the North Sea or the English Channel. They scour out their beds and preserve the connection between sea and land. But debauchement into a tideless basin like the Caspian or the Gulf of Mexico, even for such mighty streams as the Volga and the Mississippi, sees the slow silting up of their mouths and the restriction of their agency in opening up the hinterland. Thus the character of the bordering sea may help to determine the accessibility of the coast from the land side. Accessibility of coasts from the sea. Its accessibility from the sea depends primarily upon its degree of articulation, and this articulation depends upon whether the littoral belt has suffered elevation or subsidence. Where the inshore sea rests upon the uplifted bottom, the contour of the coast is smooth and unbroken, because most of the irregularities of surface have been overlaid by a deposit of wastes from the land, so it offers no harbour except here and there a silted river mouth, while it shelves off through a broad amphibian belt of tidal marsh, lagoon, and sand reef to a shallow sea. Such as the coast of New Jersey, most of the Gulf seaboard of the United States and Mexico, the Coromandel coast of India, and the long low littoral of Upper Guinea. Such coasts harbour a population of fishermen living along the strands of their placid lagoons, and stimulate a timid inshore navigation which sometimes develops to extensive coastwise intercourse, where a network of lagoons and deltaic channels form a long inshore passage, as in Upper Guinea, but which fears the break of the surf outside. The rivers draining these low uplifted lands are deflected from their straight path to the sea by coastwide deposits, and idly trail along for miles just inside the outer beach, or they are split up into numerous offshoots among the silt beds of a delta, to find their way by shallow tortuous channels to the ocean, so that they abate their value as highways between sea and land. The silted mouths of the Nile excluded the larger vessels, even of Augustus Caesar's time, and admitted only their lighters, just as today the lower Rufiji River loses much of its value to German East Africa because of its scant hospitality to vessels coming from the sea. Embayed coasts. The effect of subsidence, even on a low coastal plain, is to increase accessibility from the sea by flooding the previous river valleys and transforming them into a succession of long, shallow inlets, alternating with low or hilly tongues of land. Such embayed coasts form our Atlantic seaboard from Delaware Bay to the Chesapeake Bay of Pamlico Sound, the North Sea face of England, and the funnel-shaped Forden or Firth on the eastern side of Jutland and Schleswig-Holstein, and the ragged sounds of Bodden that indent the Baltic shore of Germany from the Bay of Lübeck to the mouth of the Oder River. Although the shallowness of the bordering sea and the sandbars and sand reefs which characterize all flat coasts here also exclude the largest vessels, such coasts have nevertheless ample contact with both land and sea. They tend to develop, therefore, the activities appropriate to both. A fertile soil and abundant local resources, as in Tidewater, Maryland, and Virginia, make the land more attractive to the sea. The inhabitants become farmers rather than sailors. On the other hand, the embayed coastline promising little return to the labour of tillage, but with abundant fisheries and a superior location for maritime trade, is sure to profit by the accessible sea and achieve the predominant maritime activity which characterized the medieval towns of northern Germany and colonial New England. Maritime activity on steep embayed coasts. Subsidence that brings the beat of the surf against the boulder reefs of the land produce a ragged, indented coast, deep water inlets penetrating far into the country, hilly or mountainous tongues of land running far out into the sea and breaking up into a swarm of islands and rocks, whose outer limits indicate approximately the old pre-diluvial line of shore. Such are the fjord regions of Norway, southern Alaska, British Columbia, Greenland, and southern Chile, the Riaz, or submerged river valley coast of northwestern Spain, and the deeply sunken mountain flanks of Dalmatia, whose every lateral valley has become a bay or a strait between mainland and island. All these coasts are characterized by a close succession of inlets, a limited amount of level country for settlement or cultivation, and in their rear a steep slope impeding communication with their hinterland. Inaccessibility from the land, a high degree of accessibility from the sea, and a paucity of local resources unite to thrust the inhabitants of such coasts out upon the deep, to make of them fishermen, seamen, and ocean carriers. The same results follow where no barrier on the land side exists, but where a granitic or glaciated soil in the interior discourages agriculture and landward expansion, as in Brittany, Maine, and Newfoundland. In all these the land repels and the sea attracts. Brittany furnishes 1/5 of all the sailors in France's merchant marine, and its pelagic fishermen sweep the seas from Newfoundland to Iceland. 3/5 of the maritime activity of the whole Austrian Empire is confined to the rugged coast of Dalmatia, which furnishes today most of the sailors for the imperial marine, just as in Roman days it manned the Adriatic fleet of the Caesars. The Haida, Tsimshian, and Tlingit Indians of the ragged western coast of British Columbia and southern Alaska spread their villages on the narrow tide-swept hem of the land and subsist chiefly by the generosity of the deep. They are poor landsmen, but are excellent boat makers and seamen, venturing sometimes 25 miles out of the sea to get the birds' eggs from the outermost fringe of rocks. Contrasted coastal belts. As areas of elevation or subsidence are, as a rule, extensive, it follows that coasts usually present long stretches of smooth, simple shoreline, or a long succession of alternating inlet and headland. Therefore, different littoral belts show marked contrasts in their degree of accessibility to the sea, and their harbours appear in extensive groups of one type. Fords, river estuaries, sand or coral reef lagoons, and embayed mountain routes. A sudden change in relief or in geologic history sees one of these types immediately succeeded by a long-drawn group of a different type. Such a contrast is found between the Baltic and North seaboards of Denmark and Germany, and eastern and southern seaboards of England, the eastern and western sides of Scotland, and the Pacific littoral of North America north and south of Juan de Fuca Strait, attended by a contrasted history. A common morphological history, marked by mountain uplift, glaciation, and subsidence, has given an historical development similar in not a few respects to the fjord coasts of New England, Norway, Iceland, Greenland, and the Alaskan Panhandle, and southern Chile. Large subsistence areas on the Mediterranean coast from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Bosporus have in essential features duplicated each other's histories, just as the low and fertile shores of the Baltic and Finland to the Skagerrak have had much in common in their past development. Where, however, a purely local subsidence, as in Cameron Bay and Old Calabar on the elsewhere low monotonous stretch of the Upper Guinea coast, or a single great river estuary, as in the La Plata and in Colombia, affords a protected anchorage on an otherwise portless shore, such inlets assume increased importance. In the long unbroken reach of our Pacific seaboard, San Francisco Bay and the Columbia Estuary are of inestimable value, while by the Treaty of 1848 with Mexico, the international boundary line was made to bend slightly south of west from the mouth of the Gila River to the coast, in order to include in the United States territory the excellent harbour of San Diego. The mere nicks in the rim of southwest Africa, constituting the Warfish Bay and Angra Pequena, assume considerable value as trading stations and places of refuge along that 1,200-mile stretch of inhospitable coast extending from Cape Town north to Great Fish Bay. It is worthy of notice in passing that, through both of these small inlets lie within the territory of German southwest Africa. Warfish Bay, with 20 miles of coast on either side, is a British possession, and that two tiny islets which commands the entrance to the harbour of Angra Pequena also belong to Great Britain. On the uniform coast of East Africa, the single considerable indentation formed by Delagoa Bay assumes immense importance, which, however, is due in part to the mineral wealth of its Transvaal hinterland. From this point northward for 35 degrees of latitude, a river mouth, like that fixing the site of Beira, or an inshore islet affording protected harbourage, like that of Mombasa, serves as the single ocean gateway of a vast territory and forms the terminus of a railroad, proof of its importance. Evolution of ports. The maritime evolution of all amply embayed coasts, except the Arctic and subarctic regions, inimical to all historical development, shows in its highest stage the gradual elimination of minor ports, and the concentration of maritime activity in a few favoured ones, which have the deepest and most capacious harbours and the best river, canal, or railroad connection with the interior. The earlier stages are marked by a multiplicity of ports, showing in general activity nearly similar in amount and in kind. England's merchant marine in the 14th century was distributed in a large group of small but important ports on the southern coast, all which, owing to their favourable location, were engaged in the French and Flemish trade, and in another group on the east coast reaching from Hull to Colchester, which participated in the Flemish, Norwegian and Baltic trade. Most of these have now declined before the overpowering competition of a few such seaboard marts as London, Hull and Southampton. The introduction of steam trawlers into the fishing fleets have in like manner led to the concentration of the fishermen in a few large ports with good railroad facilities, such as Aberdeen and Grimsby, while the fishing villages that fringe the whole eastern and southern coasts have been gradually depopulated. So in colonial days, when New England was little more than a cordon of settlements along that rock-bound littoral, almost every inlet had its port actively engaged in coastwise and foreign commerce in the West Indies and the Guinea coast, in cod and mackerel fisheries, in whaling and shipbuilding, and this with only slight local variations. The widespread homogeneity of maritime activity has been succeeded by strict localization and differentiation, and reduction from many to few ports. So, for the whole Atlantic seaboard of the United States, evolution of seaports has been marked by increase of size attended by decrease of numbers. Offshore islands. A well-dissected coast, giving ample contact with the sea, often fails nevertheless to achieve historical importance, unless outlying islands are present to ease the transition from inshore to pelagic navigation and to tempt to wider maritime enterprise. The long sweep of the European coast from northern Norway to Brittany has played out a significant part of its history in that procession of islands formed by Iceland, the Faroes, Shetland, Orkneys, Great Britain, Ireland, and the Channel Islands. Whether it was a navigator of ancient Armorica steering his leather-sailed boat to the shores of Caesar's Britain, or the modern Breton fisherman pulling in his nets off the coast of distant Iceland. The dim outline of mountainous Cyprus, seen against a faraway horizon from the slopes of Lebanon, beckoned the Phoenician shipmaster thither to trade and colonize, just as the early Etruscan merchants passed from their busy ironworks on the island of Elba over the narrow strait of visible Corsica. It was on the eastern side of Greece, with its deep embayments, its valleys opening out into the Aegean, with its 483 islands scattered thickly as stars in the sky, and its Milky Way of the Cyclades leading to the deep, rich soils of the Asia Minor coast, with its sea-made contact with all the stimulating influences and dangers emanated from the Asiatic littoral, that Hellenic history played its impressive drama. Here was developed the spirit of enterprise that carried colonies to far western Sicily and Italy, while the western or rear side had a confined succession of local events, scarce worthy the name of history. Neither mountain-walled Epirus nor Corcyra had an Hellenic settlement in 735 BC, at a date when the eastern Greeks had reached the Ionian coast of the Aegean and had set up a lonely group of colonies, even on the Bay of Naples. Turning to America, we find that the Antilles received their population from only two tribes, first the Arawaks and later the Caribs, who ever reached the intended northern coast of South America between the Isthmus of Panama and the mouth of the Orinoco. Here the small islands of the Venezuelan coast, often in slight, lured these peoples of river and shore to open sea navigation, and drew them first to the westward isles, then northward step by step or island by island to Haiti and Cuba. Offshore islands as vestibules of the mainland. In all these instances, offshore islands tempt to expansion and thereby add to the historical importance of the nearby coast. Frequently, however, they achieve the same result by offering advantageous footholds to enterprising voyagers from remote lands, and become the medium for infusing life into hitherto dead coasts. The long monotonous littoral of East Africa, from Cape Guardafui to the Cape of Good Hope, before the planting here of Portuguese way stations on the road to India in the 16th century, was destitute of historical significance, except that stretch opposite the islands of Zanzibar and Pemba, which Arab merchants in the 10th century appropriated as a basis for their slave and ivory trade. The East Indies and Ceylon have been so many offshore stations whence, first through the Portuguese and later through the Dutch and English, European influences percolated into southern Asia. Asia, with its island-strewn shores, had diffused its influence over a broad zone of the Western Pacific, and through the agency of its active, restless Malays, even halfway across that ocean. In contrast, the western coast of the Americas, a stretch nearly 10,000 miles from Tierra del Fuego to the Aleutian chain, has seen its aboriginal inhabitants barred from seaward expansion by the lack of offshore islands, and its entrance upon the historical stage delayed till recent times. In general, it can be said that islandless seas attain a later historical development than those whose expansion is rendered less forbidding by hospitable fragments of land. This factor, as well as its location remote from the old and stimulating civilization of Syria and Asia Minor, operated to retard the development of the western Mediterranean long after the eastern basin had reached its zenith. Previous habitat of coast dwellers. Coast-dwelling peoples exhibit every degree of intimacy with the water, from the amphibian life of many Malay tribes who love the wash of the waves beneath their pile-built villages, to the Nama Bushmen who inhabit the dune-walled coast of southwest Africa and know nothing of the sea. In the resulting nautical development, the natural talents and habits of the people are of immense influence, but these in turn have been largely determined by the geographical environment of their previous habitat, whether inland or coastal, and by the duration in time, as well as the degree and necessity of their contact with the sea. The Phoenicians, who according to their traditions, as variously interpreted, came to the coast of Lebanon either from the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, brought to their favourable maritime location a different endowment from that to the land-trading Philistines, who moved up from the south to occupy the sand-choked shores of Palestine, or from that of the Jews, bred to the grasslands of Mesopotamia and the gardens of Judea, who only at rare periods in their history forced their way to the sea. The unintended coast stretching from Cape Carmel south to the Nile Delta never produced a maritime people and never achieved maritime importance, till the race of experienced mariners like the Greeks planted their colonies and built their harbour moles on the shores of Sharon and Philistia. So on the west face of Africa, from the Senegal southward along the whole Guinea coast of Benguela, all evidences of kinship tradition among the local tribes point to an origin of the interior plains and recent migration seaward, so that no previous schooling enabled them to exploit the numerous harbours along this littoral, as did later the sea-bred Portuguese and English. End of section 12. Section 13 of Influences of Geographic Environment, on the basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography, by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 8. Coast Peoples, Part 2. Habitability of coasts as factor in maritime development. Not only the accessibility of the coast from the sea, but also its habitability enters as a factor into its historical importance. A sandy desert coast, like that of southwest Africa, and much of the Peruvian littoral, or a sterile mountain face, like that of Lower California, excludes the people of the country from the sea. Saldanha Bay, the one good natural harbour on the west coast of Cape Colony, is worthless even to the enterprising English because it has no supply of fresh water. The slowness of the ancient Egyptians to take this short step forward from river to maritime navigation can undoubtedly be traced to the fact that the sour swamps, barren sand dunes, and pestilential marshes on the seaward side of the Nile Delta must have always been sparsely populated as they are today, and that a broad stretch of sandy waste formed their Red Sea littoral. On the other hand, when the hem of the continents is fertile enough to support a dense population, a large number of people are brought into contact with the sea, even where no elaborate articulation lengthens the shoreline. When this teeming humanity of a garden littoral is barred from landward expansion by desert or mountain, or by the already overcrowded population of its own hinterland, it wells over the brim of its own country, no matter how large, and overflows to other lands across the seas. The congested population on the fertile and indented coast of southern China, though not strictly speaking a seafaring people, found an outlet for their redundant humanity in their commerce in the tropical Sunda Islands. By the 6th century, their trading junks were doing an active business in the harbours of Java, Sumatra, and Malacca. They'd even reached Ceylon and the Persian Gulf, and a little later were visiting the great vocal market of Aden at the entrance of the Red Sea. A strong infusion of Chinese blood improved the Malay stock in the Sunda Islands and later in North Borneo and certain other Philippines, whither their traders and emigrants turned in the 14th century, when they found their opportunities curtailed in the archipelago to the south by the spread of Islam. Now the Yellow Peril threatens the whole circle of these islands from Luzon to Sumatra. Similarly, India, first from its eastern, later from its western coast, sent a stream of traders, Buddhist priests, and colonists to the Sunda Islands, and especially to Java, as early as the 5th century of our era, where its Indian civilization, religion, and elements of the Sanskrit tongue spread to Borneo, Sumatra, Bali, Lombok, and even to some smaller islands among the Molucca group. The Hindus became the dominant commercial nation of the Indian Ocean long before the great development of Arabian sea power, and later shared the trade of the East African coast with the merchants of Oman and Yemen. Today they form a considerable mercantile class in the ports of Muscat, Aden, Zanzibar, Pemba, and Natal. Geographic conditions for brilliant maritime development. On the coasts of large fertile areas like China and India, however, maritime activity comes not as an early but as an eventual development, assumes not a dominant but an incidental historical importance. The coastlands appearing early on the maritime stage of history, and playing a brilliant part in the drama of the sea, have been habitable, but their tillable fields have been limited either in fertility as in New England, or in amount as in Greece, or in both respects as in Norway, but are blessed with advantageous location for international trade, and many or even a few fairly good harbours. Such coasts tend to develop with wide maritime dominion and colonial expansion. Great fertility in a narrow coastal belt, barred from the interior, serves to concentrate and energize the maritime activities of the nation. The 20-mile wide plain stretching along the foot of the Lebanon Range from Antioch to Cape Carmel is even now the garden of Syria. In ancient Phoenician days, its abundant crops and vines supported luxuriant cities and a teeming population, which sailed and traded and colonized to the Atlantic outskirts of Europe and Africa. Moreover, their maritime ventures had a wide sweep as early as 1100 BC. Quite similar to the Phoenician littoral, and almost duplicating its history, is the Oman seaboard of eastern Arabia. Here again a fertile coastal plain sprinkled with its 100 villages, edged with a few tolerable harbours, and backed by a high mountain wall with an expanse of desert beyond, produced a race of bold and skillful navigators, who in the Middle Ages used their location between the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea to make themselves the dominant maritime power of the Indian Ocean. With them, maritime expansion was typically wide in its sweep and rapid in its development. Even before Muhammad's time, they had reached India, but under the energizing influences of Islam. By 758, they had established a flourishing trade with China, which they set up wait stations or stable points in Canton and the Sunda Islands. First as voyagers and merchants, then as colonists, they came, bringing their wares and their religion to these distant shores. Marco Polo, visiting Sumatra in 1260, tells us the coast population was Saracen, but this was probably more in religion than in blood. Oman ventures, seconded by those of Yemen, reached as far south as east. The trading stations of Madisha and Barawa were established on the Somali coast of East Africa in 908, and Kilwa 750 miles south in 925. In the 17th century, the Oman Arabs dislodged the intruding Portuguese from all this coast belt down to the present northern boundary of Portuguese East Africa. Even so late as 1850, their capital, Muscat, sent out fine merchantmen that did an extensive carrying trade and might be seen loading in the ports of British India, in Singapore, Java, and Mauritius. Soil of coastlines as factor. Brittany's active part in the maritime history of France is due not only to its rugged contour, its inshore and offshore islands, its forward location of the Atlantic, which brought it near to the fisheries of Newfoundland and the trade of the West Indies, but also to the fact that the Golden Belt, which, with but few interruptions, forms a band of fertility along the coast, has supported a denser population than the sterile granite soils of the interior. While the sea near by varied and enriched the diet of the inhabitants by its abundance of fish, and in its limy seaweed yielded a valuable fertilizer for their gardens, the small but countless alluvial deposits at the forward heads in Norway, aided by the products of the sea, are able to support a considerable number of people. Here the narrow coastal rim of that country shows always a density of population double or quadruple that of the next density belt toward the mountainous interior, and contains 17 out of Norway's 19 towns having more than 5,000 inhabitants. It is this relative fertility of the coastal regions, as opposed to the sterile interior, that has brought so large a part of Norway's people in contact with the Atlantic and helped give them a prominent place in maritime history. Barren coast of fertile hinterland. Occasionally an infertile and sparsely inhabited littoral bordering a limited zone of singular productivity, especially if favourably located for international trade, will develop marked maritime activity, both in trade and commercial colonization. Such was Arabian Yemen, the home of the ancient Sabaeans on the Red Sea, stretching from the straits of Bab el-Mandeb northwestward for 500 miles. Here a mountain range rising to 10,000 feet and bordering the plateau desert of central Arabia condenses the vapours of the summer monsoon and creates a long-drawn oasis, where terraced coffee gardens and orchards blossom in the irrigated soil. But the arid coastal strip at its feet, harbouring a sparse population only along its trickling streams, developed a series of considerable ports as outlets for the abundant products and crowded population of the highlands. A location of the busy sea lane leading from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, near the meeting place of 3 continents, made the merchants of the Yemen coast, like the Oman Arabs to the north, middlemen in the trade of Europe with Eastern Africa and India. Therefore, even in the 2nd century, these Sabaeans had their trading stations scattered along the east coast of Africa as far south as Zanzibar. In 1502, Vasco da Gama found Arabs either of Oman or Yemen, yet farther south in Sofala, the port for the ivory and gold trade. Some of them he employed as pilots to steer his course to India. Scope and importance of seaward expansion. History makes one fact very plain. A people who dwell by the sea, and to whom nature applies some lash to drive them out upon the deep, command opportunity for practically unlimited expansion. In this way, small and apparently ill-favoured strips of the earth's surface have become the seats of wide maritime supremacy and colonial empire. The scattered but extensive seaboard possession of Little Venice and Genoa in the latter centuries of the Middle Ages are paralleled in modern times by the large overseas dominions of the English and Dutch. Seaward expansions of peoples are always of great moment, and generally of vast extent, whether they are the coastward movements of inland peoples to get a foothold upon the great oceanic highway of trade and civilization, as has been the case with the Russians, notably since the early 18th century, and with the numerous interior tribes of West Africa since the opening of the slave trade, or whether they represent the more rapid and extensive coastwide and overseas expansions of maritime nations, like the English, Dutch, and Portuguese. In either event, they give rise to widespread displacements of peoples, and a bizarre arrangement of race elements along the coast. When these two contrary movements meet, the shock of battle follows, as the recent history of the Russians and Japanese in Manchuria and Korea illustrates. The wars of Swedes and Russians for the possession of the eastern Baltic littoral, and the numerous minor conflicts that have occurred in Upper Guinea between European commercial powers and the would-be trading tribes of the bordering hinterland. Ethnic contrast between coast and interior peoples. A coast region is a peculiar habitat, inasmuch as it is more or less dominated by the sea, is exposed to inundation by tidal wave and to occupation by immigrant fleets. It may be the base for outgoing maritime enterprise or the goal of some overseas movement, the dispenser or the recipient of colonists. The contrast between coast dwellers and the nearby inland people, which exists so widely, can be traced not only to a difference of environment, but often to a fundamental difference of race or tribe caused by immigration to accessible shores. The Greeks, crowded in their narrow peninsula of limited fertility, wove an Hellenic border on the skirts of the Black Sea and the eastern Mediterranean lands, just as the Carthaginians added a fringe of aliens to North Africa, where the Punic peoples of the coast presented a marked contrast to the Berbers of the interior. See map, page 251. An ethnographical map of Russia today shows a narrow but almost continuous rim of Germans stretching from the river Numen north through the Baltic coast of Courland, Livland, and Estland, as far as Revel, and again a similar band of Swedes along the seaboard of Finland, from a point east of Helsingfors to the south around to Uleåborg on the north, dating from the time when Finland was a political dependency of Sweden, and influenced by the fact that the frozen Gulf of Bothnia every winter makes a bridge of ice between the two shores. See map, page 225. Ethnic contrasts in the Pacific Islands. Everywhere in the Melanesian archipelago, where Papuans and Malays dwell side by side, the latter as the newcomers are always found in possession of the coast, while the darker Aborigines have withdrawn into the interior. So in the Philippines, the Aboriginal Negritos, pure or more often mixed with Malayan blood, as in the Magnan tribe of central Mindoro, are found crowded back into the interior by the successive invasions of Malays who have enriched the coasts. See map, page 147. The Zamboanga Peninsula of Mindanao has an inland pagan population of primitive Malayan race called Subanal, who have been displaced from the littoral by the seafaring Samal Maros, Mohammedanized Malays from the east shores of Sumatra and the adjacent islands, who spread northward about 1300 under the energizing impulse of their new religion. Even at so late a date as the arrival of Magellan, the Sabanan seem to have still occupied some points of the coast, just as the average Ainos of the island of Yezo touched the sea about Sapporo about 40 years ago, though they are now surrounded by a seaboard rim of Japanese. Ethnic contrasts in the Americas. If we turn to South America, we find that warlike Tupi, at the time of the discovery, occupied the whole Brazilian coast from the southern tropic north to eastern Guiana, while the highlands of eastern Brazil immediately in their rear were populated by tribes of Guis, who had been displaced by the coastwise expansion of the Tupi canoemen. See map, page 101. And today this same belt of coastline has been appropriated by a foreign population of Europeans and Negroes, while the vast interior of Brazil shows a predominance of native Indian stocks, only broken here and there by a lonely enclave of Portuguese settlement. The early English and French territories in America presented the same contrast of coast and inland people, the colonists planting themselves on the hem of the continent to preserve maritime connection with their home countries, the Aborigines forced back beyond reach of the tide. Wherever an energetic seafaring people with marked commercial or colonizing bent made a highway of the deep, they gave rise to this distinction of coast and inland people on whatever shores they touch. The expanding Angles and Saxons did it in the North Sea and the Channel, where they stretched their litus Saxonicum faintly along the coast of the continent to the apex of Brittany, and firmly along the hem of England from Southampton Water to the Firth of Forth. The sea-bred Scandinavians did it farther north in the Teutonic fringe of settlements which they placed on the shores of Celtic Scotland and Ireland. Older ethnic stock in coastlands. As a rule, it is the newcomers who hold the coast, but occasionally the coast dwellers represent the older ethnic stock. In the Balkan Peninsula today, the descendants of the ancient Hellenes are, with few exceptions, confined to the coast. The reason is to be found in the fact that the Slavs and other northern races who have intruded by successive invasions from the plains in northern Russia are primarily inland peoples, and therefore have occupied the core of the peninsula, forcing the original Greek population before them to the edge of the sea. This is the same anthropo-geographical process which makes so many peninsulas the last halting place of a dislodged earlier race. but the Greeks who line the northern and western shores of Asiatic Turkey are as such only in language and religion, because their prevailing broad head form shows them to be Turks and Armenians in race stock. Sometimes the distinction of race between coast and interior is obliterated so far as language and civilization are concerned, but survives less conspicuously in head form and pigmentation. The outermost fringe of the Norwegian coast, from the extreme south to the latitude of Trondheim in the north, is occupied by a broad-headed, round-faced, rather dark people of only medium height, who show decided affinities with the Alpine race of Central Europe, and who present a marked contrast to the tall, narrow-headed blondes of pure Teutonic type, constituting the prevailing population from the inner edge of the coast eastward into Sweden. This brachycephalic, un-Germanic stock of the Norwegian seaboard seems to represent a last strand made by that once widespread Alpine race, which here has been shoved along to the rocky capes and islands of the outer edge by a later Teutonic immigration coming from Sweden. So the largest continuous area of Negrito stock in the Philippines is found in the Sierra Madre Mountains, defining the eastern coast of northern Luzon. Facing the neighborless wastes of the Pacific, whence no new settler could come, turned away from the sources of Malay immigration to the southwest, its location made it a retreat, rather than a gateway to incoming races. See map page 147. Ethnic amalgamations in coastlands. Where an immigrant population from overseas lands occupies the coastal hem of a country, rarely do they preserve the purity of their race. Coming up first with marauding or trading intent, they bring no women with them, but institute their trading stations or colonies by marriage with the women of the country. The ethnic character of the resultant population depends upon the proportion of the two constituent elements, the nearness or remoteness of their previous kinship, and the degree of innate race antagonism. The ancient Greek elements which crossed the Aegean from different segments of the peninsula to colonize the Ionian coast of Asia Minor mingled with the native Carian, Cretan, Lydian, Pelasgian, and Phoenician populations which they found there. On all the barbarian shores where the Greeks established themselves, there arose a mixed race, a Celtic Massilia, a Libyan Barca, and the Scythian Crimea, but always a race Hellenized, born interpreters and mercantile agents. A maritime people engrossed chiefly with the idea of trade moves in small groups and intermittently, hence it modifies the original coastal population less than does a genuine colonizing nation, especially as it prefers the smallest possible territorial base for its operations. The Arab element in the coast population of East Africa is strongly represented, but not so strongly as one might expect after 1,000 years of intercourse, because it was scattered in detached seaboard points, only a few of which were really stable. The native population of Zanzibar and Pemba and the fringe of coast tribes on the mainland opposite are clearly tinged with Arab blood. These Swahili, as they are called, are a highly mixed race, as the Negro element has been derived not only from the local coast peoples, but also from the Slavs, who for centuries have been halting here on their seaward journey from the interior of Africa. See map page 105. Multiplicity of race elements on coasts. Coast peoples tend to show something more than the hybridism resulting from the mingling of two stocks. So soon as the art of navigation developed beyond its initial phase of mere coastward travel and began to strike out across the deep, all coast peoples bordered upon each other, and the sea became a common waste boundary between. Unlike a land boundary, which is in general accessible from only two sides and tends to show, therefore, only two constituent elements in its border population, a sea boundary is accessible from many directions with almost equal ease. It therefore draws from many lands, and gives its population a variety of ethnic elements and a cosmopolitan stamp. This, however, is most marked in great seaports, but from then it penetrates into the surrounding country. The whole southern and eastern coast population of England, from Cornwall to the Wash, received during Elizabeth's reign valuable accessions of the industrious Flemings and Huguenots, refugees from Catholic persecution in the Netherlands and France. Our North Atlantic states, whose population is more than half, 50.9%, made up of aliens and natives born of foreign parents, have drawn these elements for almost the whole circle of Atlantic shores, from Norway to Argentine, and from Argentine to Newfoundland. Even the southern states, so long unattractive to immigrants on account of the low status of labor, show a fringe of various foreign elements along the Gulf Coast, the deeper tinge of which on the census maps fades off rapidly towards the interior. The same phenomenon appears with Asiatic and Australian elements in our Pacific seaboard states. The cosmopolitan population of New York, with its Chinatown, its Little Italy, its Russian and Hungarian quarters, has its counterpart in the mixed population of Muscat, peopled by Hindu, Arabs, Persians, Kurds, Afghans, and Baluchis, settled here for purposes of trade, or in the equally mongrel inhabitants of Aden and Zanzibar, of Marseilles, Constantinople, Alexandria, Port Said, and other Mediterranean ports. Lingua franca of coasts. The cosmopolitanism and the commercial activity that characterize so many seaboards are reflected in the fact that, with rare exceptions, it is the coast regions of the world that give rise to lingua franca or lingua generale. The original lingua franca arose on the coast of the Levant during the period of Italian commercial supremacy there. It consists of an Italian stock, on which were grafted Greek, Arabic, and Turkish words, and was a regular language of trade for French, Spanish, and Italians. It is still spoken in many Mediterranean ports, especially in Smyrna, and in the early part of the 19th century was in use from Madagascar to the Philippines. From the coastal strip of the Zanzibar Arabs, recently transferred to German East Africa, the speech of the Swahili has become a means of communication over a great part of East Africa, from the coast of the Congo and the sources of the Nile. It is a Bantu dialect permeated with Arabic and Hindu terms, and sparsely sprinkled even with English and German words. Pidgin English, business English, performs the function of a lingua franca in the ports of China and the Far East. It is a jargon of corrupted English with a slight mixture of Chinese, Malay, and Portuguese words, arranged according to the Chinese idiom. Another mongrel English does service on the coast of New Guinea. The nigger English of the West African trade is a regular dialect among the natives of the Sierra Leone coast. Farther east, along the Upper Guinea littoral, the Igbo family of tribes, who extend across the Niger Delta from Lagos to Old Calabar, have furnished a language of trade in one of their dialects. The two-way speech of the Brazilian coast Indians, with whom the explorers first came into contact, became, in the mouth of Portuguese traders and Jesuit missionaries, the lingua geral, or medium of communication between the whites and the various Indian tribes throughout Brazil. The Chinook Indians, located on our Pacific coast, north and south of the Columbia River, have furnished a jargon of Indian, French, and English words which serves as a language of trade throughout a long stretch of the northwest Pacific coast, not only between whites and Indians, but also between Indians of different linguistic stocks. Coast dwellers as middlemen. In the coast is the natural habitat of the middleman. One strip of seaboard produces a middleman people and then sends them out to appropriate other littorals, if geographic conditions are favourable. Otherwise, it is content with the transit trade of its own locality. It breeds essentially a race of merchants, shunning varied production, nursing monopoly by secrecy and every method to crush competition. The profits of trade attract all the free citizens, and the labouring class is small or slave. Expansion landward has no attraction in comparison with the seaward expansion of commerce. The result is often a relative dearth of local land-grown foodstuffs. King Hiram of Tyre, in his letter to King Solomon, promised to send him trees of cedar and cypress, made into rafts and conveyed to the coast of Philistia, and asked in return for grain, which we stand in need of because we inhabit an island. The pay came in the form of wheat, oil, and wine, but Solomon furnished a considerable part of the labourers, 30,000 of them, who were sent, 10,000 at a time, to Mount Lebanon to cut the timber, apparently under the direction of the more skilful Sidonian foresters. A type of true coast traders is found in the Dullas of the German Cameroon, at the inner angle of the Gulf of Guinea, located along the lower course and delta of the Mungo River where it flows into the Cameroon estuary. They command a good route through a mountainous country into the interior. This they guard jealously, excluding all competition, monopolizing the trade, and imposing a transit duty on all articles going to and from the interior. They avoid agriculture so far as possible. The women and slaves produce an inadequate supply of bananas and yams, but crops needing much labour are wholly neglected, so that their coasts have a reputation for dearness of provisions. Along the 4,500 miles of West African coast between the Senegal and the Cunene rivers, the Negro's natural talent for trade has developed special tribes who act as intermediaries between the interior and the European stations on the seaboard. Among these we find the Bianos and Banda of Portuguese Benguela, who fit out whole caravans for the back country. The Portuguese of Loona rely on the Ambaquistas and the Mabanda middlemen. The slave trade particularly brought its sinister and abnormal activity to these seaboard tribes, just as it did to the East Coast tribes, and stimulated both in the exploitation of their geographic position as middlemen. Monopoly of trade with the hinterland. The Alaskan coast shows the same development. The Kinnick Indians at the head of Cook's Inlet buy skins of land animals from the inland Athapaskans at the sources of the Copper River, and then make a good profit by selling them to the American traders of the coast. These same Athapaskans for a long time found a similar body of middlemen in the Ogalents at the mouth of the Copper River to the Americans there encouraged the inland hunters to bring their skins to the first stations on the coast. The Chilcats at the head of the Lynn Canal long monopolized the fur trade with the Athapascan Indians about Chilkoot Pass. These they would meet on the divide and buy their skins, which they would carry to the Hudson Bay Company agents on the coast. They guarded their monopoly jealously, and for 50 years were able to exclude all traders and miners from the passes leading to the Yukon. The same policy of monopoly and exclusion has been pursued by the Moro coast dwellers of Mindanao in relation to the pagan tribes of the interior. They buy at low prices the forest and agricultural products of the inland Malays, whom they do not permit to approach either rivers or seaboard, for fear they may come into contact with the Chinese merchants along the coast. So fiercely is our monopoly guarded by the middleman race, that the American government in the Philippines will be able to break it only by military interference. Differentiation of coast from inland people. Differences of occupation, of food supply, and of climate often further operate to differentiate the coast from the inland people nearby, and to emphasize the ethnic difference which is almost invariably present, either inconspicuously from a slight infusion of alien blood, or plainly as in an immigrant race. Sometimes the contrast is in physique. In Finisterre, province of Western Brittany, the people along the north fertile coastal strip are on the average an inch taller than the inhabitants of the barren granitic interior. Their more generous food supply, further enriched by the abundant fisheries at their doors, would account for this increased stature, but this must also be attributed in part to intermixture of the local Celts with a tall Teutonic stock which brushed along these shores, but did not penetrate into the unattractive interior. So the Negroes of the Guinea coast, though not immune from fevers, are better nourished on the alluvial lowlands near the abundant fish of the lagoons, and hence are often stronger and better looking than the two interior tribes nearby. By here, again, an advantageous blending of races cannot be excluded as a contributing cause. Sometimes the advantage in physique falls to the inland people, especially in tropical countries, where a high land interior is contrasted with a low coast belt. The wild Igorites, inhabiting the mountainous interior of northern Luzon, enjoy a cooler climate than the lowlands, and this has resulted in developing in them a decidedly better physique and more industrious habits than are found in the civilized people of the coast encircling them. Early civilization of coasts. Where a coast people is an immigrant stock, and from some remote oversea point it brings to its new home a surplus of energy which was perhaps the basis of selection in the exodus from the mother country. Such a people is therefore characterized by greater initiative, enterprise, and endurance than the sedentary population which it left behind, or that to which it comes. And these qualities are often further stimulated by the transfer to a new environment rich in opportunities. Sea-born in their origin, sea-born in their migration, they cling to the zone of littoral, because here they find the conditions which they best know how to exploit. Dwelling on the highway of the ocean, living in easy intercourse with distant countries, which would have been far more difficult of access by land travel over territories inhabited by hostile races, exchanging with these both commodities and ideas, foodstuffs and religions, they become the children of civilization, and the sunburned seamen the sturdy apostles of progress. Therefore it may be laid down as a general proposition that the coasts of a country are the first part of it to develop, not an indigenous or local civilization, but a cosmopolitan culture which later spreads inland from the seaboard. Exceptions to this rule are found in barren or inaccessible coasts like the Pacific littoral of Peru and Mexico, and on shores like those of California, Western Africa, and Eastern Luzon, which occupy an adverse geographic location facing a neighborless expanse of ocean and remote from the world's earlier foci of civilization. Therefore, the descent from the equatorial plateau of Africa down to the Atlantic littoral means a drop in culture also, because the various elements of civilization, which for ages have uninterruptedly filtered into Sudan from the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, have rarely penetrated to the western rim of the highland, and hence never reached the coast. Moreover, this streaming lowland, from the Senegal River to the Cameroon Mountains, has been a last asylum for dislodged tribes who have been driven out by expanding peoples of the plateau. They have descended in their flight upon the original coast dwellers, adding to the general condition of political disruption, multiplying the number of small weak tribes, increasing the occasions for inter-tribal wars, and furthering the prevailing degradation. The seaboard lowlands of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Ivory Coast have all suffered thus in historic times. All this region was the original home of the low, typical Guinea nigger of the southern plantation. The coasts of Oregon and California showed a parallel to this in their fragmentary native tribes of retarded development, whose level of culture, low at best, sank rapidly from the interior toward the seaboard. They seem to have been intruders from the central highlands, who further deteriorated in their weakness and isolation after reaching the coast. They bore every mark of degradation in their short stature, linguistic and tribal dismemberment, their low morals and culture, which ranked them little above the brutes. In contrast, all the large and superior Indian groups of North America belonged to the interior of the continent. Cultural contrast of coast and interior. The long indented coast of the Mediterranean has in all ages, up to modern times, presented the contrast of a littoral more advanced in civilization than the inland districts. The only exception was ancient Egypt before Psammetichus began to exploit his mud-choked seaboard. This contrast was apparent, not only wherever Phoenicians or Greeks had appropriated the remote coast of an alien and retarded people, but even in nearby Thrace the savage habits of the interior tribes were softened only when these dwelt in close proximity with the Ionian colonies along the coast, a fact as noticeable of the time of Tacitus as in that of Herodotus 500 years before. The ancient philosophers of Greece were awake to the deep-rooted differences between an inland and a maritime city, especially in respect to receptivity of ideas, activity of intellect, and affinity for culture. If we turn to the Philippines, we find that 65% of the Christian or civilized population of the islands live on or near the coast, and of the remaining 35% dwelling inland. By far the greater part represents simply the landward extension of the area of Christian civilization, which had Manila Bay as a nucleus. Otherwise, all the interior districts are occupied by wild or pagan tribes. Mohammedanism, too, a religion of civilization, rims the southernmost islands, which face the eastern distributing point of the faith in Java. It is confined to the coasts, except for its one inland area of expansion along the lake and river system of the Rio Grande in Mindanao, which afford an island extension of sea navigation for the small motor boat. Even the Fiji Islands show different shades of savagery between coast and interior. Progress from thalassic to oceanic coasts. Coasts are areas of outgoing and incoming maritime influences. The nature and amount of these influences depend upon the sea or ocean whose rim the coast in question helps to form, and the relations of that coast to its other tide-washed shores. Our land-made point of view dominates us so completely that we are prone to consider a coast as margin of its land, and not also as margin of its sea, whence, moreover, it receives the most important contributions to its development. The geographic location of a coast as part of a thalassic or of an oceanic rim is a basic factor in its history, more potent than local conditions of fertility, irregular contour, or accessibility from sea and hinterland. Everything that can be said about the different degrees of historical importance attaching to inland seas and open oceans in successive ages applies equally to the countries and peoples along their shores, and everything that enhances or diminishes the cultural possibilities of a sea, its size, zonal location, its relation to the oceans and continents, finds its expression in the life along its coasts. The Anthropo-Geographical evolution which has passed from small to large states, and from small to large seas as fields of maritime activity, has been attended by a continuous exchange in the value of coasts, according as these were located on enclosed basins like the Mediterranean, Red, and Baltic, on marginal ones like the China and North Seas, or on the open ocean. In the earlier periods of the world's history, a location on a relatively small enclosed sea gave a maritime horizon wide enough to lure, but not so wide as to intimidate, and by its seclusion led to a concentration and intensification of historical development which in many of its phases left models for subsequent ages to wonder at and imitate. This formative period and formative environment outgrown, historical development was transferred to locations on the open oceans, according to the law of human advance from small to large areas. The historical importance of the Mediterranean and the Baltic shores was transitory, a prelude to the larger importance of the Atlantic littoral of Europe, just as this in turn was to attain its full significance only when the circumnavigation of Africa and South America linked the Atlantic to the world ocean. Thus that gradual expansion of the geographic horizon, which has accompanied the progress of history, has seen a slow evolution in the value of seaboard locations, the transfer of maritime leadership from small to large basins, from thalassic to oceanic ports, from Lübeck to Hamburg, from Venice to Genoa, as earlier from the Piraeus to Ostia, and later from England's little Cinque Ports to Liverpool and the Clyde. Geographic location of coasts. Though the articulations of a coast determine the ease with which maritime influences are communicated to the land, nevertheless history shows repeated instances where an exceptional location, combined with restricted areas, has raised a poorly indented seaboard to maritime and cultural preeminence. Phoenicia's brilliant history rose superior to the limitation of indifferent harbours, owing to a position on the Arabian Isthmus between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean at the meeting place of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Moreover, the advantages of this particular location have in varied times and in various degrees brought into prominence all parts of the Syrian and Egyptian coasts from Antioch to Alexandria. So the whole stretch of coast around the head of the Adriatic, marking the conjunction of a busy sea route with various land routes over the encircling mountains from Central Europe, has seen during the ages a long succession of thriving maritime cities, in spite of fast, silting harbours and impeded connection with the hinterland. Here in turn have ruled with maritime sway Spina, Ravenna, Aquileia, Venice, and Trieste. On the other side of the Italian peninsula, the location of the northernmost inlet of the western Mediterranean, at the seaward base of the Ligurian Apennines, just where this range opens two passes of only 1,800 feet elevation to the upper Po Valley, made an active maritime town of Genoa from Strabo's day to the present. In its incipiency it relied upon one mediocre harbour on an otherwise harbourless coast, a local supply of timber for its ships, and a road northward across the mountains. The maritime ascendancy in the Middle Ages of Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and Barcelona proves that no long indented coast is necessary, but only one tolerable harbour coupled with an advantageous location. Intermediate location between contrasted coasts. Owing to the ease and cheapness of water transportation, a seaboard position between two other coasts of contrasted products due to difference either of zonal location or of economic development or of both combined ensures commercial exchanges and the inevitable activities of the middleman. The position of Carthage near the centre of the Mediterranean enabled her to fatten on the trade between the highly developed eastern basin and the retarded western one. Midway between the teeming industrial towns of medieval Flanders, Holland, and western Germany, and the new unexploited districts of retarded Russia, Poland, and Scandinavia, lay the long line of the German Hanseatic towns: Kiel, Lübeck, Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, Greifswald, Anklam, Stettin, and Kolberg, the cultivates maritime. For 3 centuries or more, they made themselves the dominant commercial and maritime power of the Baltic by exchanging Flemish fabrics, German hardware, and Spanish wines for the furs and wax of Russian forests, tallow and hides from Polish pastures, and crude metals from Swedish mines. So Portugal, by its geographical location, became a staple place where the tropical products from the East Indies were transferred to the vessels of Dutch merchants, and by them distributed to northern Europe. Later New England, by a parallel location, became the middleman in the exchanges of the tropical products of the West Indies, the tobacco of Virginia, and the wheat of Maryland, for the manufactured wares of England and the fish of Newfoundland. Historical decline of certain coasts. Primitive or early maritime commerce has always been characterized by the short beat, a succession of middlemen coasts, and a closed series of staple places, such as served the early Indian Ocean trade in Oman, Malabar Coast, Ceylon, Coromandel Coast, Malacca, and Java. Therefore, many a little admirably situated for middlemen trade loses this advantage as soon as commerce matures enough to extend the sweep of its voyages and to bring into direct contact the 2 nations, for which their coast was intermediary. This is only another aspect of the Anthropo-Geographic evolution from small to large areas. The decline of the Mediterranean coast followed close upon the discovery of the sea route to India, nor was their local importance restored by the Suez Canal. Portugal declined when the Dutch, excluded from the Tagus mouth when the union of Portugal and Spain, found their way to the Spice Isles. Ceylon, though still the chief port of call in the Indian Ocean, has lost its preeminence as chief market for all the lands between Africa and China, which enjoyed in the 6th century owing to the long haul of modern oceanic commerce. Political factors in this decline. Not only that far-reaching readjustment of maritime ascendancy, which in the 16th century followed the advance from thalassic to oceanic fields of commerce, but also purely local political events may, for a time, produce striking changes in the use or importance of coasts. The Piraeus, which had been the heart of ancient Athens, almost wholly lost its value in the checkered political history of the country during the Middle Ages, when naval power and merchant marine almost vanished. But with the restoration of Grecian independence in 1832, much of its pristine activity was restored. Up to the beginning of the 17th century, Japan had exploited her advantageous location and a richly indented coast to develop a maritime trade, which extended from Kamchatka to India. But in 1624, an imperial order withdrew every Japanese vessel from the high seas, and for over 200 years robbed her busy littoral of all its historical significance. The real life of the Pacific coast of the United States began only with its incorporation into the territory of the Republic, but it failed to attain its full importance until our acquisition of Alaska, Hawaii, and the Philippines. So the coast of the Persian Gulf has had periods of activity alternating with periods of death-like quiet. Its conquest by the Saracens in the 17th century inaugurated an era of intense maritime enterprise along its drowsy shores. What new awakening may experience if it should one day become a Russian littoral? Physical causes of decline. Sometimes the decline in historical importance is due to physical modifications in the coast itself, especially where the mud transported by a great river to the sea is constantly pushing forward the outer shoreline. The control of the Adriatic passed in turn from Spina to Adria, Ravenna, Aquileia, Venice, and Trieste, owing to a steady silting up of the coast. Strabo records that Spina, originally a port, was in his time 90 stadia, or 10 miles from the sea. Bruges, once a great entrepot of the Hanseatic League, was originally on an arm of the sea, with which it was later connected by canal, and which has been silted up since 1432, so that its commerce, disturbed too by local wars, was transferred to Antwerp on the Scheldt. Many early English ports on the coast of Kent and on the old solid rim of the Fenland marshes now lie miles inland from the Channel and the Wash. A people never utilized all parts of its coast with equal intensity, or any part with equal intensity in all periods of its development. But according to the law of differentiation, it gradually concentrated its energies in a few favored ports, whose maritime business tends to become specialized. Then every extension of the subsidiary territory and intensification of production with advancing civilization increases the mass of men and wares pass through these ocean gateways. The shores of New York, Delaware, and Chesapeake Bays are more important to the country now than they were in early colonial days, when their back country extended only to the watershed of the Appalachian system. Our Gulf Coast has gained in activity from the South's economic advance from slave to free labor, and from almost exclusive cotton planting to diversified production combined with industries. And it will come into its own, in a maritime sense, when the opening of the Panama Canal will divert from the Atlantic outlets those products of the Mississippi Basin which will be seeking trans-Pacific markets. Interplay of geographic factors in coastlands. A careful analysis of the life of coast peoples in relation to all the factors of their land and sea environment shows that these are multiform, and that none are negligible. It takes into consideration the extent, fertility, and relief of the littoral, its accessibility from the land as well as from the sea, and its location in regard to outlying islands and to opposite shores, whether near or far. It holds in view not only the small articulations that give the littoral ready contact with the sea, but the relation of the seaboard to the larger continental articulations, whether it lies on an outrunning spur of a continental mass like the Malacca, Yemen, or Peloponnesian coast, or upon a retiring inlet that brings it far into the heart of a continent, and provides it with an extensive hinterland. And finally, it never ignores the nature of the bordering sea, which furnishes the school of seamanship and fixes the scope of maritime enterprise. All these various elements of coastal environment are further differentiated in their use and their influence according to the purposes of those who come to tenant such tide-washed rims of the land. Pirates seek intricate channels and hidden inlets for their lairs. A merchant people select populous harbours and navigable river mouths. Would-be colonists settle up fertile valleys opening into quiet bays, till their fields, and use their coasts for placid maritime trade with the mother country. Interior peoples, pushed or pushing out to the tidal periphery of their continent, with no maritime history behind them, build their fishing villages on protected lagoons, and unless the shadowy form of some outlying island lure them farther, there they tarry, deaf to the siren song of the sea. End of section 13. Section 14 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 9. Oceans and Enclosed Seas. The water of the Earth's surface, viewed from the standpoint of Anthropo-Geography, is 1. Whether it appears as atmospheric moisture, spring, river, lake, brackish lagoon, enclosed sea basin, or open ocean. Its universal circulation, from the falling of the dews to the vast sweep of ocean current, causes this inviolable unity. Variations in the geographical forms of water are superficial and constantly changing. They pass into one another by almost imperceptible gradations, shift their unstable outlines at the bidding of the mobile, restless element. In contrast to the land, which is marked by diversity of geographic structure and geographic form, the world of water is everywhere approximately the same, excepting only the difference in the mineral composition of seawater as opposed to that of spring and stream. Therefore, whenever man has touched it, it has moulded him in much the same way, given the same direction to his activities, dictated the use of the same implements and methods of navigation. As maritime trader or colonist, he has sailed to remote, unknown, yet familiar coasts. He has built up maritime empires, the centre of whose dominion, race, and commerce falls somewhere in the dividing, yet uniting sea. The water a factor in man's mobility. Man must be grouped with the air and water as part of the mobile envelope of the Earth's surface. The mobility which maintains the unity of air and water has caused the unity of the human race. Abundant facilities of dispersal often give animal forms a wide or cosmopolitan distribution. Man, by appropriating the mobile forces in the air and water to increase his own powers of locomotion, has become a cosmopolitan being, and made the human race reflect the unity of atmosphere and hydrosphere. Always the eternal unrest of the moving waters has knocked at the door of human inertia to arouse a sleeper within. Always the flow of stream and the ebb of tide have sooner or later stirred the curiosity of the land-born barbarian about the unseen destination of these marching waters. Rivers, by the mere force of gravity, have carried him to the shores of their common ocean, and placed him on this highway of the world. Then from his sea-girt home, whether island or continent, he has timidly or involuntarily followed the track which headland-dotted coast, or ocean current, or monsoon, or trade wind marked out for him across the pathless waters, so that at the grey dawn of history he appears as a cosmopolite, occupying every part of the habitable earth. These sporadic oversea wanderings, with intervals of centuries or millenniums between, opened to his occupancy strange and remote lands, in whose isolation and new environment he developed fresh variations of mind, body, and cultural achievements, to arm him with new weapons in the struggle for existence. The sea which brought him bars him for a few ages from his old home, till the tradition of his coming even is lost. Then with higher nautical development, the sea loses its barrier nature. Movements of people and trade recross its surface to unite those who have been long severed and much differentiated in their mutual remoteness. The ensuing friction and mingling weed out the less fit variations of each, and combine in the new race the qualities able to fortify a higher type of man. Not only seas and oceans, but also mountains and deserts serve to isolate the migrant people who once has crossed them, but wastes of water raise up the most effective barriers. Oceans and Sea in Universal History. The transformation of the ocean into a highway by the development of navigation is a late occurrence in the history of man, and is perhaps the highest phase of his adaptation to environment, because an adaptation which has placed at his disposal the vast water area constituting 3/4 of the earth's surface from which he has previously been excluded. Moreover, it was adaptation to an alien and hostile element, whose violent displays of power recurrently stimulated the human adjustment between attack and defense. Because adaptation to the sea has been vastly more difficult than to the land, commensurate with the harder struggle, it has brought greater intellectual and material rewards. This conquest of the sea is entitled to a peculiarly high place in history, because it has contributed to the union of the various peoples of the world, has formed a significant part of the history of man, whether that history is economic, social, political, or intellectual. Hence history has always staged its most dramatic acts upon the margin of seas and oceans. Here always the plot thickens and gives promise of striking development. Rome of the 7 hills pales before England of the 7 seas. The sea in universal history. Universal history loses half its import, remains an aggregate of parts, fails to yield its significance as a whole, if it does not continually take into account the unifying factor of the seas. Indeed, no history is entitled to the name of universal unless it includes a record of human movements and activities on the ocean, side by side with those of the land. Our school textbooks in geography present a deplorable hiatus, because they fail to make a definite study of the oceans over which man explores and colonizes and trades, as well as the land on which he plants and builds and sleeps. The striking fact about the great world ocean today is the manifold relations which it has established between the dwellers on its various coasts. Marine cables, steamer and sailing routes combine to form a network of paths across the vast commons of the deep. Over these commercial, political, intellectual, or even purely migrant activities of human life move from continent to continent. The distinctive value of the sea is that it promotes many-sided relations as opposed to the one-sided relation on the land. France on her eastern frontier comes into contact with people of kindred stock, living under similar conditions of climate and soil to her own. On her maritime border she is open to intermittent intercourse with all continents and climes and races of the world. To this sea border must be ascribed the share that France has taken in the history of North and South America, the West Indies, North and Equatorial Africa, India, China, and the South Seas. So we find the great maritime peoples of the world, from the Phoenicians to the English, each figuring in the history of the world of its day and helping weave into a web of universal history the stories of its various parts. Origin of navigation. Man's normal contact with the sea is registered in his nautical achievements. The invention of the first primitive means of navigation, suggested by a floating log or bloated body of a dead animal, must have been an early achievement of a great many peoples who lived near the water, or who, in the course of their wanderings, found their progress obstructed by rivers. It belongs to a large class of similar discoveries which answer urgent and constantly recurring needs. It was, in all probability, often made and as often lost again, until the growing habit of venturing beyond shore or river bank in search of better fishing, or of using the easy open waterways through the thick tangle of a primitive forest to reach fresh hunting grounds, established it as a permanent acquisition. Primitive forms. The first devices were simply floats or rafts, made of light wood, reeds, or hollow stems of plants woven together and often buoyed up by the inflated skins of animals. Floats of this character still survive among various peoples, especially in poorly timbered lands. The skin rafts, which for ages have been the chief means of downstream traffic on the rivers of Mesopotamia, consist of a square framework of interwoven reeds and branches, supported by the inflated skins of sheep and goats. They are guided by oars and poles down or across the current. These were the primitive means by which Leonard transported the winged bull from the ruins of Nineveh down to the Persian Gulf, and they were the same which he found on the bas-reliefs of the ancient capital, showing the methods of navigation 3,000 years ago. Similar skin rafts serve as ferry boats on the Setuj, Shajok, and other head streams of the Indus. They reappear in Africa as the only form of ferry used by the Moors on the river Morbiha in Morocco, on the Nile, where the inflated skins are supplanted by earthen poles, and on the Yo River of semi-arid Sudan, where the platform is made of reeds and is buoyed up by calabashes fastened beneath. Primitive craft in arid lands. In treeless lands, reeds growing on the margins of streams and lakes are utilized for the construction of boats. The Buduma Islanders of Lake Chad use clumsy skiffs 18 feet long, made of hollow reeds tied into bundles and then lashed together in a way to form a slight cavity on top. In the earliest period of Egyptian history, this type of boat, with slight variations, was used in the papyrus marshes of the Nile, and it reappears as the Ambach boat, which Schweinfurth observed on the upper White Nile. It is in use far away among the Sayyads or fowlers, who inhabit the reed-grown rim of the Sistan Lake in arid Persia. As the Peruvian balsa, it has been the regular means of water travel on Lake Titicaca since the time of the Incas, and in more primitive form it appears among the Shoshone Indians of the Snake River Valley of Idaho, who used this device in their treeless lands to cross the streams when the water was too cold for swimming. Still cruder rafts of reeds, without approach to boat form, were the sole vehicles of navigation among the backward Indians of San Francisco Bay, and were the prevailing craft among the coast Indians farther south and about the Gulf of Lower California. Trees abounded, but these remnant tribes of low intelligence, probably recent arrivals on the coast from the interior, equipped only with instruments of bone and stone, found the difficulty of working with wood prohibitive. The second step in the elaboration of water conveyance was made when mere flotation was succeeded by various devices to secure displacement. The evolution is obvious. The primitive raftsmen of the Mesopotamian rivers wove his willow boughs and oysters into a large round basket form, carved it with closely sewn skins to render it watertight, and in it floated with his merchandise down the swift current from Armenia to Babylon. These were the boats which Herodotus saw on the Euphrates, and which survive today. According to Pliny, the ancient Britons used a similar craft, framed of wickerwork and covered with hide, in which they crossed the English and Irish channels to visit their kinsfolk on the opposite shores. This skin boat, or coracle, or corac, still survives on the rivers of Wales and the west coast of Ireland, where it is used by the fishermen and considered the safest craft for stormy weather. It recalls the bull-skin boat used in pioneer days on the rivers of our western plains, and the skiffs serving as passenger ferries today on the rivers of eastern Tibet. It reappears among the Arikara Indians of the upper Missouri and the South American tribes of the Grand Chaco. The first wooden boat was made of a tree trunk, held out either by fire or axe. the wide geographical distribution of the dugout and its survival in isolated regions of highly civilized lands points it out as one of those necessary and obvious inventions that must have been made independently in various parts of the world. Relation of river to marine navigation. The quieter water rivers and lakes offered the most favorable conditions for the feeble beginnings of navigation, but the step from inland to marine navigation was not always taken. The Egyptians, who had well-constructed river and marine boats, resigned their maritime commerce to the Phoenicians and Greeks, probably, as been shown, because the silted channels and swamps of the outer Nile delta held them at arm's length from the sea. Similarly, the equatorial lakes of Central Africa have proved fair schools of navigation, where the art has passed the initial stage of development. The kingdom of Uganda on Victoria Nyanza, at the time of Stanley's visit, could muster a war fleet of 325 boats, 100 of them measuring from 50 to 70 feet in length. The largest were manned by a crew of 64 paddlers, and could carry as many more fighting men. The long plateau course of the mighty Congo has bred a race of river navigators, issuing from the riparian villages to attack the traveller in big flotillas of canoes ranging from 50 to 85 feet in length, the largest of them driven through the water by 80 paddlers and steered by 8 more paddles in the stern. But the Congo and lake boats are barred from the coast by a series of cataracts, which mark the passage of the drainage streams down the escarpment of the plateau. Retarded navigation. There are peoples without boats or rafts of any description. Among this class are the Central Australians, Bushmen, Hottentots, and Kafirs of arid South Africa, and with few exceptions also the Damaras. Even the coast members of these tribes only wade out into the shallow water on the beach to spearfish. The traveller moving northward from Cape Town through South Africa across its few scant rivers goes all the way to Ngami Lake before he sees anything resembling a canoe, and then only a rude dugout. Still greater is the number of people who, though inhabiting well-intended coasts, make little use of contact with the sea. Navigation, unknown to many Australian coast tribes, is limited to miserable rafts of mangrove branches on the northwest seaboard, and to imperfect bark canoes with the short paddles on the south. Only in the north, where Malayan influences are apparent, does a hollow tree stem without rigour appear. This retardation is not due to fear, because the South Australian native, like the Fuegian, ventures several miles out into sea in his frail canoe. It is due to that deep-seated inertia which characterizes all primitive races, and of which the remote outlying location of Peninsular South America, Southern Africa, and Australia, before the arrival of the Europeans, afforded no antidote to the former stimulating contact with other peoples. But the Irish, who started abreast from the other northern Celts in nautical efficiency, who had advantages of proximity to other shores, and in the early centuries of their history sailed to the faraway Faroes and even to Iceland, peopled southern Scotland by an oversea emigration, made piratical descents upon the English coast, and in turn received colonies of bold Scandinavian mariners, suffered an arrested development in navigation, and failed to become a seafaring folk. Regions of advanced navigation. Turning from these regions of merely rudimentary navigation, and inquiring where the highest efficiency in the art was attained before the spread of Mediterranean and European civilization, we find that this distinction belongs to the great island world of the Pacific and to the neighbouring lands of the Indian Ocean. Sailing vessels and outrigger boats of native design and construction characterize the whole sea-washed area of Indo-Malaysian civilization from Malacca to the outermost isles of the Pacific. The eastern rim of Asia also belongs to this whole domain of nautical efficiency, and the coast Indians of southern Alaska and British Columbia may possibly represent an eastern spur of the same, thrown out in very remote times and maintained by the advantageous geographic conditions of that indented mountainous coast. Adjoining this area on the north is the long-drawn Arctic seaboard of the Eskimo, who, unaided, have developed in their sealskin, kayak, and bidarka seagoing craft unsurpassed for the purposes of marine hunting and fishing, and who display a fearlessness and endurance born of long and enforced intimacy with the deep, driven by the frozen deserts of his home to seek his food chiefly in the water, the Eskimo nevertheless finds his access to the sea barred for long months of winter by the jagged ice pack along the shore. Geographic conditions in Polynesia. The highest degree of intimacy is developed in that vast island-strewn stretch of the Pacific constituting Oceanica. Here, where a mild climate enables the boatman race to make a companion of the deep, where every landscape is a seascape, where every diplomatic visit or war campaign, every trading journey or search for a new cocoa palm plantation means a voyage beyond the narrow confines of the home island, there dwells a race whose splendid chest and arm muscles were developed in the gymnasium of the sea, who, living on a paltry 515,000 square miles, 1,320,300 square kilometers of scattered fragments of land, but roaming over an ocean area of 25 million square miles, are not more at home in their palm-weathered islets than on the encompassing deep. Migrations, voluntary and involuntary, make up their history, their trained sense of locality enabling them to make voyages several hundred miles from home, have been mentioned by various explorers in Polynesia. The Marshall Islanders set down their geographical knowledge in maps, which are fairly correct as to bearings, but not as to distances. The Relic Islanders of this group make charts which include islands, routes, and currents. Captain Cook was impressed by the geographical knowledge of the people of the South Seas. A native Tahitian made for him a chart containing 24 islands, and gave an account of nearly 60 more. Information and directions supplied by natives have aided white explorers to make discoveries in these waters. Quiros, visiting the Duff Islands in 1606, learned the location of Tocopia, one of the New Hebrides group, 300 miles away. Not only the excellent seamanship and the related pelagic fishing of the Polynesians bear the stamp of their predominant water environment, their mythology, their conception of a future state, the germs of their astronomical science, all born of the sea. Though the people living on the uttermost boundaries of this island world are 6,000 miles or 10,000 kilometers apart, this might be expected to be differentiated by the isolation of their islanded habitats. Nevertheless, they all have the same fundamental characteristics of physique, language, and culture from Guam to Easter Isle, reflecting in their unity the oneness of the encompassing ocean over which they circulate. Mediterranean versus Atlantic seamanship. Midway between the semi-aquatic Polynesians and those Arctic tribes who are forced out upon the deep to struggle with it rather than associate with it, we find the inhabitants of the Mediterranean islands and peninsulas who are favoured by the mild climate and the tideless, fogless, stormless character of their sea. While such a body of water invites intimacy, it does not breed a hardy or bold race of navigators. It is a nursery, scarcely a training school. Therefore, except for the far-famed Dalmatian sailors, who for centuries have faced the storms sweeping down from the Dinaric Alps over the turbulent surface of the Adriatic, Mediterranean seamanship does not command general confidence on the high seas. Therefore, it is the German, English, and Dutch seamanship lines that are today the chief ocean carriers from Italian ports to East Africa, Asia, Australia, North and South America, despite the presence of native lines running from Genoa to Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and New York, just as it was the Atlantic states of Europe, and only these and all of these, except Germany, who trained to venture out into the fogs and storms of unmarked paths of the Mare Tenebrosum, participated in the early voyages to the Americas. One after the other they came, Norwegians, Spaniards, Portuguese, English, French, Dutch, Swedes, and Danes. The Anthropo-Geographical principle is not invalidated by the fact that Spain and England were guided in their initial transatlantic voyages by Italian navigators, like Columbus, Cabot, and Amerigo Vespucci. The long maritime experience of Italy and its commercial relations with the Orient, reaching back into ancient times, furnished abundant material for the researches and speculations of such practical theorists. But Italy's location fixed the shores of the Mediterranean as a natural horizon, narrowed her vision to its shorter radius. Her obvious interest in the preservation of the old routes to the Orient made her turn a deaf ear to the plans aiming to divert European commerce to transatlantic routes. Italy's entrance upon the high seas was therefore reluctant and late, retarded by the necessity of outgrowing the old circumscribed outlook of the enclosed basin, before adopting the wider vision of the open ocean. Venice and Genoa were crippled not only by the discovery of the sea route to India, but also by their adherence to old thalassic means and methods of navigation inadequate for the high seas. Moreover, these Mediterranean sea folk are being gradually drawn out of their seclusion, as if proved by the increase of Italian oceanic lines and the recent installation of an Hellenic steamship lying between Piraeus and New York. The geographic stages of maritime development. The size of a sea or ocean is a definite factor in its power to attract or repel maritime ventures, especially in the earlier stages of nautical development. A broken, indented coast means not only a longer and broader zone of contact between the inhabitants and the sea, it means also the breaking up of the adjacent expanse of water into so many alcoves in which fisherman, trader, and colonist may become at home, and prepare for the maritime ventures farther afield. The enclosed or marginal sea tempts earlier because it can be compassed by coastwide navigation, then by the proximity of its opposite shores and its usual generous equipment with islands. The next step to crosswise navigation is encouraged. For the earliest stages of maritime development, only the smaller articulations of the coast and the inshore fringe of the sea inlets count. This is shown in the primitive voyages of the Greeks before they had ventured into the Euxine or west of the forbidding Cape Malea, and into the inside passage navigation of the Indians of southern Alaska, British Columbia, and Chile, who have never stretched their nautical ventures beyond the outmost rocks of their scary walled coast. Influence of enclosed seas upon navigation. A second stage is reached when an enclosed basin is at hand to widen the maritime horizon, and when this larger field is exploited in all its commercial, colonial, and industrial possibilities, as was done by the Phoenicians and Greeks in the Mediterranean, the Hansa towns in the Baltic, the Dutch and English in the North Sea. The third and final stage is reached when the nursery of the inshore estuary or gulf and the elementary school of the enclosed basin are in turn outgrown, and the larger maritime spirit moves on to the open ocean for its field of operation. It is a significant fact that the Norse, bred to the water of their fords and channels behind the protecting skerry wall, then trained in the stormy basins of the North and Irish seas, were naturally the first people of Europe to cross the Atlantic, because the Atlantic of their shores, narrowing like all oceans and seas towards the north, assumes almost the character of an enclosed basin. The distance from Norway to Greenland is only 1,800 miles, little more than what that across the Arabian Sea between Africa and India. We trace therefore a certain analogy between the physical subdivisions of the world of water into inlet, marginal sea and ocean, and the anthropo-geographical gradations in maritime development. The enclosed or marginal sea seems a necessary condition for the advance beyond coastwise navigation and the much later step to the ocean. Continents without them, like Africa, except for its frontage upon the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, have shown no native initiative in maritime enterprise. Africa was further accursed by the mockery of desert coasts along most of her scant thalassic shores. In the Americas we find the native races compassing a wide maritime field only in the Arctic, where the fragmentary character of the continent breaks up the ocean into Hudson's Bay, Davies Strait, Baffin Bay, Gulf of Boothia, Melville Sound and Bering Sea, and in the American Mediterranean of the Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico. The excellent seamanship developed in the archipelagos of southern Alaska and Chile remains abortive for maritime expansion, despite a paucity of local resources and the spur of hunger, owing to the lack of a marginal sea. But in the Caribbean basin, the Arawaks and later the Caribs spread from the southern mainland as far as Cuba. See map page 101. Enclosed seas as areas of ethnic and cultural assimilation. Enclosed or marginal seas were historically the most important sections of the ocean prior to 1492, apart from the widening of the maritime horizon which they give to their bordering people. Each has the further advantage of constituting an area of close vicinal grouping and constant interchange of cultural achievements, by which the civilization of the whole basin tends to become elevated and unified. This unification frequently extends to race also, owing to the rapidity of maritime expansion and the tendency to ethnic amalgamation characteristic of all coast regions. We recognize the area of Mediterranean civilization from the Isthmus of Suez to the sacred promontory of Portugal, and in this area a long-held brunette Mediterranean race, clearly unified as to stock, despite local differentiations of culture, language, and nations in the various islands, peninsulas, and other segregated coastal regions of the sea. The basin appears therefore as an historical whole, for in it a certain group of peoples concentrated their common efforts, which crossed and crisscrossed from shore to shore. Phoenicia's trade ranged westward to the outer coast of Spain, and later Barcelona's maritime enterprises reached east to the Levant. Greece's commercial and colonial relations embraced the Crimea and the mouth of the Rhone, and Genoa's extended east of the Crimea Sea. The Saracens, on reaching the Mediterranean edge of the Arabian Peninsula, swept the southern coasts and islands, swung up the western rim of the basin to the foot of the Pyrenees, and taught the sluggish Spaniards the art of irrigation practiced on the garden slopes of Yemen. The ships of the Crusaders from Venice, Genoa, and Marseilles, anchored in the ports of Mohammedanized Syria, brought the symbol of the cross back to its birthplace in Jerusalem, and carried away with them countless suggestions from the finished industries of the East. Here was give and take, expansion and counter-expansion, conquest and expulsion, altogether making up a great sum of reciprocal relations embracing the whole basin, the outcome of that close geographical connection between every sharply defined sea establishes between the coast which it washes. North Sea and Baltic Basins. The same thing has come to pass in the North Sea. Originally Celtic on its western or British side, as opposed to its eastern or Germanic coast, it has been wholly Teutonized on that flank also from the Strait of Dover to the Firth of Tay, and sprinkled with Scandinavian settlers from the Firth of Tay northward to Caithness. The 11th century saw this ethnic unification achieved, and the end of the Middle Ages witnessed the diffusion of the elements of a common civilization through the agency of commerce from Bruges to Bergen. The Baltic, originally Teutonic only on its northern and western shores, has in historical times become almost wholly Teutonic, including even the seaboard of Finland and much of the coast provinces of Russia. Unification of civilization attended this unification of race. In its period of greatest historical significance from the 12th to the 17th century, the Baltic played the role of a northern Mediterranean. The countless shuttles of the Hanse ships wove a web of commercial intercourse between its remotest shores. Novgorod and Abo were in constant communication with Lübeck and Stralsund, and Wisby on the island of Gotland, at the great crossroads of the Baltic, and the focal significance of the Piraeus in ancient Aegean trade. Bering Sea. If we turn to Asia, we find that even the unfavourable Arctic location of Bering Sea has been unable to rob it entirely of historical significance. This is the one spot where a Native American race has transplanted itself by its natural expansion to Asiatic shores. The circular rim and island-dotted surface have guided Eskimo immigrants to the coast of the Chukchian Peninsula, where they have become partially assimilated in dress and language to the local Chukchias. The same conditions also facilitated the passage of a few Chukchas across the Bering Strait to the Alaskan side. At Pak, or Peak, on East Cape, on the Diomede Island, situated in the narrowest part of the Bering Strait, are the great intercontinental markets of the polar tribes. Here American furs have for many decades been exchanged for the reindeer skins of North Siberia and Russian goods from faraway Moscow. Only the enclosed character of the sea, reported by the Danish explorer Vitus Bering, tempted the land-bred Russians who reached the northeastern coast of Siberia at the middle of the 18th century to launch their leaky boats of unseasoned timber, push across the American continent, and make this whole Bering Basin a Russian sea. Just a few decades before, when land exploration of Kamchatka had revealed the enclosed character of the Sea of Okhotsk, the Russian pioneers took a straight course across the water to their Pacific outpost of Petropavlovsk, near the southern end of the peninsula. But even before the coming of the Slavs to its shores, the Sea of Okhotsk seems to have been an area of native commercial and ethnic intercourse from the Amur River in Siberia in a half-circle to the east, through Sakhalin, Yezhov, and the Kuril Islands in southern Kamchatka. Noticeably where the rim of the basin presented the scanty supply of land, and where, therefore, its meagre resources had to be eked out by fisheries and trade on the sea. Red Sea Basin. On the southwest margin of Asia, the Red Sea, despite its desert shores, has maintained the influence of its intercontinental location and linked the neighboring elements of Africa and Asia. Identity of climatic conditions on both sides of this long rift valley has facilitated ethnic exchanges and made it the center of what Ratzel calls the Red Sea group of peoples, related in race and culture. The great ethnic solvent here has been Semitic. Under the spur of Islam, the Arabs by 1514 had made the Red Sea an Arabian and Mohammedan sea. They had their towns or trading stations at Zila on the African side of the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, at Dalakoya, the port of Abyssinia, at Messoua, Suakin, and other towns, so that this coast too was called Arabia Felix. Assimilation facilitated by ethnic kinship. Vicinal location about an enclosed basin produces more rapidly a unification of race and culture, when some ethnic relationship and affinity already exists among the peoples inhabiting its shores. As in the ancient and medieval Mediterranean, so in the Yellow Sea of Asia, the working of this principle is apparent. The presence along its coasts of divergent but kindred peoples like the Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese allowed these to be easily assimilated to a Yellow Sea race and to absorb quickly any later infusion, like that of the Tatars and Manchus. China, by reason of its larger area, long-drawn coast, massive population, and early civilization, was a dominant factor in this basin. Korea and Japan were its cultural colonies, a fact that justifies a phrase calling China the Rome of the Far East. Historical Japan began on the island of Kuisui, facing the Yellow Sea. Like Korea, it derived its writing, its fantastic medical notions, its industrial methods, some features of its government administration in Buddhism and its religion of Confucius from the people about the lower Hoangul. 3 centuries ago, Japan had its colony on Korean soil at Fusan, the Calais of the East. For purposes of piracy and smuggling, Japanese penetrated far up the rivers of China. Korea has kept in touch with China by an active trade and diplomatic relations through the centuries. But today, China is going to school to Japan. Since Japan renounced her policy of seclusion in 1868, along with her antiquated form of government, and since Korea has been forced out of her hermit life, the potency of vicinal location around this enclosed sea has been suddenly restored. The enforced opening of the treaty ports of Japan, Korea, and China simply prepared the way for this basin to reassert its power to unite, and to unite now more closely and effectively than ever before, under the law of increasing territorial areas. The stimulus was first communicated to the basin from without, from the trading nations of the Occident and that newborn Orient rising from the sea on the California shores. Japan has responded most promptly and most actively to the overseas stimuli, just as England has, of all Europe, felt most strongly the reflex influences from transatlantic lands. The awakening of this basin has started, therefore, from its seaward rim. Its star has risen in the east. It is in the small countries of the world that such stars rise. The compressed energies of Japan, stirred by overseas contact and improved government at home, has overleaped the old barriers and are following the lines of slight resistance which this land-bound sea affords. Held by the bonds of geographical conditions and of race, she has begun to convert China and Korea into her cultural colonies. The onlooking world feels that the ultimate welfare of China and Korea can be best nurtured by Japan, which would thus pay its old debt to the Middle Kingdom. Chinese expansion seaward. Despite the fact that China's history has always been a decidedly inland character, that its political expansion has been landward, that it has practiced most extensively and successively internal colonization, and that its policy of exclusion has tended to deaden its outlook toward the Pacific. Nevertheless, China's direct intercourse with the West and its westward directed influence has never, in point of significance, being comparable with that toward the east and south. Here a succession of marginal seas offered easy water paths, dotted with way stations from the outermost rim in Japan, the Philippines, and remote Australia. About the South China Sea, the Gulf of Siam, the Sulu, Celebes, and Java Seas, and the coastal regions in the outlying islands have for centuries received Chinese goods and culture, and a blend of that obstinately assertive Chinese blood. The strength of these influences has decreased with every increase of distance from the indented coasts and teeming seafaring populations of South China, and with every decrease in race affinity. They have left only faint traces on the alien shores of faraway Australia. The divergent ethnic stock of the widespread Malay world has been little susceptible to these influences. They are therefore weak in the remoter islands, but clearly discernible on the coasts of the Philippines, Borneo, the nearer Sunda Islands, and the peninsula of Malacca, where the Chinese have had trading colonies for centuries. But in the eastern half of Farther India, which is grouped with China by land as well as by sea, the whole race stock is largely, if not purely, Mongolian. These influences are very marked, so that the whole continental rim of the South China Sea, from Formosa to the Isthmus of Malacca, is strongly assimilated in race and culture. Tonking, exposed to those modifying influences which characterize all land frontiers, as well as to coastwise intercourse, is in its people and civilization merely a transcript of China. The coast districts and islands of Annam are occupied by Chinese as far as the hills of Cambodia, and the name of Cochin China points to the origin of its predominant population. 1/6 the inhabitants of Siam are Chinese, some of whom have filtered through the northern border. Bangkok, the capital, has a large Chinese quarter. The whole economic life, and no small part of the intellectual life of the eastern race of Farther India south to Singapore, is centered on the activity of the Chinese. Importance of zonal and continental location. The historical significance of an enclosed sea basin depends upon zonal location and its position in relation to the surrounding lands. We observe a steady decrease of historical importance from south to north through the connected series of the Yellow, Japan, Okhotsk, Bering Seas, and the Arctic Basin, miscalled Ocean. The far northern location of the Baltic, with its long winters of icebound ports and its glaciated lands, retarded its inclusion in the field of history, curtailed its important historical period, and reduced the intensity of its historical life, despite the brave, eager activity of the Hanseatic League. The Mediterranean had the advantage not only of a more favourable zonal situation, but of a location at the meeting place of 3 continents and on the line of maritime traffic across the Eastern Hemisphere from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The lesser character of the Indian Ocean. These advantages it shares in some degree with the Indian Ocean, which, as Ratzel justly argues, is not a true ocean, but at best only half an ocean. Nor for the equator, where it is narrowed and enclosed like an inland sea, it loses the hydrospheric and atmospheric characteristics of a genuine ocean. Currents and winds are disorganized by the close-hugging lands. Here the steady northeast trade wind is replaced by the alternating air currents of the northeast and southwest monsoons, which, at a very early date, enabled merchant vessels to break away from their previous slow coastwise path and strike a straight course on their voyage between Arabia or the east coast of Africa and India. Moreover, this northern half of the Indian Ocean looks like a larger Mediterranean, with its southern coast removed. It has the same east and west series of peninsulas harbouring differentiated nationalities, the same northward running recesses, but all on a larger scale. It has linked together the history of Asia and Africa, and by the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, it has drawn Europe and the Mediterranean into its sphere of influence. At the western corner of the Indian Ocean, a Semitic people, the Arabs of Oman and Yemen, here first developed brilliant maritime activity like the Phoenician and kinsmen of the Lebanon seaboard. Similar geographic conditions in their homelands and nearly similar intercontinental location combined to make them the middlemen of the 3 continents. Just as the Phoenicians, by way of the Mediterranean, reached and roused slumberous North Africa into historical activity and became the median for the distribution of Egypt's culture, so these Semites of the Arabian shores knocked at the long closed doors of East Africa, facing on the Indian basin, and drew this region into the history of southern Asia. Thus the Africa of the enclosed seas was awakened to some measure of historical life, while the Africa and the wide Atlantic slept on. The sea route to the Orient. From the dawn of history, the northern Indian Ocean was a thoroughfare. Alexander the Great's rediscovery of the old sea route to the Orient sounds like a modern event in relation to the grey ages behind it. Along this thoroughfare, Indian colonists, traders and priests carried the elements of Indian civilization to the easternmost Sunda Isles, and Oriental wares, sciences and religions moved westward to the margin of Europe and Africa. The Indian Ocean produced a civilization of its own, with which it coloured a vast semicircle of land reaching from Java to Abyssinia, and more faintly, owing to the wider divergence of race, the further stretch from Abyssinia to Mozambique. Thus the northern Indian Ocean, owing to its form, its location in the angle between Asia and Africa, and the latitude where, round the whole earth, the zone of greatest historical density begins, and especially its location just southeast of the Mediterranean, as the eastern extension of that maritime track of ancient and modern times between Europe and China, has been involved in a long series of historical events. From the historical standpoint, prior to 1492, it takes a far higher place than the Atlantic and Pacific, owing to its nature as an enclosed sea. But like all such basins, this northern Indian Ocean attained its zenith of historical importance in early times. In the 16th century it suffered a partial eclipse, which passed only with the opening of the Suez Canal. During this interval, however, the Portuguese, Dutch and English had rounded the Cape of Good Hope and entered this basin on its open or oceanic side. By their trading stations, which soon traced the outlines of its coast from Sofala in South Africa around to Java, they made this ocean an alcove of the Atlantic, and embodied its events in the Atlantic period of history. It is this open or oceanic side which differentiates the Indian Ocean physically, and therefore historically, from a genuine enclosed sea. Limitations of small area in enclosed seas. The limitation of every enclosed or marginal sea lies in its small area, and in the relatively restricted circle of its bordering lands. Only small peninsulas and islands can break its surface, and short stretches of coast combine to form its shores. It affords, therefore, only limited territories as goals for expansion, restricted resources and populations to furnish the supply and demand of trade. What lands could the Mediterranean present to the colonial outlook of the Greeks comparable to the North America of the expanding English or the Brazil of the Portuguese? Yet the Mediterranean as a colonial field has great advantages in point of size over the Baltic, which is only 1/6 as large, 2,509,500 and 431,000 square kilometers respectively, and especially of the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, whose effective areas were greatly reduced by the aridity of their surrounding lands. But the process of development and early cessation of growth marking all Mediterranean national life have given to this basin a variegated history, and in every period and every geographical region of it, from ancient Phoenicia to modern Spain and Italy, the early exhaustion of resources and dwarfing of political ideals which characterize most small areas become increasingly conspicuous. The history of Sweden, Denmark, and the Hanse towns in the Baltic tells the same story. The story of a hothouse plant, forced in germination and growth, then stifled in the close air. Successive maritime periods in history. Growth demands space. Therefore, the progress of history has been attended by an advance from smaller to larger marine areas, with a constant increase in those manifold relations between peoples and lands which the water is able to establish. Every great epoch of history has had its own sea, and every succeeding epoch has enlarged its maritime field. The Greek had the Aegean, the Roman the whole Mediterranean, which the Middle Ages made an addition in the North Sea and Baltic. The modern period has had the Atlantic, and the 20th century is now entering upon the final epoch of the world ocean. The gradual inclusion of this world ocean in the widespread scope of history has been due to the expansion of European peoples, who the past 20 centuries have been the most far-reaching agents in the making of universal history. Owing to the location and structure of their continent, they have always found a larger outlet in a western sea. In the south, the field widened from the Phoenician Sea to the Aegean, then to the Mediterranean, onto the Atlantic, and across it to the western shores. In the north, it moved from the quiet Baltic to the tide-swept North Sea and across the North Atlantic. Only the South Atlantic brought European ships to the great world highway of the South Seas, and gave them the choice of an eastern or western route to the Pacific. Every new voyage in the age of discovery expanded the historical horizon, and every improvement in the technique of navigation has helped to eliminate distance and reduced intercourse on the world ocean to the time scale of the ancient Mediterranean. It would be a mistake, however, to suppose that the large oceanic horizon has meant a corresponding increase in the relative content and importance of history for the known world of each period. Such an intense, concentrated national life as occurred in those little Mediterranean countries in ancient times is not duplicated now, unless we find a parallel in Japan's recent career in the Yellow Sea basin. There was something as cosmic in the colonial ventures of the Greeks to the wind-swept shores of the Crimea or barbarous wilds of Massilia, as in the establishment of English settlements on the brimming rivers of Virginia or the torrid coasts of Malacca. Alexander's conquest of the Asiatic rim of the Mediterranean and Rome's political unification of the basin had a significance for ancient times comparable with the Russification of northern Asia and the establishment of the British Empire for our day. The ocean has always performed one function in the evolution of history. It has provided the outlet for the exercise of redundant national powers. The abundance of opportunity which it presents to these disengaged energies depends upon the size, location, and other geographic conditions of the bordering lands. These opportunities are limited in an enclosed basin, larger in the oceans, and largest in the northern halves of the ocean, owing to the widening of all land masses towards the north and the consequent contraction of the oceans and seas in the same latitudes. Contrasted historical roles of northern and southern hemispheres. A result of this grouping is the abundance of land in the northern hemisphere and the vast predominance of water in the southern, by reason of which these two hemispheres have each assumed a distinctive role in history. The northern hemisphere offers the largest advantages for the habitation of man, and significantly enough, contains a population 5 times that of the southern hemisphere. The latter, on the other hand, with its vast unbroken water areas, has been the great oceanic highway for circummundane exploration and trade. This great water girdle of the South Seas had to be discovered before the spherical form of the earth could be proven. In the wide territory of the northern hemisphere, civilization has experienced an uninterrupted development. First in the Old World, because it offered in its large area north of the equator the fundamental conditions for rapid evolution. Then it was transplanted with greatest success to North America. The northern hemisphere contains, therefore, the zone of greatest historical density, from which the track of the South Seas is inconveniently remote. Hence we find in recent decades a reversion to the old east-west path along the southern rim of Eurasia, now perfected by the Suez Canal, and to be extended in the near future around the world by the union of the Pacific with the Caribbean Sea at Panama, so that finally the northern hemisphere will have its own circummundane waterway along the line of greatest intercontinental intercourse. Size of the oceans. The size of the ocean as a whole is so enormous, and yet its various subdivisions are so uniform in their physical aspect, that their differences of size produce less conspicuous historical effects than their diversity of area would lead them to expect. A voyage across the 177,000 square miles, 453,500 square kilometers, of the Black Sea does not differ materially from one across the 979,000 square miles, 2,509,500 square kilometers, of the Mediterranean, or a voyage across the 213,000 square miles, 547,600 square kilometers, of the North Sea from one across the 300-fold larger area of the Pacific. The ocean does not, like the land, wear upon its surface the evidences and effect of its size. It wraps itself in the same garment of blue waves or sullen swell wherever it appears, but the outward cloak of the land varies from zone to zone. The significant anthropo-geographical influence of the size of the oceans, as opposed to that of the smaller seas, comes from the larger circle of lands which the former open to maritime enterprise. For primitive navigation, when the sailor crept from headland to headland and from island to island, the small enclosed basin with its close-hugging shores did indeed offer the best conditions. Today, only the greatest tonnage of ocean-going vessels may reflect in some degree the vast areas they traverse between continent and continent. Coasting craft and ships designed for local traffic in enclosed seas are in general smaller, as in the Baltic, though the enormous commerce of the Great Lakes, which constitute, in effect, an inland sea, demands immense vessels. Neutrality of the seas, its evolution. The vast size of the oceans has been the basis of their neutrality. The neutrality of the seas is a recent idea in political history. The principle arose in connection with the oceans, and from them was extended to the smaller basins, which previously tended to be regarded as private political domains. Their limited area, which enabled them to be compassed, enabled them also to be appropriated, controlled, and policed. The Greek excluded the Phoenician from the Aegean and made it an Hellenic sea. Carthage and Tarentum tried to draw the dead line for Roman merchantmen at the Lecinian Cape, the doorway into the Ionian Sea, and thereby involved themselves in the famous Punic Wars. The whole Mediterranean became a Roman sea, the Mare Nostrum. Pompey's fleet was able to police it effectively and to exterminate the pirates in a few months, as Cicero tells us in his oration for the Manilian Law. Venice, by the conquest of the Dalmatian pirates in 991, prepared to make herself dominatrix Adriatici Maris, as she was later called. By the 13th century she had secured full command of the seas, spoke of it as the Gulf, in a desire to stamp out as a mere Clossum, maintained in it a powerful patrol fleet under a captain in Golfo, whose duty it was to police the sea for pirates and to seize all ships laden with contraband goods. She claimed and enforced the right of search of foreign vessels, and compelled them to discharge 2/3 of their cargo at Venice, which thus became the clearing-house of the whole Adriatic. She even appealed to the Pope for confirmation of her dominion over the sea. Sweden and Denmark strove for a dominion maris Baltici, but the Hanse towns in northern Germany secured the maritime supremacy in the basin, kept a toll gate at its entrance, and levied toll or excluded merchant ships at their pleasure, a right which, after the fall of the Hanseatic power, was assumed by Denmark and maintained till 1857. The narrow seas, over which England claimed sovereignty from 1299 to 1805, and which she extracted a salute from every foreign vessel, included the North Sea as far as Stadland Cape in Norway, the English Channel, and the Bay of Biscay down to Cape Finisterre in northern Champagne. At the beginning of the 16th century, the Indian Ocean was a Portuguese sea. Spain was trying to monopolize the Caribbean and even the Pacific Ocean, but the immense areas of these pelagic fields of enterprise, and the rapid intrusion into them of other colonial powers, soon rendered obsolete in practice the principle of the mare clausum, and introduced that of the mare liberum. The political theory of the freedom of the seas seems to have needed vigorous support even toward the end of the 17th century. At this time we find writers like Salmasius and Hugo Grotius invoking it in combat Portuguese monopoly of the Indian Ocean as a mare clausum. Grotius, in a lengthy dissertation, upholds the thesis that jure dentium guaebusvius et quisvius liberum esse navigationem, and supports it by an elaborate argument and quotations from the ancient poets, philosophers, orators, and historians. This principle was not finally acknowledged by England as applicable to the narrow seas till 1805. Now, by international agreement, political domain extends only to one maritime league from shore or within cannon range. The rest of the vast water area remains the unobstructed highway of the world. End of section 14. Section 15 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Man's Relation to the Water. Despite the extensive use which man makes of the water highways of the world, there remain to him highways, places for his passing and repassing, not for his abiding. Essentially a terrestrial animal, he makes his sojourn upon the deep only temporary, even when, as a fisherman, he is kept upon the sea for months during the long season of the catch, or when, as a whaler, year-long voyages are necessitated by the remoteness and expanse of his field of operations. Yet even this rule has its exceptions. The Morobajan are sea gypsies of the southern Philippines, and the Sulu archipelago, of whom Kenneth says, "Their home is in their boats from the cradle to the grave, and they know no art but that of fishing." Subsisting almost exclusively on seafood, they wander about from shore to shore, one family to a boat, in little fleets of half a dozen sail. Every floating community has its own headman called the Captain Bajan, who embodies all their slender political organization. When occasionally they abandon their rude boats for a time, they do not abandon the sea, but raise their huts on piles above the water on some shelving beach. Like the ancient lake dwellers of Switzerland and Italy, only in depth do they acknowledge their ultimate connection with the solid land. They never bury their dead at sea, but always on a particular island, to which the funeral cordage of rude outrigged boats moves to the music of the paddle's dip. Protection of a water frontier. The margin of river, lake, and sea has always attracted the first settlements of man because it offered a ready food supply in its animal life and an easy highway for communication. Moreover, a waterfront made a comparatively safer frontier for the small, isolated communities which constitute primitive societies. The motive of protection, dominant in the savage when selecting sites for his villages, led him to place them on the pear-shaped peninsula formed by a river loop, or on an island in the stream, or off the coast, or to sever his connection with the solid land whence attack might come, and provide himself with a boundary waste of water by raising his hut on piles above the surface of lake, river, or sheltered sea coast. Within easy reach of the shore, in this location, the occupant of the pile dwelling has found all his needs answered. Fishing grounds beneath and about his hut, fields of a few hundred feet away on shore, easily reached by his dugout canoe, and a place of retreat from a land enemy, whether man or wild beast. Ancient pile villages. Such pile dwellings, answering the primary need of protection, have had wide distribution, especially in the tropics, and persist onto our own times among retarded peoples living in small, isolated groups too weak for effective defense. They were numerous in the lakes of Switzerland and northern Italy down to the 1st century of our era, and existed later in slightly modified form in Ireland, Scotland, England, and southern Wales. In ancient Ireland, they were constructed on artificial islands, raised in shallow spots of lakes or morasses by means of fascines and weighed down with gravel and clay, and moored to the bottom by stakes driven through the mass. Such groups of dwellings were called crannogs. They existed in Ireland from the earliest historical period and continued in use down to the time of Queen Elizabeth. In the turbulent 12th century, the warring lords of the soil adopted them as a place of refuge and residence. Herodotus describes a pile village of the ancient Thracians in Lake Prasias, near the Hellespont, built quite after the Swiss type, with trapdoors in the floor for fishing or throwing out refuse. Its inhabitants escaped conquest by the Persians under King Darius, and avoided the fate of their fellow tribesmen on land, who were subdued and removed as colonists to Asia. Present distribution. Among Europeans, such pile villages belong to primitive stages of development, chiefly to the Stone, Bronze, and early Iron Ages. They are widely distributed in modern times among retarded peoples, who in this way seek compensation for their social and economic weakness. In South America, the small timid tribe of the native Juarez till quite recently built their dwellings on platforms over the water in the river network of the Orinoco Delta and along the swamp coast as far as the Essequibo. These pile villages, fondata sopra l'acqua com Venezia, as Vespucius says, suggest to him the name of Venezuela or Little Venice for this coast. A pile village in Jal Lake, a lacustrine expansion in a tributary of the upper Salween River, is inhabited by the Inthas, apparently an alien colony in Burma. They have added a detail in their floating gardens, rafts covered with soil, on which they raise tomatoes, watermelons, and gourds. In Little Lake Moria, located near the upper Lualaba River, a southern headstream of the Congo, Cameroon found numerous pile dwellings, whose owners moved about in dugout canoes and cultivated fields on land, as did their Swiss confrères of 20 centuries ago. Livingstone, in descending from the Lake Nyassa by the Shire River, found in the lakelet of Palalumba, into which the stream widened, similar water huts inhabited by a number of Managanja families who had been driven from their homes by slave raiders. The slender reeds of the papyrus thicket lining the shore in a broad band served as piles, number compensating for the lack of strength. The reeds, bent downwards and fastened together into a mat, did indeed support their light dwellings, but heaved like thin ice when the savages moved from hut to hut. The dense forest of papyrus left standing between village and shore effectively screened their retreat, and the abundant fish in the lake provided them with food. Malayan pile dwellings. In the vast island world of Indonesia, where constant contact with the sea has bred the amphibian Malay race, we are not surprised to find that the typical Malay house is built on piles above the water, and that when the coast Malay is driven inland by newcomers of his own stock and forced to abandon his favourite occupations of trade, piracy and fishing, he takes to agriculture but still retains his sea-borne architecture and raises his hut on poles above the ground, beyond the reach of an enemy's spear thrust. The Moro Samao Lot of the southern Sulu archipelago avoid the large volcanic islands of the group and place their big villages over the sea on low coral reefs. The sandy beaches of the shore hold their cocoa palms, whose nuts by their milk eke out the scanty supply of drinking water and whose fronds shade the tombs of the dead. The seafaring Malays of the Sunda Islands, in thickly populated points of the coast, often dwell in permanently inhabited rafts, moored near the pile dwellings. Palembang, or the lower swampy course of the river Musi, has a floating suburb of this sort. It is called the Venice of Sumatra, just as Banjarmasin, a vast complex of pile and raft dwellings, is called the Venice of Borneo. And Brunei, to the north, is the Venice of the East. Both of these towns are the chief commercial centres of their respective islands. The little town of Kilwaru, situated on a sandbank off the eastern end of Saram, seems to float on the sea, so completely has it surrounded and enveloped with pile-built houses the few areas of dry land which form its nucleus. It is a place of busy traffic, the emporium for commerce between the Malay archipelago and New Guinea. In Melanesia. Further east in Melanesia, whose coast regions are more or less permeated by Malayan stock and influences, pile dwellings both over water and land form a characteristic feature of the scenery. The village of Sowak in Gilvink Bay, on the northern coast of Dutch New Guinea, consists of 30 houses raised on piles above the water, connected with each other by tree trunks, but having only boat connection with the shore. Similar villages are found hovering over the lapping waves of Humboldt Bay, all of them recalling with surprising fidelity the prehistoric lake dwellings of Switzerland. The Papuan part of Port Moresby on the southern coast of British New Guinea covers the whole waterfront of the town with pile dwellings. In the vicinity are similar native pile villages, such as Tanobada, Hanobada, Elevara, and Hula, the latter consisting of pile dwellings scattered about over the water in a circuit of several miles and containing about 1,000 inhabitants. Here too the motive is protection against the attacks of inland mountain tribes, with whom the coast people are in constant war. The Malay fisherman, trader and pirate, with a love of the sea in his blood, by these pile dwellings combines security from his foe and proximity to his familiar field of activity. The same objects are achieved by white traders on the west coast of Africa by setting up their dwellings and warehouses on the old hulks of dismantled vessels, which are anchored for this purpose in the river mouths. They afford some protection against both fever and hostile native, and at the same time occupy the natural focus of local trade seeking foreign exchanges. River dwellers and populous lands. When advancing civilization has eliminated the need for this form of protection, water dwellers may survive or reappear in old and relatively overpopulated countries, as we find them universally on the rivers of China and less often in farther India. Here they present the phenomenon of human life overflowing from the land to the streams of the country, because these, as highways of commerce, afford a means of livelihood, even apart from the food supply in their fish, and offer an unclaimed bit of the earth's surface for a floating home. Canton has 250,000 inhabitants, living on boats and rafts moored in the river, and finding occupation in the vast inland navigation of the empire, or in the trade which it brings to this port of the Sea Kiang. Some of the boats accommodate large families, together with modest poultry farms crowded together under their low bamboo sheds. Others are handsome wooden residences ornamented with plants, and yet others are pleasure resorts with their professional singing girls. In the lakes and swamp-bordered rivers of southern Shantung, a considerable fishing population is found living in boats, while the land shows few inhabitants. This population enjoys freedom from taxation and unrestricted use of the rivers and fisheries. To vary their scant and monotonous diet, they construct floating gardens and rafts of bamboo covered with earth, on which they plant onions and garlic, and which they tow behind their boats. They also raise hundreds of ducks, which are trained to go into the water to feed and return at a signal, thus expanding the resources of the river life. Bangkok has all its business district afloat in the Menam River: shops, lumberyards, eating houses, and merchants' dwellings. Even the street vendor's cart is a small boat, paddled in and out among the larger junks. A far more modern type of river dwellers is found in the shantyboat people of the western rivers of the United States. They are the gypsies of our streams, nomads who float downstream with the current, tying up at intervals along the bank of some wooded island or city waterfront, then paying a tug to draw their houseboat upstream. The river furnishes them with fish for their table and driftwood for their cooking stove, and above all is the highway for the gratification of their nomad instincts. There is no question here of trade and overpopulation. Reclamation of land from the sea. Pole dwellings and houseboats are a paltry form of encroachment upon the water in comparison with that extensive reclamation of river swamps and coastal marshes, which in certain parts of the world has so increased the area available for human habitation. The water, which is a necessity to man, may become his enemy unless it is controlled. The alluvium which a river deposits in its floodplain, whether in some flat stretch of its middle course or near the retarding level of the sea, attracts settlement because of its fertility and proximity to a natural highway, but it must be protected by dikes against the very element which created it. Such deposits are most extensive on low coasts at or near the river's mouth, just where the junction of an inland and oceanic waterway offers the best conditions for commerce. Here then is a location destined to attract and support a large population, for which place can be made only by steady encroachment upon the water of both river and sea. Diking is necessitated not only by the demand for more land for the growing population, but also by the constant silting up of the drainage outfalls, which increase the danger of inundation, while at the same time contributing to the upbuilding of the land. Conditions here institute an incessant struggle between man and nature, but the rewards of victory are too great to count the coast. The construction of sea walls, embankment of rivers, reclamation of marshes, the cutting of canals for drains and passways in a water-soaked land, the conversion of lakes into meadow, the rectification of tortuous streams for the greater economy of this silt-made soil, altogether constitute the greatest geographical transformation that man has brought about on the earth's surface. The struggle with water. Though the North Sea lowland of Europe has suffered from the serious encroachment of the sea from the 13th to the 16th century, when the Zuider Zee, the Dollard, and the Jade Bay were formed, nevertheless, the counter-encroachment of the land upon the water, accomplished through the energy and intelligence of the inhabitants, has more than made good the loss. Between the Elbe and Scheldt, more than 2,000 square miles, 5,000 square kilometers, have been reclaimed from river and sea in the past 300 years. Holland's success in draining her large inland waters, like the Haarlemmeer, 70 square miles or 180 square kilometers, and the Lake of Ige, has inspired an attempt to recover 800 square miles, 2,050 square kilometers, of fertile soil from the borders of the Zuider Zee and reduce that basin to nearly one-third of its present size. 1/4 of the Netherlands lies below the average of high tides, and in 1844 necessitated 9,000 windmills to pump the wastewater into the drainage canals. The Netherlands, with all its external features of man's war against the water, has its smaller counterpart in the 1,200 square miles of reclaimed soil about the head of the Wash, which constitute the Fenland of England. Here too are successive lines of sea wall, the earliest of them attributed to the Romans, straightened and embanked rivers, drainage canals, windmills and steam pumps, dikes serving as roads, lines of willows and low moist pastures dotted with grazing cattle. No feature of the Netherlands is omitted. The low southern part of Lincolnshire is even called Holland. The Dutch prisoners of a naval battle of 1652 were employed there on the work of reclamation, which was begun on a large scale about this time. In the medieval period, the increase of population necessitated measures to improve the drainage and extend the acreage, but there was little cooperation among the landowners, and the maintenance of river dikes and sea walls was neglected, till a succession of disasters from flooding streams and invading tides in the 13th and 14th centuries led to severe measures against defaulters. One culprit was placed alive in a breach which his own neglect or criminal cutting had caused, and was built in, by way of educating the Fenlanders to a sense of common responsibility. The fight against the water on the coast begins later than that against rivers and swamps in the interior of the land. It demands greater enterprise and courage because it combats two enemies instead of one, but its rewards are correspondingly greater. The Netherlands, by their struggle, have acquired not only territory for an additional 500,000 population, but have secured to themselves a strategic position in the maritime trade of the world. Mound villages in river floodplains. The abundant fertility of river floodplains inevitably attracts population and necessitates some kind of artificial protection against inundation. The most primitive form of this protection is obvious and widespread, restricted in neither locality nor race. When the flood season converts the flat plain of the White Nile below Gondokoro, 7 degrees north latitude, into an extensive marsh, countless hills of the white ant emerge over the waters. During the day season, the ants build up their hills to about 10 feet, and then live in the safety of the upper section during the flood. They greatly surpass in intelligence and constructive ability the human occupants of the valley, the low enriched Kach tribe of the Dinka Negroes, who, like the ants, are attracted by the natural vegetation of the floodplain, and who use the ant hills as refuge stations for themselves and their cattle during the flood. Elsewhere in Africa, the natives are more intelligent, for floodplain villages built on artificial mounds have existed from the earliest times. Diodorus Siculus tells us that those of ancient Egypt, where the Nile was high, looked like the Cyclades Islands. Similar ones are constructed by the Barotse tribe on the upper Zambezi. The Niger River in the Futa Jalon and Kong Mountains, which form a region of heavy rainfall from February to July, inundate a plain of several thousand square miles for a distance of 250 miles above Timbuktu. Here again the villages of the agricultural Songhai duplicate those of Egypt, built on the same clay mounds, wreathed in the same feathery palms, and communicating with one another only by small boats. The same picture is presented by the Yangtze-Kiang Plain during the summer overflow, low artificial hills rising from the expanse of muddy water and topped with trees and villages, while sampans moored to their base show the means of communication. In the broad floodplain of the lower Mississippi River, the chronicles of the De Soto expedition state that the Indian villages stood on mounds made by art. The Yazoo River Indians, at the commencement of the 18th century, had their cabins dispersed over the low deltaic land on earthen mounds made by their own hands. There is also strong evidence that some of the works of the mound builders in the bottoms of the middle and lower Mississippi served as protection sites for the dwellings of their chiefs. Diking of rivers. Such meagre provisions against inundation suffice for the sparse population characterizing the lowest stages of civilization, but they must be supplemented for the increasing density of higher stages by the embankment of the stream, to protect also the adjacent fields. Hence the process of confining rivers within dikes goes back into grey antiquity. Those of the Po and its tributaries were begun before the political history of the Lombardy plains commenced. Strabo mentions the canals and dikes of Venetia, whereby a part of the country was drained and rendered tillable. The main Po had been embarked for centuries as far up as Cremona, a distance of 600 miles from the Adige to Verona. But the most gigantic dike system in the world is that of the Hoangol, by which a territory the size of England is won from the water for cultivation. The cost of protecting the far-spread crops against the autumn floods has been a large annual expenditure and unceasing watchfulness, and this the Chinese have paid for 2,000 years, but have not always purchased immunity. Year by year the Yellow River mounts higher and higher on its silted bed above the surrounding lowlands, increasing the strain on the banks and the area of destruction when its fury is uncaged. The flood of 1887 covered an area estimated at 50,000 square miles, wiped out of existence 1 million people, and left a greater number a prey to famine. So the fertile Chengdu plain of the Min River, supporting 4 million people on its 2,500 square miles of area, owes its prosperity to the embanking and irrigating works of the engineer heroes Li Piang and his son, who lived before the Christian era. On the temple in their honor in the city of Quanxian, as Li Piang's motto, incised in gold, "Dig the bed deep, keep the banks low." For 21 centuries these instructions have been carried out. The stone dikes are kept low to permit a judicious amount of flooding for fertilization, and every year 5 to 6 feet of silts are removed from the artificial channel of the Min. To this work the whole population of the Chengdu Plain contributes. See map, page 8. Social gain by control of the water. In such organized struggles to reduce the domain of the water and extend that to the dry land, the material gain is not all. More significant by far is the power to cooperate that is developed in a people by a prolonged war against overwhelming sea or river. A common natural danger, constantly and even regularly recurring, necessitates for its resistance a strong and sustained union that draws men out of the barren individualism of a primitive people and forces them without halt along the path of civilization. It brings a realizing sense of the superiority of common interests over individual preferences, strengthens the national bond, and encourages voluntary subservience to law. This is a social or political gain, but this is not all. The danger emanating from natural phenomena has its discoverable laws, and therefore leads to a first empirical study of winds, currents, seasonal rainfall, and the whole science of hydraulics. With deep national insight, the Greeks embodied in their mythology the story of Perseus and his destruction of the sea monster who ravaged the coast, and Hercules' killing of the many-headed serpent who issued from the Lemnian marshes to lay waste the country of Argos. Even so, earlier writer Strabo states that, yet earlier, authorities interpreted Hercules' victory over the river god of the Achelous as the embankment of that stream and the draining of its inundated delta tracked by the national benefactor. So the Chinese, whose land abounds in swamps and devastating rivers, have a long list of engineer heroes who embarked and drained for the salvation and benefit of mankind. It is highly probably that the communal work involved in the construction of dikes canals for the control of the Huanghe floods cemented the Chinese nationally over that vast lowland plain and supplied the case of force that developed here, at a very remote period, a regularly organized state and an advancing civilization. Control of water as factor in early civilizations of arid lands. The history of Egypt shows a similar effect of the yearly inundation of the Nile Valley. Here, as in all rainless countries where irrigation must be practiced, the water becomes a potent factor of political union and civilization. Its scarcity necessitates common effort in the construction and maintenance of irrigation works, and a central control to secure a fair distribution of water to the fields of the inhabitants. A stimulus to progress is found in the presence of a problem, perennial as the yearly threatenings of the Huanghe, which demands the application of human intelligence and concerted labor for its solution. Additional arable land for the growing population can be secured only by the wider distribution of the fructifying water. This in turn depends upon corporate effort wisely directed and ably controlled. Every lapse in governmental efficiency means an encroachment of the desert upon the alluvial fields and finally to the river bank, as today in Mesopotamia. The fact that the earliest civilizations have originated in the subtropical rainless districts of the world has been ascribed solely to the regular and abundant returns to tillage under irrigation, as opposed to the uncertain crops under variable meteorological conditions, to the consequent accumulation of wealth, and the emancipation of man for other and higher activities, which follows his escape from the agricultural vicissitudes of an uncertain climate. When Draper says civilization depends on climate and agriculture, and the civilization of Egypt depended for its commencement on the sameness and stability of the African climate. And again, agriculture is certain in Egypt, and there man first became civilized. He seizes upon the conspicuous fact of a stable food supply as a basis of progress, failing to detect those potent underlying social effects of the inundations, social and political union to secure the most effective distribution of the Nile's blessings, and to augment by human devices the area accessible to them, the development of an intelligent water economy, which ultimately produced a long series of intellectual achievements. Cultural areas in primitive America. This unifying and stimulating national task of utilizing and controlling the water was the same task which in various forms promoted the early civilization of the Huanghe and Yangtze basins, India, Mesopotamia, Persia, Peru, Mexico, and that impressive region of prehistoric irrigation canals found in the Salt, Gila River, and Upper Rio Grande valleys. Here the arid plateaus of the Cordilleras between the Pueblo district and Central America had no forests in which game might be found, so that the Indian hunter had to turn to agriculture and a sedentary life beside his narrow irrigated fields. Here native civilization reached its highest grade in North America. Here desert agriculture achieved something more than a reliable food supply. It laid the foundation of the first steady integration of wandering Indian hordes into a stable, permanently organized society. Elsewhere, throughout the North American continent, we see only shifting groups of hunter and fisher folk, practicing here and there a half-nomadic agriculture to supplement the chase. The primitive American civilization that arose among the Pueblo Indians of New Mexico and Arizona, the only strictly sedentary tribes relying exclusively on agriculture north of the Mexican Plateau, was primarily a result of the pressure put upon these people by a restricted water supply. Though chiefly offshoots of the wild Indians of the northern plains, they have been markedly differentiated from their wandering Shoshone and Kiowa kindred by local environment. Scarcity of water in those arid highlands and paucity of arable land forced them to a carefully organized community life, made them invest their labor in irrigation ditches, terrace gardens, and walled orchards, whereby they were as firmly rooted in their scant but fertile fields as were their cotton plants and melon vines, while the towering mesas protected their homes against marauding Ute, Navajo, and Apache. This thread of a deep underlying connection between civilization and the control of water can be traced through all prehistoric America, as well as through the earliest cultural achievements in North America and Asia. Economy of the water fisheries. The economy of the water is not confined to its artificial distribution over arid fields, but includes also the exploitation of the mineral and animal resources of the vast world of waters, whether in production of salt from the sea, salt lakes, and brine springs, the cultivation of oyster beds, or the whole range of pelagic fisheries. The animal life of the water is important to man, owing not only to its great abundance, but also to its distribution over the coldest regions of the globe. It furnishes the chief food supply of polar and subpolar peoples, and therefore is accountable for the far northern expansion of the habitable world. Even the reindeer tribes of the Arctic Eurasia could hardly subsist without the sea food they get by barter from the fishermen of the coast. Norway, where civilization has achieved its utmost in exploiting the limited means of subsistence, shows a steady increase from south to north in the proportion of the population dependent upon the harvest of the deep. Thus the fisheries engross 44% of the rural population in Nordland province, which is bisected by the Arctic Circle, over 50% in Tromsø, and about 70% in Finnmarken. If the towns also be included, the percentages rise, because here fisheries interests are especially prominent. Proximity to the generous larder of the ocean has determined the selection of village sites, as we have seen among the coast Indians of British Columbia and southern Alaska, among all the Eskimo and numerous other peoples of the Arctic lands. See map, page 153. Fisheries as factors in maritime expansion. Not only in polar but also in temperate regions, the presence of abundant fishing grounds draws the people of the nearest coast to their wholesale exploitation, especially if the land resources are scant. Fisheries then become the starting point or permanent basis of a subsequent wide maritime development by expanding the geographical horizon. It was the search for the purple-yielding murex that first familiarized the Phoenicians with the commercial and colonial possibilities of the eastern Mediterranean coasts. The royal dye of this marine product has, through all the ages, seemed to colour with sumptuous magnificence the sordid dealings of those Tyrian traders, and constituted them an aristocracy of merchants. The shoals of tunny fish, arriving every spring in the Bosphorus from the north, drew the early Greeks and Phoenicians after them into the cold, misty Euxine, and furnished the original impulse to both these peoples for the establishment of fishing and trading stations on its uncongenial shores. To the fisheries of the Baltic, and especially to the summer catch of the migratory herring, which in vast numbers visited the shores of Pomerania and southern Sweden to spawn, the Hanse towns of Germany owed much of their prosperity. Salt herring, even in the 12th century, was the chief single article of their exchanges with Catholic Europe, which made a strong demand for the fish owing to the numerous fast days. When in 1425, by one of those unexplained vagaries of animal life, the herring abandoned the Baltic and selected the North Sea for its summer destination, a new support was given to the wealth of the Netherlands. There is a considerable amount of truth in the saying that Amsterdam was built on herrings. New England, with an unproductive soil at home, but nearby in the sea a long line of piscine feeding grounds in the submarine banks stretching from Cape Cod to Cape Race and beyond, found her fisheries the starting point and base of her long round of exchanges, a constant factor in her commercial and industrial evolution. Fisheries as nurseries of seamen. Fisheries have always been the nurseries of seamen, and hence have been encouraged and protected by governments as providing an important element of national strength. The Newfoundland banks were the training school which supplied the merchant marine and later the revolutionary navy of colonial New England. Ever since the establishment of the Republic, they have been forced into prominence in our international negotiations with the United Kingdom, with the object of securing special privileges, because the government has recognized them as a factor in the American Navy. The casual connection between the fisheries and naval efficiency was recognized in England in the early years of Elizabeth's reign, by an act aiming to encourage fisheries by the remission of custom duties to native fishermen, by the imposition of a high tariff on the importation of foreign fish in foreign vessels, and finally by legislative enforcement of fasts to increase the demand for fish, although any belief in the religious efficiency of fasts was frankly disclaimed. Thus an artificial demand for fish was created, with the result that a report on the success of the Fishery Acts stated that 1,000 additional men had been attracted to the fishing trade, and were consequently ready to serve in Her Majesty's ships. The fishing of the North Sea, especially on the Dogger Bank, is participated in by all the bordering countries, England, the Netherlands, Germany and Belgium, and is valued equally on account of the food supply which it yields and as a school of seamen. The Pomoors, or coasters of Arctic Russia, who dwell along the shores of the White Sea and live wholly by fisheries, have all their taxes remitted and receive free wood from the crown forests for the construction of their ships, on the condition that they serve on call in the Imperial Navy. The history of Japan affords the most striking illustration of the power of fisheries alone to maintain maritime efficiency. For when by the Seclusion Act of 1624 all merchant vessels were destroyed, the marine restricted to small fishing and coastal vessels, and intercourse confined to Japan's narrow island world, the fisheries nevertheless kept alive that intimacy with the sea and preserved the nautical efficiency that was destined to be a decisive factor in the development of awakened Japan. Anthropo-Geographic importance of navigation. The resources of the sea first tempted man to trust himself to its dangerous service, but their rewards were slight in comparison with the wealth of experiences and influences to which he fell heir, after he learned to convert the barrier of the untrod waste into a highway for his sail-borne keel. It is therefore true, as many anthropologists maintain, that after the discovery of fire, the next most important step in the progress of the human race was the invention of the boat. No other has had such far-reaching results. Since water covers 3/4 of the Earth's surface and permits the land masses to rise only as islands here and there, it presents to man for his nautical ventures 3 times the area that he commands for his terrestrial habitat, On every side, the break of the waves and the swell of the tides block his wanderings, unless he has learned to make the water carry him to his distant goal. Spatially, therefore, the problems of the task of navigation is the most widespread and persistent in the history of mankind. The numerous coaling stations which England has scattered over the world are mute witnesses to this spatial supremacy of the water, to the length of ocean voyages, and the power of the ocean to divide and unite. But had the proportion of land and water been reversed, the world would have been poorer, deprived of all these possibilities of segregation and differentiation, of stimulus to exchange and far-reaching intercourse, and of ingenious inventions which the isolating ocean has caused. Without this ramifying barrier between the different branches of the human family, these would have resembled each other more closely, but at the cost of development. The mere multiplicity of races and sub-races has sharpened the struggle for existence and endowed the survivors with higher qualities. But it was navigation that released primitive man from the seclusion of his own island or continent, stimulated and facilitated the intercourse of peoples, and enabled the human race to establish itself in every habitable part of the world. End of section 15. Section 16 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 11. The Anthropo-Geography of Rivers. Part 1. Rivers as intermediaries between land and sea. To a large view, rivers appear in two aspects. They are either part of the general water envelope of the earth, extensions of seas and estuaries back into the uphill reaches of the land, feeders of the ocean, routes which it spreads out over the surface of the continents, not only to gather its nourishment from ultimate sources in spring and glacier, but also to bring down to the ocean the land-borne products of the interior to feed a sea-borne commerce. Or rivers are one of the landforms, merely water-filling valley channels, serving to drain the fields and turn the mills of men. In the first aspect of their historical importance has been both akin and linked to that of the ocean, despite the freshness and smaller volume of their waters and the unvarying direction of their currents. The ocean draws them and their trade into its vast basin by the force of gravity. It unites with its own the history of every long stream in Laurentian or Himalayan forest, as it formerly linked the beaver dam brooks of wintering Canada with the current of trade following the Gulf Stream to Europe. Where sea and river meet, nature draws no sharp dividing line. Here the intermediate boundary zone is conspicuous. The freshwater stream merges into brackish estuary, estuary to salter inlet, and inlet into briny ocean. Closely confined sea basins like the Black and the Baltic, located in cool regions of slight evaporation and fed from a large catchment basin, approach in their reduced salinity the freshwater lakes and coastal lagoons in which rivers stretch out to rest on their way to the ocean. The muddy current of the Yangtze-Kiang colours the Yellow Sea and warns incoming Chinese junks the proximity of land many hours before the low-lying shores can be discerned. Columbus, sailing along the Caribbean coast of South America off the Orinoco mouth, found the ocean waters brackish and surmised the presence of a large river and therefore a large continent on his left. The transitional form between stream and pelagic inlet, found in every river mouth, is emphasized where strong tidal currents carry the sea far into these channels of the land. The tides move up the St. Lawrence River 430 miles, 700 kilometers, or halfway between Montreal and Quebec, and up the Amazon 600 miles, 1,000 kilometers, owing to their resemblance to pelagic channels. The estuaries of the American rivers, with their salty tide, were repeatedly mistaken in the period of discoveries for the Northwest Passage to the Pacific. Newport in 1608 explored the broad sluggish course of the James River in his search for a western ocean. Henry Hudson ascended the Hudson River almost as far as Albany before he discovered that this was no maritime pathway, like the Bosphorus or the Dardanelles, leading to the ulterior sea. The long tidal course of the St. Lawrence westward into the heart of the continent fed that sailor's dream of finding here a water route to the Pacific, and fixed his village of La Chaine above the rapids at Montreal as a signpost pointing the way to the Indies and Cathay. In the same way, a tidal river at the head of Cook's Inlet on the Alaskan coast was mistaken for a northeast passage not by Captain Cook, but by his fellow officers on his Pacific voyage of 1776 to 1780, and it was followed for several days before its character as a river was established. Sea navigation merges into river navigation. Rivers have always been the greatest intermediaries between land and sea, for in the ocean all find their common destination. Until the construction of giant steamers in recent years, sea navigation has always passed without break into river navigation. Sailing vessels are carried by the trade wind 600 miles up the Orinoco to San Fernando. Alexander's discovery of the Indus River led by almost inevitable sequence to the rediscovery of the Eastern Sea route, which in turn ran from India through the Strait of Oman and the Persian Gulf up the navigable course of the Euphrates to the elbow of the river at Damascus. Enterprising sea folk have always used rivers as natural continuations of the marine highway into the land. The Humber estuary and its radiating group of streams led the invading anglers in the 6th century into the heart of Britain. The long navigable courses of the rivers of France exposed that whole country to the depredations of the piratical Northmen in the 9th and 10th centuries. Up every river they came, up the Scheldt into Flanders, the Seine to Paris and the Marine to Meuse, up the Loire to Orleans, the Garonne to Toulouse, and the Rhone to Valence. So the Atlantic rivers of North America form the lines of European exploration and settlement. The St. Lawrence brought the French from the ocean to the Great Lakes basin, whose low swampy watershed they readily crossed in their light canoes to the tributaries of the Mississippi, and scarcely had they reached the Father of Waters before they were planting the flag of France on the Gulf of Mexico at its mouth. The Tupi Indians of South America, a genuine water race, moved from their original home on the Paraguay headstream of the La Plata down to its mouth, then expanded northward along the coast of Brazil in their small canoes to the estuary of the Amazon, thence up its southern tributary, the Tapajos, and in smaller numbers of the main stream to the foot of the Andes, where detached groups of the race are still found. So the migrations of the Carib River tribes led them from their native seats in eastern Brazil down the Xingu to the Amazon, thence out to sea and along the northern coast of South America, thence inland once more up the Orinoco to the foot of the Andes, into the lagoon of Maracaibo, and up the Magdalena. Meanwhile, the settlements at the mouth of the Orinoco threw off spores of pirate colonies to the adjacent islands, and finally, in the time of Columbus, to Puerto Rico and Haiti. See map, page 101. Historical importance of seas and oceans influenced by their debouching streams. So intimate is this connection between marine and inland waterways that the historical and economic importance of seas and oceans is noticeably influenced by the size of their drainage basins and the navigability of their debouching rivers. This is especially true of enclosed seas. The only historical importance attached to the Caspian's inland basin is that inherent in the Volga's mighty stream. The Mediterranean has always suffered from its paucity of long river highways to open for it a wide hinterland. This lack checked the spread of its cultural influences and finally helped to arrest its historical development. If we compare the record of the Adriatic and the Black Seas, the first, a sharply walled cul-de-sac, the second, a centre of long radiating streams, sending out the Danube to tap the back country of the Adriatic, and the Dnieper to draw on that of the Baltic, we find that the smaller sea has had a limited range of influence, a concentrated brilliant history, precocious and short-lived, as is that of all limited areas, that the Euxine has exercised more far-reaching influences despite a slow and still unfinished development. The Black Sea rivers in ancient times opened their countries to such elements of Hellenic culture as might penetrate from the Greek trading colonies at their mouths, especially the Greek forms of Christianity. It was the Danube that in the 4th century carried Arianism, born of the philosophic niceties of Greek thought, on the barbarians of southern Germany, and made Unitarians of the Burgundians and Visigoths of southern Gaul. The Dnieper carried the religion of the Greek Church to the Russian princes at Kiev, Smolensk, and Moscow. Owing to the southward course of its great rivers, Russia has found the crux of her politics in the Black Sea ever since the 10th century when the barbarians from Kiev first appeared before Constantinople. This sea has had for her a higher economic importance than the Baltic, despite the latter's location near the cultural centre of Western Europe. Baltic and White Sea rivers. In other seas too, rivers play the same part of extending their tributary areas and therefore enhancing their historical significance. The disadvantages of the Baltic's smaller size and far northern location, as compared with the Mediterranean, were largely compensated for by the series of big streams draining into it from the south and bringing out of vast hinterland the bulky necessities of life. Hence the Hanseatic League of the Middle Ages, which had its origin among the southern coast towns of the Baltic from Lübeck to Riga, threw over the combined trade of sea and river. The mouths of the Scheldt, Rhine, Weser, Elbe, and Thames long concentrated in themselves the economic, cultural, and historical development of the North Sea basin. So the White Sea, despite its subpolar location, is valuable to Russia for two reasons. It affords a politically open port, and receives the northern Dwina, which is navigable for river steamers from Archangel south to Vologda, a distance of 600 miles, and carries the export trade of a large territory. Similarly, in recent years, Bering Sea has gained unwanted commercial activity because the Yukon River serves as a waterway 1,370 miles long to the Klondike goldfields. Atlantic and Pacific rivers. If we compare the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in respect to their rivers, we find that the narrow Atlantic has a drainage basin of over 19 million square miles as opposed to the 8,660,000 square miles of drainage area commanded by the vastly larger Pacific. The Pacific is for the most part rimmed by mountains, discharging into the ocean only mad torrents or rapid broken streams. The Atlantic, bordered by gently sloping plains of wide extent, receives rivers that for the most part pursue a long and leisurely course to the sea. Therefore, the commercial and cultural influences of the Atlantic extend from the Rockies and Andes almost to the heart of Russia, and by the Nile Highway they even invade the seclusion of Africa. Through the long reach of its rivers, therefore, the Atlantic commands a land area twice as great as that of the Pacific, and by reason of this fundamental geographic advantage, it will retain the historical preeminence that it so early secured. The development of the world ocean will mean the exploitation of the Pacific trade from the basins of the Atlantic, the domination of the larger areas by historic peoples of the smaller, because these peoples have wider and more accessible lands as the base of their maritime operations. Lack of coast articulation supplied by rivers. The geographic influence of abundant rivers navigable from the sea is closely akin to that of highly articulated coasts. The effect of the Hardanger or Sogne Fjord, admitting ocean steamers 100 miles into the interior of Norway, is similar to that of the Elbe and Weser estuaries, which admit the largest vessels 60 miles upstream to Hamburg and Bremen. Since river inlets can, to a certain extent, supply the place of marine inlets from the standpoint of anthropo-geographic theory and of human practice, a land dissected by navigable rivers can be grouped with one dissected by arms of the sea. South America and Africa are alike in the unbroken contour of their coasts, but strongly concentrated in the character of their rivers. Hence the two continents present the extremes of accessibility and inaccessibility. South America, most richly endowed of all the continents with navigable streams, receives ocean vessels 3,000 miles up the Amazon as far as Tabatinga in Peru, and smaller streamers up the Orinoco to the spurs of the Andes, was known in its main features to explorers 50 years after its discovery. Africa, historically the oldest of continents, but cursed with a mess of form which converts nearly every river into a plunging torrent on its approach to the sea, kept its vast interior till the last century wrapped in utmost gloom. China, amply supplied with smaller littoral indentations but characterized by a paucity of larger inlets, finds compensation in the long navigable course of the Yangtze Kiang. This river extends the landward reach of the other sea, 630 miles inland to Hanzhou, where ocean-going vessels take on cargoes of tea and silk for Europe and America, and pay for them in Mexican dollars, the coin of the coast. Hence it is lined with free ports all the way to Shanghai at its mouth to a chain 1,000 miles up its course. River highways as basis of commercial preeminence. Navigable rivers opening passages directly from the sea are obviously mature grade gates and paths into wholly new countries, but the accessibility with which they elbow a land becomes later a permanent factor in its cultural and economic development, a factor that remains constantly, though less conspicuously, operative when railroads have done their utmost to supplant water transportation. The importance of inland waterways for local and foreign trade and intercourse has everywhere been recognized. The peoples who have long maintained preeminence among the commercial maritime nations of the world have owed this in no small part to the command of these natural highways, which has served to give the broad land basis necessary for permanent commercial ascendancy. This has been the history of England, Holland, France, and the recent record of Germany. The medieval League of the Rhine cities flourished by reason of the Rhone-Rhine highway across Western Europe. The Hanseatic League from Bruges all the way east to Russian Novgorod owed their brilliant commercial career not only to the favourable maritime field in the enclosed sea basins in front of them, but also to the series of long navigable rivers behind them from the Scheldt to the Neva and Volchov. Wherefore we find the League originally confined to coast towns, drawing into the federation numerous cities located far up these rivers, such as Ghent, Cologne, Magdeburg, Breslau, Krakow, Berkhof, and Novgorod. Importance of rivers in large countries. In countries of large area, where commerce and intercourse must cover great distances, these natural and therefore cheap highways assume paramount importance, especially in the forest and agricultural stages of development, when the products of the land are bulky in proportion to their value. Small countries with deeply indented coasts like Greece, Norway, Scotland, New England, Chile, and Japan can forego the advantage of big river systems, but in Russia, Siberia, China, India, Canada, the United States, Venezuela, Brazil, and Argentina, the history of the country, economic and political, is indissolubly connected with that of its great rivers. The storm center of the French and English wars in America was located on the Upper Hudson, because this stream enabled the English colonies to tap the fur trade of the Great Lakes, and because it commanded the Mohawk Valley, the easiest and most obvious path for expansion into the interior of the continent. The Spanish, otherwise confining their activities in South America to the Caribbean district and the civilized regions of the Andean highlands, established themselves at the mouth of the La Plata River, because this stream afforded an approach from the Atlantic toward the Potosi mines on the Bolivian plateau. The Yangtze-Kiang, that great waterway leading from the sea across the breadth of China, and the one valuable river adjunct of maritime trade on the whole Orient, was early appropriated by the discerning English as a British sphere of influence. Rivers as highways of expansion. No other equally large area of the earth is so generously equipped by nature for the production and distribution of the articles of commerce as southern Canada and that part of the United States lying east of the Rocky Mountains. The simple build of the North American continent, consisting of a broad central trough between distant mountain ranges and characterized by gentle slopes to the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, has generated great and small rivers with easy-going currents that everywhere opened up the land to explorer, trader, and settler. The rate of expansion from the Europe-fronting shore of the continent was everywhere in direct proportion to the length of the rivers first appropriated by the colonists. North of Chesapeake Bay, the lure to landward advance was the fur trade. The Atlantic rivers of the coast preempted by the English were cut short by the Appalachian War. They opened up only restricted fur fields, which were soon exhausted, so that the migrant trapper was here easily converted into the agricultural settler, his shifting campfire into the hearthstone or the farmhouse. Expansion was slow but solid. The relatively small area rendered accessible by the streams became compactly filled by the swelling tide of immigrants and the rapid natural increase of population. In sharp contrast to this development, the long waterway of the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes leading to the still vaster river system of the Mississippi betrayed the fur-trading French into excessive expansion and enabled them to appropriate but not to hold a vast extent of territory. 100 years after the arrival of Champlain and Montreal, they were planting their first stations on Lake Superior in the Mississippi, 1,400 miles, 2,300 kilometers, back from the coast, at a time when the English settlements had advanced little beyond tidewater, and when after 1770 the westward movement swept the backwoodsmen of the English colonies over the Appalachian barrier to the Ohio, Cumberland, and Tennessee. These long westward flowing streams carried them rapidly on to the Mississippi, communicated the mobility and restlessness of their own currents to the eager pioneer and their capacity to master great distances, so that in 40 short years, by 1810, settlements were creeping up the western tributaries of the Mississippi. The abundant water communication in the Mississippi Valley, which, even for present large river craft, contains 15,410 miles of navigable streams, which had therefore a far greater mileage in the day of canoe and flatboat, afforded outlet for bulky backwoods produced to the sea at New Orleans. When the English acquired Canada in 1763, they straightway fell under the sway of its harsh climate and long river systems, taking up the life of the fur trader. They followed the now scarcer pelts from the streams of Superior westward by Lake Winnipeg and along the path of the Saskatchewan River straight to the foot of the Rockies. Siberian rivers and Russian expansion. Rivers have played the same part in expediting Russian expansion across the wide extent of Siberia. Here again a severe climate necessitated reliance on furs, the chief natural product of the country, as a basis of trade. These, as the outcome of savage economy, were gathered in from wide areas which only rivers could open up. Therefore, where the Siberian streams flatten out their upper courses east and west against the northern face of the Asiatic plateau, with low watersheds between, the Russian explorer and sable hunter struck their eastward water trail toward the Pacific. The advance, which under Yermak crossed the Ural Mountains in 1579, reached the Yenisei River in 1610, and planted there the town of Turochansk as a sort of milestone, almost on the Arctic Circle opposite the mouth of the lower Tunguska, a long eastern tributary. Up this they passed to the Lena in 1627, thence to Bering Sea by the Kolyma and Anadrya rivers, because these Arctic fields yielded sable, beaver, and fox skins in greatest quantity. The Lena, especially from its source down to its eastern elbow at Yakutsk, that great rendezvous of Siberian fur traders, was a highway for trapper and Cossack tribute-gatherer. From the sources of the Yenisei in Lake Baikal to the navigable course of the Amur was a short step, taken in 1658 through the control of the river, which was claimed by China, was not secured till 200 years later. See map, page 103. As the only highways in new countries, rivers constitute lines of least resistance for colonial peoples encroaching upon the territory of inferior races. They are therefore the geographic basis of those streamers of settlements which we found making a fringe of civilization across the boundary zone of savagery or barbarism in the typical colonial frontier. Ethnic islands of the expanding people cluster along them like iron fillings on a magnetized wire. Therefore, in all countries where navigable rivers have fixed the lines of expansion, as the United States, the northern part of the Russian Empire, or the eastern or colonial border of Germany and Austria, there is a strong anthropo-geographical resemblance in the frontiers of successive decades or centuries. But in arid or semi-arid regions like South Africa, the western plains of North America, the steppes of Russian and Chinese Turkestan, the river highway motive in expansion is lost in a variety of other geographic and geological factors, though the water of the streams still attracts trail and settlement. Determinants of routes in arid or semi-arid lands. A river like the Nile, Lower Volga, Irtysh or Indus, rising in highlands and abundant rainfall, but traversing an arid or desert land, acquires added importance because it furnishes a sole means of water travel and of irrigation. The Nile has for ages constituted the main line of intercourse between the Mediterranean and equatorial Africa. The Tigris, Euphrates, Indus, and the Niger, where it makes its great northern bend into the Sahara near Timbuktu, attest the value of local fertility and commerce inherent in these rivers of the deserts and steppes. Such rivers are always oasis makers. Whether on their way to the sea, they periodically cover a narrow flat plain, like that of the Nile, or one 90 miles wide, like that of the Niger's inland delta above Timbuktu, or whether they emerge into a silent sea of sand, like the Murghab of Russian Turkestan, which spreads itself out to water the gardens of Merv. Even where such rivers have a volume too scanty to float a raft, they yet point to the highway because they alone supply water for man and beast across the desert tract. The Oxus and Sirdaria have from time immemorial determined the great trade routes through Turkestan to Central Asia. The Platte, Arkansas, Cimarron, and Canadian rivers fixed the course of our early western trails across the arid plains to the foot of the Rockies, and beyond this barrier, the California Trail followed the drawn line oasis formed by the Humboldt River across the Nevada desert. The Gila River guided the first American fur-trapping explorers across the burning deserts of Arizona to the Pacific, and the succession of waterholes in the dry bed of the Mojave Desert gave direction to the Spanish Trail across the Mojave Desert towards Los Angeles. In the same way, Livingstone's route from the Orange River in South Africa to Lake Ngami, under the direction of native guides, ran along the margin of the Kalahari Desert up the dry bed of the Makoko River, which still retain an irregular succession of permanent wells. Wadi routes in arid lands. In the trade-wind regions of the world, which are characterized by seasons of intense drought, we find rivers carrying a scant and variable amount of water, but an abundance of gravel and sand. They are known in different localities as wadis, fiumeres, and arios. Their beds, dry for long periods of the year, become natural roads, paved with the gravel which the stream regularly deposits in the wet season. Local travel in Sicily, Italy, and other Mediterranean countries use such natural roads extensively. Trade routes across the plateau of Judea and Samaria follow the wadis, because these give the best gradient and the best footing for the ascent. Wadis also determine the line of caravan routes across the highlands of the Sahara. In the desert of southwest Africa, the Kaisueb is the first river north of the Orange to reach the Atlantic through the barrier dunes of the coast. Hence it has drawn to its valley the trade routes from a wide circle of inland points from Otawi to Windhoek and Rehoboth, and give added importance to the British coast of Wellfish Bay, into which it debouches. But just to the north, the broad dry bed of the Swakop offered a natural wagon route from the interior as being utilized for the railroad of German southwest Africa, increasing historical importance from source to mouth. The historical importance of a river increases from its source toward its mouth. Its head springs, gushing from the ground, and the ramifying brooks of its highland course yield a widely distributed water supply and thereby exercise a strong influence in locating the dwellings of men, but they play no part in the great movements of the larger activities of peoples. Only when minor affluents unite to form the main stream, enlarge in it its lower course by an increasing tribute of water, and extend constantly its tributary area, does the river assume real historical importance. It reaches its fullest significance at its mouth, where it joins the world's highway of the ocean. Here are combined the best geographical advantages: participation in the cosmopolitan civilization characteristic of coastal regions, opportunity for inland and maritime commerce, and a fertile alluvial soil yielding support for dense populations. The predominant importance of the debouchement stretch of a river is indicated by the presence of such cities as London, Rotterdam, Hamburg, Bremen, Bordeaux, Odessa, Alexandria, Calcutta, Rangoon, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Canton, Nanking and Shanghai, Montreal and Quebec, New York, Philadelphia, New Orleans, Buenos Aires, and Montevideo. This debouchement stretch gains in practical value and hence in permanent historical importance if it is swept by a skirting tide, which enables a junction of inland and maritime routes to penetrate into the land. Even Strabo recognizes value of tidal reaches. Hence, in tideless basins like the Baltic and the Caribbean, the great river ports have to advance coastward to meet the sea, and the lower course of even mighty streams like the Volga and Nile achieve a restricted importance. The control of a river mouth becomes a desideratum or necessity to the upstream people, otherwise they may be bottled up. Though history shows us countless instances of upstream expansion, though less owing to the case of downstream navigation and its increasing historical importance from source to mouth, The direction of a river's flow has often determined the course of commerce and of political expansion. Location at hydrographic centers. The possibility of radial expansion, which we have found to be the chief advantage of the central location, is greatly enhanced if that central location coincides with the hydrographic center of low relief. The 10th century nucleus of the Russian Empire was found about the low nodal watershed formed by the Valdai Hills, whence radiated the rivers later embodied in the Muscovite domain. Here in Novgorod at the head of the Voluchev-Ladoga-Neva system, Pskov in the Velikaya, Tver at the head of the navigable Volga, Moscow on the Oka, Smolensk on the Dnieper, and Vitebsk on the Duna, were gathered the Russians destined to displace the primitive Finnish population and appropriate the wide plains of Eastern Europe. Everywhere their conquest, colonization, and commercial relations have followed the downstream course of the rivers. The Dnieper carried the Rus of Smolensk and Kiev to the Euxine into contact with the Byzantine world and brought thence religion, art, and architecture for the untutored empire of the north. The influence of the Volga has been irresistible. Down its current Novgorod traders in the 12th century sought the commerce of the Caspian and the Orient, and later the Muscovite princes pushed their conquest of the Tartar hordes from Asia. The northern Dwina, Onega, Mesen, and Pechora have carried long narrow bands of Slav settlement northward to the Arctic Ocean. See map, page 225. Medieval Russian trade from Hansynek-Pskov and Novgorod and later Russian dominion followed the Narva and Neva to the Baltic. The Dnieper made the Russia Byzantine, the Volga made it Asiatic. It was for the Neva to make it European. In the same way, when the early French explorers and traders of Canada reached the hydrographic center of the continent about Lake Superior and Michigan, they quickly crossed the low rim of these basins southward to the Mississippi and northward to the Rainy Lake and Winnipeg system, draining to Hudson Bay. While it took them from 1608 to 1659 and 1662 to penetrate upstream from Quebec to the central watershed, only 9 years elapsed from the time, 1673, Marquette reached the westward flowing Wisconsin River to 1682, when the sail reached the mouth of the Mississippi. Effect of current upon trade and expansion. The effect of mere current upon the course of trade and political expansion was conspicuous in the early history of the Mississippi Valley, before steam navigation began to modify the geographic influence of a river's flow. The wide forest-grown barrier of the Appalachian Mountains placed the western pioneers under the geographic control of the western waters. The bulkiness of their field and forest products fitted only for water transportation, and the immense mass of downstream commerce called loudly for a maritime outlet and the acquisition from Spain of some port at the Mississippi mouth. For 20 years, the politics of the transmontane country entered about the island of New Orleans, and in 1803 saw its dream realized by the Louisiana Purchase. For the western trader, the Mississippi and Ohio were preeminently downstream paths. Gravity did the works. Only small boats laden with fine commodities of small bulk and large value occasionally made the 40-day upstream voyage from New Orleans to Louisville. Flat boats and barges that were constructed at Pittsburgh for the river traffic were regularly broken up for lumber at downstream points like Louisville and New Orleans, for the traders returned overland by the old Chickasaw Trail to the Cumberland and Ohio River settlements, carrying their profits in the form of gold. The same thing happens today, as it also happened 2,000 years ago on the Tigris and Euphrates. The Highlander of Armenia or northern Mesopotamia floats down the current in his skin boat or on his brushwood raft to sell his goods, and the wood forming the framework of his primitive craft in timberless Baghdad and Basra, as formerly in treeless Babylon. He dries out his skins, loads them on his shoulders or on a mule brought down for the purpose, and returns on foot to his highland village. The same preponderance of downstream traffic appears today in eastern Siberia. Peddlers on the Amur start in the spring from Stredensk, 2,025 miles up the river, with their wares in barges, and drift down with the current, selling at the villages en route. To the river's mouth at Nikolaevsk, Here they dispose of their remaining stock and also of their barges, the lumber of which is utilized for sidewalks, and they themselves return upstream by steamer. The grain barges of western Siberia, like the coal barges of the Mississippi, even within recent decades, are similarly disposed of at the journey's end. The tonnage of downstream traffic on the Ohio and the Mississippi today greatly exceeds that upstream. The fleet of 56 coal boats carrying about 70,000 tons, which the great towboat Sprague takes in a trip from Louisville down to New Orleans, all return empty. Of the 15,226,805 net tons of freight shipped in 1906 on the Ohio system, 13,980,368 tons of coal, stone, and sand and lumber were carried in unrigged craft, fitted chiefly for downstream traffic. Importance of mouth to upstream people. Owing to the strong pull exerted by a river's mouth upon all its basin, current, commerce, and people alike tend to reach the ocean. For a nation holding the terrestrial course of a stream, the political fate of its tidal course or mouth must always be a matter of great concern. To the earlier westerner of the United States, before the acquisition of the Louisiana country, it was of vital importance whether belligerent France or more amenable Spain or the Republic itself should own the mouth of the Mississippi. Germany, which holds 240 miles, 400 kilometers, of the navigable Danube, can never be indifferent to the political ownership of its mouth, or to the fact that a great power like Russia has edged forward by the acquisition of Bessarabia in 1878 to the northern or Kilia-Debouchement Channel. Such interest shows itself in sustained efforts either to gain political control of the mouth or to secure the neutrality of the stream by having it declared an international waterway, and thus partially to deprive the state holding its mouth of the advantages of its transit location. The only satisfactory solution is undivided political ownership. After France pushed eastward to the Rhine in 1648, she warred for 3 centuries to acquire its mouth. Napoleon laid claim to Belgium and Holland on the ground that their soil had been built up by the alluvium of French rivers. Germany's conquest of Schleswig-Holstein in 1864 was significant chiefly because it dislodged Denmark from the right bank of the lower Elbe and secured undivided control of this important estuary. The Rhine, which traverses the empire from north to south and constitutes its greatest single trade route, gives to Germany a more vital interest in Holland than ever France had. Her most important iron and coal mines and manufacturing industries are located in the waterway or its tributaries, the Ruhr, Moselle, Saar, and Maine. Hence the Rhine in its great artery of German trade, an outlet for enormous exports, which chiefly reach the sea through the ports of Belgium and Holland. These 2 countries therefore fatten on German commerce and reduce German profits. Hence the Empire, by the construction of the Edmund-Dortmund Canal, aims to divert its trade from Rotterdam and Antwerp to a German port, and possibly thereby put the screw on Holland to draw her into some kind of commercial union with Germany. Heinrich von Treitschke, in his Politik, deplores the fact that the most valuable part of the great German river has fallen into alien hands, and he declared it to be an imperative task of German policy to recover the mouth of that stream, either by a commercial or political union. We need the entrance of Holland into our customs union, as we need our daily bread. Prevention of monopoly of river mouth. When the middle and upper course of a river system are shared by several nations, their common interest demands that the control of the mouth be divided, as in the case of the La Plata between Argentina and Uruguay, or held by a small state like Holland, too weak to force the monopoly of the tidal course. The Treaty of Paris in 1856 extended the territory of Moldavia at the cost of Russia to keep the Russian frontier away from the Danube. Her very presence was ominous. The temptation to giant powers to gobble up these exquisite morsels of territory is irresistible. Hence the advisability of neutralizing small states holding such locations, as in the case of Romania, and making the rivers international waterways, as in the case of the Oronoco, Scheldt, Waal, Rhine, and Danube. The Yangtze-Kiang mouth, where already the treaty ports cluster thick, will probably be the first part of China to be declared neutral ground, and as such to be placed under the protection of the combined commercial powers. as is even now foreshadowed by the International Conservancy Board of 1910. The United States, by a treaty with Mexico in 1848, secured the right of free navigation of the lower or Mexican course of the Colorado River and the Gulf of California. The Franco-British Convention, which in 1898 confirmed the Western Sudan to France, also conceded the principle of making the Niger, the sole outlet of this vast and isolated territory, an international waterway, and created 2 French enclaves in British Nigeria to serve as river ports. Motive for canals in lower course. The mouth of a large river system is the covering point of many lines of inland and maritime navigation. The interests of commerce, especially in its earlier periods of development, demand that the contact here of river and sea be extensive as possible. Nature suggests the way to fulfill this requirement. The sluggish lowland current of a river on approaching sea level throws out distributaries that reach the coast at various points and form a network of channels, which can be deepened and rendered permanent by canalization. In such regions, the opportunity for the improvement and extension of waterways has been utilized from the earliest times. The ancient Egyptians, Chaldeans, East Indians, and the Gauls of the Lower Po for thousands of years canaled the waters of their deltas and coastal lowlands for the combined purpose of irrigation, drainage, and navigation. The Great Canyon system of China, constructed in the 7th century primarily to facilitate inland intercourse between the northern and central section of the empire, extends from the sea at Hangzhou, 700 miles northward through the coastal alluvium of the Yangtze Kiang, Hoangho and Paiho in Tianjin, the port of Peking. Only the canal system of the center, important both for the irrigation of the fertile but porous loess and for the transportation of crops, is still in repair. Here the meshes of the canal network are little more than half a mile wide. Farmers dig canals to their barns and bring in their produce in barges instead of hay wagons. Holland, where the ancient Romans constructed channels in the Rhine Delta, and where the debelchment course of the Rhine, Meuse, and Scheldt present a labyrinth of waterways, has today 1,903 miles, 3,069 kilometers of canals, which together with the navigable rivers has been important geographic factors in the historical preeminence of Dutch foreign commerce. So on the lower Mississippi, in the greatest alluvial areas of the United States, the government has expended large sums for the improvement of the passes and bayous of the river. The Barataria, Atchafalaya, Terrebonne, Black, Teach, and La Fourche bayous have been rendered navigable, and New Orleans have been given canal outlets to the sea through Lakes Salvador, Pontchartrain, and Bourne. Watershed canals. As the dividing canals of the lower course point to the feasibility of amplifying the connection with the ocean highway, so the spreading branches of a river's source, which approach other headwaters on a low divide, suggest the extension of inland navigation by the union of 2 such drainage systems through canals. When the rivers of a country radiate from the relatively low central watershed, as from the central plateau of France and the Valdai hills of Russia, nature offers conditions for extensive linking of inland waterways. Hence we find a continuous pathway through Russia from the Caspian Sea to the Baltic by the canal uniting the Volga and Neva rivers, another from the Black Sea through the Dnieper, which by canals finds 3 different outlets to the Baltic through the Vistula, Neman, and Duna. The northern Dwina, linked by canals with the Neva through Lake Onega and Ladoga, unites the White Sea with the Baltic. Sully, the great minister of Henry IV of France, saw that the relief of the country would permit the linking of the Loire, Seine, Meuse, Saône, and Rhine, and the Mediterranean with the Garonne. All these plans were carried out by his successors, but he himself, at the end of the 16th century, began construction of the Brayer Canal between Loire near Orleans and the Seine at Fontainebleau. Similarly, in the eastern half of the United States, the long, low watersheds separating the drainage basin of the St. Lawrence and Great Lakes from that of the Mississippi and the Hudson made feasible the succession of canals completing the great belt of inland navigation from St. Lawrence and New York Bays to the Gulf. Albert Gallatin's famous report of 1808 pointed out the adaptation of the 3 low divides to canal communication. But long before this, every line of possible canoe travel by river and portage, over swamp or lake-dotted watershed, had been used by savages, white explorers, and French voyagers, from the Lake Champlain to Lake Winnebago, so that the canal engineer had only to select from the numerous portage paths already beaten out by the moccasined feet of Indian or fur trader. Rivers and railroads. The cheapness and ease of river travel has tended to check or delay the construction of high roads and railways, where facilities for inland navigation have been abundant, and later to regulate railway freight charges. Conversely, riverless lands have everywhere experienced an exaggerated and precocious railroad development, and have suffered from its monopoly of transportation. Even canals have in most lands had a far earlier date than paved high roads. This has been true of Spain, France, Holland, and England. In the Huanghe Valley of northern China, where waterways are restricted owing to the rapid current and shallowness of this river, high roads are comparatively common, but they are very rare in central and southern China, where navigable rivers and canals abound. New England, owing to a lack of inland navigation, was the first part of the United States to develop a complete system of turnpikes and later of railroads. On the other hand, the great river valleys of America have generally slighted the high road phase of communication and slowly passed to that of railroads. The abundance of natural waterways in Russia, 51,800 miles including canals, has contributed to the retardation of railroad construction. The same thing is true in the Netherlands, where 4,875 miles, 7,863 kilometers of navigable waterways in an area of only 12,870 square miles, 33,000 square kilometers, have kept the railroads down to a paltry 1,818 miles, 2,931 kilometers, but smaller Belgium commanding only 1,375 miles, 3,314 kilometers of waterway, and stimulated further by a remarkable industrial and commercial development, has constructed 4,228 miles, 6,819 kilometers of railroad. Relation of rivers to railroads in recent colonial lands. If we compare the countries of Central and South America, where railroads are still more adjuncts of river and coastwide routes, a stage development prevalent in the United States till 1858, we find an unmistakable relation between navigable waterways and railroad mileage. The countries with ample or considerable river communication, like Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, and Paraguay, are all relatively slow in laying railroads as compared with Mexico and Argentina, even when allowance is made for differences of zonal location, economic development, and degree of European elements in their respective populations. Mexico and Argentina having each an area only about 1/4 that of Brazil, but a railroad mileage nearly 1/4 greater, has been pushed to this development primarily by a common lack of inland navigation. Similarly, South Africa, stricken with the poverty of water communication south of the Zambezi, has constructed 7,500 miles of railroads in spite of the youth of the country and the sparsity of its white population. Similar geographic conditions have forced the mileage of Australian railways up to twice that of South Africa, in a country which is still in the pastoral and agricultural stage of development, and whose most densely populated province, Victoria, has only 40 inhabitants to the square mile. In the almost unpeopled wastes of Trans-Caspia, where 2 decades ago the camel was the only carrier, the Russian railroad had worked a commercial revolution by stimulating production and affording an outlet for the irrigated districts of the encircling mountains. In our own Trans-Missouri country, where the scanty volume of the streams eliminated all but the Missouri itself as a dependable waterway, even for the canoe travel of the early western trappers, railroads have developed unchecked by the competition of river transportation. With no rival nearer than the Straits of Magellan and the Isthmus of Panama for transportation between the Mississippi and the Pacific coast, they have fixed their own charges on a monopoly basis and have fought the construction of the Isthmian Canal. End of section 16. Section 17 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 11. The Anthropo-Geography of Rivers. Part 2. Unity of a river system. A river system is a system of communication. It therefore makes a bond of union between the people living among its remoter sources and those settled at its mouth. Every such river system forms geographically an unbroken whole. Only where a wild, torrent-filled gorge, like the Brahmaputra's path through the Himalayas, interrupts communication between the upper and lower course, is human life in the two sections divorced. But such cases are rare. Even the river Jhelum, which springs with mad bonds from the lofty vale of Kashmir through the outer range of the Himalayas down to its junction with the Indus, carries quantities of small logs to be used as railway sleepers, and though it shadows a large per cent of them, it makes a link between the lumbermen of the Kashmir forests and British railroad engineers in the treeless plains of the Indus. The effect of common water supply in arid lands. In arid lands where the scant and variable streams are useless for navigation but invaluable for irrigation, a rival interest in the limited water supply leads almost inevitably to conflict, and often to the political union of the peoples holding the upper and lower courses, in order to secure adjustment of their respective claims. The ancient Selassie of the upper Doria Beltia Valley in the Alps drew off the water of the stream for washing gold, and thus deprived the agricultural people lower down the valley of the water necessary for irrigation. The result was frequent wars between the two tribes. The offset is taken by the downstream people, whose fields and gardens suffer from every extension of tillage or increase of population in the settlements above them. Occasionally a formal agreement is a temporary expedient. The river Ferenz and other streams watering southern Transcaspia have their sources in the mountains of northern Persia. Hence the Russians, in the boundary convention with Persia of 1881, stipulated that no new settlement be established along these streams within Persian territory, no extension of land under cultivation beyond the present amount, and no eduction of the water beyond the necessary to irrigate the existing fields. Russia's designs upon Afghanistan aim not only at access to India, but also at the control of the upper Muraka River, on whose water depends the prosperity of the Penjar and Merv oases. In such regions, the only logical course is the extension of the political frontier to the watershed, a principle which Russia is applying in Western Asia, and which California applied in drawing her eastern boundary to include even Goose Lake. Union of opposite river banks. Rivers unite. Ancient Rome grew up from both banks of the Tiber and extended her commercial and political supremacy up and downstream. Both sides of the Rhine were originally occupied by the Gallic tribes, whose villages were in some instances bisected by the river. Caesar found the Menapi, a Belgian people on the lower Rhine with their fields, farmhouses and villages on both banks. Then the westward advance of the Teutonic tribes gradually transformed the Rhine into a German river, from the island of Batavia at its mouth up to the great elbow at the foot of the Jura Mountains. To the American Indians, even the wildest rivers were no barriers. Christopher Gist, exploring the Ohio in 1751, found a Shawnee village situated on both sides of the river below the mouth of the Scioto, with about 100 houses on the north bank and 40 on the south. The small unique nation of the Mandan Indians were found by Lewis and Clark near the northern bend of the Missouri in 1804, in two groups of villages on opposite sides of the river. They had previously in 1772 occupied 9 villages lower down the stream, 2 on the east bank and 7 on the west. The Connecticut River settlers of early colonial days laid out all their towns straight across the valley, utilizing the alluvial meadows on both banks for tillage, the terraces for residence sites, and the common river for intercourse. Tendency toward ethnic and cultural unity in a river valley. Every river tends to become a common artery feeding all the life of its basin, and gradually obliterating ethnic and cultural differences among the peoples of its valley. The Nile, with its narrow hem of flat plains on either bank and barrier sands beyond, has so linked race and history in Egypt and Nubia that the two countries cannot be separated. A common highway from mountains to sea, a common frontier of trackless desert, have developed here a blended similarity of race, language, and culture from the Delta to Kordofan. The Hamitic race seems to have originated in the south and migrated northwards down the Nile towards the delta. Later the whole valley, north and south, received the same Semitic or Arab immigration, which spread from Cairo to the old Sudanese capital of Sennar, while a strain of Negro blood has filtered in from the equatorial Black Belt and followed the current down to the sea. The culture of the valley originated in Lower Egypt, and with that easy transmissibility which characterizes ideas, it moved upstream into Ethiopia, which never evolved a culture of its own. Just as noticeable is the political interplay. The rule of the pharaohs extended far up the Nile, at times to the Third Cataract at 20 degrees northern latitude, and at one period Ethiopian kings extended their sway over Egypt. At another, a large body of mutinous Egyptian soldiers abandoned their country and their wives, and emigrated along the one line of slight resistance up to them into Ethiopia, and found there a new state and new families by marriage with native women, thus contributing to the amalgamation of races in the valley. Identity of country with river valley. The most pronounced type of the identity of a country with a river valley are found where strongly marked geographical boundaries, like deserts and mountains, emphasize the inner unity of the basins by accentuating their isolation from without. This is especially the case in high mountain regions. Here a canton or commune or country coincides with the river valley. Population hugs the margins of the streams, where alone is soil fit for cultivation, and fairly level land suitable for dwellings. Above are the unoccupied heights, at once barrier and boundary. In the Alps, Salzburg is approximately identical with the valley of the Salzach, Uri with that of the Reuss, and Valais with the Upper Rhone. The Engadine with the Upper Inn, Glarius with the Linth, Graubünden or Grisons with the Upper Rhine, Valtellina with the Adda. So in the great upheaved area of the Himalayas, the state of Kashmir was originally the valley of the upper Jhelum River, while Assam, in its correct delimitation, is the valley of the Brahmaputra, between the Himalayan gorge and the swamps of Bengal. In mountain regions which are also arid, the identity of a district with a stream basin becomes yet more pronounced, because here population must gather about the common water supply, must organize to secure its fair distribution, and cooperate in the construction of irrigation channels to make the distribution as economical and effective as possible. Thus in Chinese Turkestan, the districts of Yarkand, Kashgar, Aksu, and Kutcha are identical with its many mountain tributaries of the Tarim, whose basin in turn comprises almost the whole of Chinese Turkestan. Enclosed river valleys. In all such desert and mountain-rimmed valleys, the central stream attracts to its narrow hem of alluvial soil the majority of the population, determines the course of the main high road, and is itself often the only route through the encompassing barriers. Hence the importance attached to the river by the inhabitants, an importance reflected in the fact that the river often gives its name to the whole district. To the most ancient Greeks, Agibetos meant the river, whose name was later transferred to the whole land, for the narrow arable strip which constituted Egypt was a gift to the Nile. The Aryans descended into India through the mountains on its northwest border, gave the name of Sindhu, the flood or the ocean, to the first great river they met. In the mouth of Persians and Greeks, the name was corrupted into Indus, and then applied to the whole country, but it still survived in its original form in the local designation of the Sind province, which comprises the valley of the Indus below the confluence of the 5 rivers, which again formed the name of the regional Punjab. Significantly enough, the western political boundary of the Sind extends into the barren foothills of Baluchistan, only so far as the effluents of the Indus render the land arable by irrigation, for the Indus performs for the great province of the Sind, by annual inundation and perennial irrigation, the same service that the Nile does for Egypt. The segregation of such districts and the concentration of their interests and activities along the central streams have tended to develop in the population an intense but contracted national consciousness, and to lend them a distinctive history. Their rivers became interwoven with their mythology and religion, are gods to be worshipped or appeased, became goals of pilgrimages, or acquire a peculiar sanctity. The Nile, Ganges, Jamna, Jordan, Tiber, and Po are such sacred streams, while the Rhine figures in German mythology. Rivers as boundaries of races and peoples. From the uniting power of rivers, it follows that they are poor boundaries. Only mountains and seas divide sharply enough to form scientific frontiers. Rivers may serve as political lines of demarcation and therefore fix political frontiers, but they can never take the place of natural boundaries. A migrating or expanding people tend always to occupy both slopes of a river valley. They run their boundary of race or language across the axis of their river basin, only under exceptional circumstances along the stream itself. The English-French boundary in the St. Lawrence Valley crosses the river in a broad transitional zone of mingled people and speech in and above the city of Montreal. The French-German linguistic frontier in Switzerland crosses the upper Rhone Valley just above Sierre, but the whole canton of Falaise above the elbow of the river at Martigny shows fundamental ethnic unity, indicated by identity of head form, stature, and colouring. Where the Elbe flows through the low plains of North Germany, its whole broad valley is occupied by a pure Teutonic population. Fair, tall, long-headed, a more brunette type occupies its middle course across the uplands of Saxony, and speaks German like the downstream folk. But its upper course, hemmed in by the Erz and Risen mountains, shows the short, dark, and broad-headed people of the Bohemian basin speaking the Czech language. On the Danube, too, the same thing is true. The upper stream is German in language, and predominantly Alpine in race stock down to the Austro-Hungarian boundary. From this point down to the Drave mouth, it is Hungarian, and from the Drave to the Iron Gate, it is Serbo-Croatian on both banks. Lines of ethnic demarcation, therefore, cut the Elbe and Danube transversely, not longitudinally. See map, page 223. The statements of Caesar and Pliny that the Seine and Marne formed the boundary between the Gauls and Belgians, and the Garonne that between the Gauls and the Aquitanians, must be accepted merely as general and preliminary, for exceptions are noted later in the text. Parisii, for instance, were represented as holding both banks of the Seine and Marne at their confluence, and the Gallic bituriges were found on the Aquitanian side of the Garonne estuary. Scientific river boundaries. Only under peculiar conditions do rivers become effective as ethnic, tribal, or political boundaries. Most often it is some physiographic feature which makes the stream an obstacle to communication and lends to the character of a scientific boundary. The division of the Alpine foreland of southern Germany, first into tribal and later into political provinces by the Iller, Lech, Inn, and Salzach, can be ascribed in part to the tumultuous course of these streams from the mountains of the Danube, which renders them useless for communication. The lower Danube forms a well-maintained linguistic boundary between the Bulgarians and Romanians, except in the northwest corner of Bulgaria, where the hill country between the Tama River and the Danube has enticed a small group of Romanians across the southern side. From this point down the stream, a long stretch of low marshy banks on the northern side, offering village sites only at the few places where the lowest terrace of Romania comes close to the river, exposed to outflows, strewn with swamps and lakes, and generally unfit of settlement, has made the Danube an effective barrier. Similarly, the broad sluggish Shannon River, which spreads out to lake breadth at close intervals in its course across the boggy central plain of Ireland, has from the earliest times proved a sufficient barrier to divide the plain into two portions, Connaught and Meath, contrasting in history and speech, and to some extent even in race elements. A different cause gave the Thames its unique role among the larger English rivers as a boundary between the counties from source to mouth. London's fortified position at the head of the Thames estuary closed this stream as a line of invasion to the early Saxons, and forced them to make detours to the north and south of the river, which therefore became a tribal boundary. Where navigation is peculiarly backward, a river may present a barrier. An instructive instance is afforded by the River Yeo, which flows eastward through northern Borno into Lake Chad, and serves at once as boundary and protection to the agricultural tribes of the Kanuri against the depredations of the Tibu robbers living in the Sahara or the northern grassland. But during the dry season from April to August, when the trickling stream is sucked up by the thirsty land and thirstier air, the Tibu horsemen sweep down on the unprotected Kanuri and retreat with their booty across the vanished barrier. The primitive navigation by reed or brushwood rafts practiced in this almost streamless district, affords no means of retreat for mounted robbers, so the raiding season opens with the fall of the river. Rivers as political boundaries. For political boundaries, which are often adopted with little reference to race distribution, rivers serve fairly well. They are convenient lines of demarcation and strategic lines of defense, as is proved by the military history of the Rhine, Danube, Ebro, Po, and countless other streams. On the lower Zambesi, Livingstone found the territories of the lesser chiefs defined by the rivulets draining into the main river. The leader of the Makololo formerly adopted the Zambesi as his political and military frontier, though his people spread and settled beyond the river. Long-established political frontiers may become ethnic boundaries, more or less distinct because of protracted political exclusion. To the Romans, the Danube and Rhine, as a northeastern frontier, had the value chiefly of established lines in an imperfectly explored wilderness, and of strategic positions for the defense of an oft-assisted border. But the long maintenance of this political frontier resulted in the partial segregation and its differentiation of the people dwelling on the opposite banks. Poor as a scientific boundary, a river is not satisfactory even as a line of demarcation, because of its tendency to shift its bed in every level stretch of its course. A political boundary that follows a river, therefore, is often doomed to frequent surveys. The plantation on the meanders of the lower Mississippi are connected now with one, now with the other of the contiguous states, as the great stream straightens its course after the almost annual overflow. The Rio Grande has proved a troublesome and expensive boundary between the United States and Mexico. Almost every rise sees it cutting a new channel for itself, now through Texas, now through Mexican territory, occasioning endless controversies as to the ownership of the detached land and demanding fresh surveys. Recent changes in the lower course of the Helmand between Nasralabad and the Sistine Swamp, which was adopted in 1872 as a boundary between Afghanistan and Persia, have necessitated a new demarcation of the frontier, and on this task a commission is at present engaged. In a like manner, Strabo tells us that the river Achelous, forming the boundary between ancient Acarnaria and Aetolia in western Hellas, by overflowing its delta region, constantly obliterated the boundaries agreed upon by the two neighbours, and thereby gave rise to disputes that were only settled by force of arms. Fluvial settlements and peoples. Rivers tend always to be centres of population, not outskirts or perimeters. They offer advantages that have always attracted settlement: fertile alluvial soil, a nearby water supply, command of a natural highway for intercourse with neighbours, and access to markets. Among civilized peoples, fluvial settlements have been the nuclei of broad states, passing rapidly through an embryonic development to a maturity in which the old centre can still be distinguished by a greater density of population. Only among savages or among civilized people who have temporarily reverted to primitive conditions in virgin colonial lands do we find genuine riverine folk, whose existence is closely restricted to their bordering streams. The river tribes of the Congo occupy the banks or the large islands, while the land only 3 or 4 miles back from the stream is held by different tribes with whom the riverine people trade their fish. The latter are expert fishermen and navigators, and good agriculturalists, raising a variety of fruits and vegetables. On the river banks at regular intervals are marked greens, neutral ground, whither people come from up and downstream and from the interior to trade. Their long riparian villages consist of a single street 30 feet wide and often 2 miles long, which face perhaps 300 long houses. Fisher and canoe people line the well, the great northern tributary of the Congo. The same type appeared in South America in the aboriginal Caribs and Tupis dwelling along the southern tributaries of the Amazon and the affluents of the Paraguay. These were distinctly a water race, having achieved a meagre development only in navigation, fishing, and the cultivation of their alluvial soil. The ancient mound builders of America located their villages chiefly, though not exclusively, along the principal watercourses, like the Mississippi, Illinois, Miami, Wabash, Wisconsin, and Fox, on the very streams later dotted by the trading posts of the French voyageurs. Riparian villages of French Canada. The presence of the great waterways of Canada and the demand of the fur trade for extensive and easy communication made the early French colonists as distinctly a riverine people as the savage Congo tribes. Like these, they stretched out their villages in a single line of cabins and clearings 3 or 4 miles long, facing the river, which was a king's highway. Such a village was called a cote. One cote ran into the next, for their expansion was always longitudinal, never lateral. These riparian settlements lined the main watercourses of French Canada, especially the St. Lawrence, whose shores from Beaupré, 15 miles below Quebec, up to Montreal at an early date presented the appearance of a single street. Along the river passes a stately trading ship from France, with its cargo of wives and merchandise for the colonists. The pirogue of the habitat farmer carrying his onions and grain to the Quebec market. The birch-bark canoe of the adventurous voyager, bringing down his winter's hunt of furs from the snow-bound forests of the interior, and the fleet of Jesuit priests bound to some remote inland mission. A map is displayed on the previous page, the riparian villages of the lower St. Lawrence. On this water thoroughfare every dwelling faced. Hence land on the river was at a premium, while that 2 miles back was to be had for the taking. The original grants measured generally 766 feet in width and 7,660 in depth inland, but when bequeathed from generation to generation, they were divided up along lines running back at right angles to the all-important waterway. Hence the habitat farm measured its precious river front by the foot and its depth by the mile, while the cabins were ranged side by side in cozy neighborliness. The cote type of village, though eminently convenient for the Indian trade, was ill adapted for government and defense against the savages. But the need for the communications supplied by the river was so fundamental that it nullified all efforts of the authorities to concentrate the colonists in more compact settlements. Parkman says, one could have seen almost every house in Canada by paddling a canoe up the St. Lawrence and Richelieu. The same type of landholding can be traced today on the Chaudière River, where the fences run back from the stream like the teeth of a comb. It is reproduced on a larger scale in the long narrow countries ranged along the lower St. Lawrence, whose shape points to the old fluvial nuclei of settlements. Similarly, the early Dutch grants of the Hudson gave to the patroons 4 miles along the river and an indefinite extension back from the stream. In the early Connecticut River settlements, the same consideration of a share in the river and its alluvial bottoms distributed the town lots among the inhabitants in long narrow strips running back from the banks. Boatmen tribes or castes. In undeveloped countries where rivers are the chief highways, we occasionally see the survival of a distinct race of boatmen amid an intruding people of different stock, preserved in their purity by their peculiar occupation, which has given them the aloofness of a caste. In the Guangdong province of southern China are 40,000 Tanka boat people, who live in boats and pile dwellings in the Canton River. The Chinese, from whom they are quite distinct, regard them as a remnant of the original population, which was dislodged by their invasion and forced to take refuge on the water. They gradually established intercourse with the conquerors of the land, but held themselves aloof. They marry only among themselves, have their own customs, and enjoy a practical monopoly of carrying passengers and messages between the steamers and the shore at Macao, Hong Kong, and Canton. In the same way, the middle Niger above Gao possesses a distinct aquatic people, the Sunnos or Bossos, who earn their living as fishermen and boatmen on the river. They spread their villages along the Niger and its tributaries, and occupy separate quarters in the large towns like Gao and Timbuktu. They are creatures of the river rather than of the land, and show great skill and endurance in paddling and pulling their narrow dugouts on their long Niger voyages. Reference has been made before to the large river population of China who live on boats and rafts, and forward the trade of the vast inland waterways. These are people differentiated not in race, but in occupation and mode of life, constantly recruited from the congested population of the land. Allied to them are the trackers or towing crews, whose villages form a distinct feature of the turbulent upper Yangtze. and who are employed, sometimes 300 at a time, to drag junks up the succession of rapids above a chain. Similarly, the complex and navigable waterways entering about Paris as far back as the reign of Tiberius Caesar gave rise to the Norte Parisi, or Guild of Mariners, from whom the city of Paris derived its present coat of arms, a vessel under full sail. These Lutherian boatmen handled the river traffic in all the territory drained by the Seine, Marne, and Oise. Later in the reign of Louis the Fat, they were succeeded by the Mercatores Eque of Paris, and from them sprang the municipal body appointed to regulate the river navigation and commerce. River islands as protected sites. The location of the ancient tribe of the Peninsulas is typical of many other weak riverine folk who seek in the islands of a river a protected position to compensate for their paucity of number. The Peninsulas, one of the smallest of the Gallic tribes, ill-matched against their populous neighbours, took refuge on 10 islands and sandbars of the Seine and there established themselves. Stanley found an island in the Congo near the second cataract of Stanley Falls, occupied by 5 villages of the Baswa who had taken refuge there from the attacks of the bloodthirsty Bakuma. During the Tartar invasions of Russia in the 13th and 14th centuries, bands of refugees from the surrounding country gathered for mutual defense on the islands of the Dnieper River and became the nucleus of the Dnieper Cossacks. The Huron tribe of American Indians, reduced to a mere fragment by repeated Iroquois attacks, first fled to the islands of St. Joseph and Michilimackinac in Lake Huron, and in 1656 to the Isle of Orleans in the St. Lawrence. But even this location under the guns of their French allies in Quebec failed to protect them, for the St. Lawrence was a highway for the war fleets of their implacable foe. River and lake islands as robber strongholds. A river island not only confers a negative benefit of protection, but affords a coign of vantage for raids on the surrounding country, being to some extent proof against punitive attacks. It offers special facilities for depredations on parties crossing the river. Here the divided current, losing something of its force, is less of an obstacle, and the island serves as a resting place on the passage. Immunity from punishment breeds lawlessness. The Bard Toka, who, 50 years ago, inhabited the islands in the great southern bend of the Zambezi, utilized their location to lure wandering tribes on their islands under the pretext of ferrying them across, and then to rob them, till Sebektuane, the great Makololo chief, cleaned out their fastnesses and opened the river for trade. The islands in the wide stretches of the Lualaba River in the Bambemba country were described to Livingstone as harbouring a population of marauders and robbers who felt themselves safe from attack. The same unenviable reputation attaches to the Budamas of the Lake Chad Islands. A weak, timid, displaced people, they nevertheless lose no chance of raiding the herds of the Sudanese tribes inhabiting the shores of the lake and carrying off the stolen cattle on their wretched rafts to their island retreats. River peninsulas as protected sites. The protection of an island location is almost equalled in the peninsulas formed by the serpentines or meanders of a river. Hence, these are choice sites for fortress or settlement in primitive communities, where hostilities are always imminent and rivers the sole means of communication. The defence works of the mound builders, in great numbers, occupied such river peninsulas. The neck for the loop was fortified by a single or double line of ditch and earthen wall constructed from bank to bank of the encircling stream. This was exactly the location of Vesontio, now Besançon, once the ancient stronghold of the Sequani in eastern Gaul. It was situated in a loop of the Dubis, so nearly a circle that its course seems to have been described by a compass. Caesar says, while fortifications across the isthmus made the position of the town almost impregnable. Verona, lying at the exit of the great martial highway of the Brenner Pass, occupies just such a loop of the Adige, as does Capua on the Volturno and Bern on the Aire. Shrewsbury, in the Middle Ages an important military point for the preservation of order on the marshes of Wales, is almost encircled by the River Severn, while a castle on the neck of the peninsula completes the defence on the land side. Graf Rennet, At one time, an exposed frontier settlement of the Dutch Cape Colony had a natural moat around it in the Sunday River, which here describes 3/4 of a circle. River islands as sites of trading posts and colonies. The need of protection felt by all colonists in new countries amid savage or barbarous people whom encroachment sooner or later makes hostile leads them, if possible, to place their first trading posts and settlements on river islands, especially at the mouth of the streams, where a delta often affords the site required and where the junction of ocean and river highway offers the best facilities for trade. A river island fixed the location of the English settlement at Jamestown in Virginia, the French at Montreal and New Orleans, the Dutch at Manhattan and Van Rensselaer Island in the Hudson, the Swedes at Tinicum Island in the Delaware River, a few miles below the mouth of the Schuylkill. St. Louis, located on a delta island of the Senegal River, is one of the oldest European towns in West Africa. And Bathurst, founded in 1618 on a similar site at the mouth of the Gambia, has for centuries now been the safe outlet for the trade of this stream. Such island settlements at river mouths are a phenomena of the outer edge of every coastal region, but island stations for trade or military control also seek the protection of an island site. The Russians in the 17th century secured their downstream conquest of the Amur by a succession of river island forts, which recall Colonel Byrd's early frontier post on an island in the Hudson River and George Roger Clark's military stockade on Corn Island in Ohio, which became the nucleus for the latter city of Louisville. Swamps as barriers and boundaries. More effective than rivers in the protection which they afford are swamps. Neither solid land nor navigable water, their sluggish passive surface raises an obstacle of pure inertia to the movement of mankind. Hence they form one of those natural boundaries that segregate. In southern England, Romney Marsh, reinforced by the Weldian Forest, fixed the western boundary of the ancient Saxon kingdom of Kent by blocking expansion in that direction, just as the bordering swamps of the Lea and Colne rivers formed the eastern and western boundaries of Middlesex. The fenland of the Wash, which extended in Saxon days from the highland about Lincoln south to Cambridge and Newmarket, served to hem in the angles of Norfolk and Suffolk on the west, so that the occupation of the interior was left to later bands, who entered by the estuaries of the Humber and Forth. In northern Germany, the low cross valleys of the Spree, Havel, and Neitz rivers, bordered by alder swamps, were long a serious obstacle to communication, and therefore became boundaries of districts, just as the Bourtange Moor drew the dividing line between the Holland and Hanover. Swamps as regions of survival. Swamp-bordered regions, as areas of natural isolation, guard and keep intact the paper which they hold. Therefore, they are regions of survival of race and language. The scattered islets of the fens of England furnished an asylum to the early British Celts from Teutonic attacks, and later protected them against dominant infusion of Teutonic blood. Hence today in the Fenland, and in the district just to the south, we find a darker, shorter people than in the country to the east or west. Similarly, the White Russians, occupying the poor marshy region of uncertain watershed between the sources of the Duna, Dnieper, and Volga, have the purest blood of all the Eastern Slavs, though this distinction is coupled with poverty and retarded culture, a combination that Anthropo-Geography often reveals. Wholly distinct from the Russians and segregated from them by a barrier of swampy forests, we find the Leto-Lithuanians in the Baltic provinces of Courland, speaking the most primitive form of flexional languages, classed as Aryan. The isolation which preserved their archaic speech of all European tongues, the nearest is the Sanskrit, made them the last European people to accept Christianity. The great race of the Slavic Wends, who once occupied all northern Germany between the Vistula and the Elbe, has left only a small and declining remnant of its language in the swampy forests about the sources of the Spree. See Ethnographical Map, page 223. The band of marshlands, stretching through Holland from the shallow Zuiderzee coast to the German frontier, has given the Friesland and the coast islands of Holland a peculiar isolation, which has favoured the development and survival of the peculiar Frisian dialect. that speech so nearly allied to Saxon English, and has preserved here the purest type of the tall blonde Teuton among the otherwise mixed stock of the Netherlands. Swamps as places of refuge. Inaccessible to all except those familiar with their treacherous paths and labyrinthine channels, swamps have always afforded refuge for individuals and peoples, and therefore as places of defense they have played no inconspicuous part in history. While the dismal swamp of North Carolina and the cypress swamps of Louisiana were to the runaway slaves, that the Everglades of Florida have been to the defeated Seminoles, in that half-solid, half-fluid area, penetrable only to the native Indian who poles his canoe along its tortuous channels of liquid mud. The Seminoles have set up their villages on the scattered hummocks of solid land, and there maintained themselves, a tribe of 350 souls, despite all efforts of the United States government to remove them to the Indian Territory. The swamps of the Nile Delta have been the asylum of Egyptian independence from the time King Amisis took refuge there for 50 years during the invasion of the Ethiopians. To the retreat thither of Amatrius, a prince of Sais, after his unsuccessful revolt against the Persian conqueror Artaxerxes I. The Isle of Athelney, among the marshes of the Parat River, afforded a refuge to Alfred the Great and a band of his followers during the Danish invasion of Wessex in 878, while the Isle of Ely, on the Fenland, was another point of sustained resistance to the invaders. It was the Fenland that, 200 years later, was the last stronghold of Saxon resistance to William of Normandy. Here in the Isle of Ely, the outward leader Hereward maintained Saxon independence, till the conqueror at last constructed a long causeway across the marshes to the camp of refuge. The Spirit of the Marshes. The spirit of the marshlands is the spirit of freedom. Therefore, these small and scarcely habitable portions of the land assume an historical dignity and generate stirring historical events out of all proportion to their size and population. Their content is ethical rather than economic. They attract to their fastness the vigorous souls protesting against conquest or oppression, and then, by their natural protection, sustained and nourished the spirit of liberty. It was the water-soaked lowlands of the Rhine that enabled the early Bavarians, Dithmarscher and Frieslanders, to assert and maintain their independence, generated the love of independence among the Dutch, and helped them defend their liberty against the Spanish and French. So the Fenland of England was a centre of resistance to the despotism of King John, who therefore fixed his headquarters for the suppression of the revolt at Lincoln and his military depot at Lynn. Later in the conflict of the barons with Henry III, Simon de Montfort and other disaffected nobles entrenched themselves in the islands of Ely and Axolme, till the provisions of Oxford in 1267 secured them some degree of constitutional rights. 4 centuries later, the same spirit sent many Fenlanders to the support of Cromwell. Economic and political importance of lakes. A river that spreads out into the indeterminate earth form of a marsh is an effective barrier, but one that gathers its waters into a natural basin and forms a lake retains the uniting power of a navigable stream, and also, by the extension of its area and elimination of its current, approaches the nature of an enclosed sea. Mountain rivers, characterized by small volume and turbulent flow, first become navigable when they check their impetuosity and gather their store of water in some lake basin. The whole course of the Upper Rhone, from its glacier source on the slope of Mount Furica to its confluence with the Saône at Lyon, is unfit for navigation except where it lingers in Lake Geneva. The same thing is true of the Reuss in Lake Lucerne, the Upper Rhine in the Lake Constance, and Aire in Thun and Brienz, and the Linth in Lake Zurich. Hence the torrent-fed lakes assume economic and political importance in mountainous regions, owing to the paucity of navigable waterways. The lakes of Alpine Switzerland and Italy, and of Highland Scotland, form so many centres of intercourse and exchange. Even such small bodies of water as the Alpine lakes have therefore become goals of expansion. So that we find the shores of Geneva, Maggiore, Lugano, and Garda, each shared by 2 countries. Switzerland, the Austrian Tyrol, and the 3 German states of Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria have all managed to secure our frontage upon Lake Constance. Lake Titicaca, lying 12,661 feet, 3,854 meters above sea level, but affording a navigable course of 136 miles, 220 kilometers long, is an important waterway for Peru and Bolivia. In the central Sudan, where aridity reduces the volume of all streams, even the variable and indeterminate Lake Chad has been an eagerly sought objective for expanding boundaries. 20 years ago, it was divided among the native states of Borno, Bagirimi, and Kanem. Today it is shared by British Nigeria, French Sudan, and German Cameroon. The erratic northern extension of the German boundary betrays the effort to reach this goal. Lakes as nuclei of states. The uniting power of lakes manifests itself in the tendency of such basins to become the nuclei of states, attractive to settlement in primitive times because of the protected frontier they afford, a motive finding its most emphatic expression in the pile villages of the early lake dwellers, later because of the fertility of their bordering soil and the opportunity for friendly intercourse. They gradually unite their shores in a mesh of reciprocal relations, which finds its ultimate expression in political union. It is a significant fact that the Swiss Confederation originated in the four forest cantons of Lucerne, Schwyz, Uri, and Unterwalden, which are linked together by the jagged basin of Lake Lucerne, or the Lake of the Four Forest Cantons, as the Swiss significantly call it, but are otherwise divided by mountain barriers. So we find that Lake Titicaca was the cradle of the Inca Empire, just as Lake Texcoco was that of the Toltecs in Mexico, and an island in Lake Chalco later that of the Aztec domain. The most stable of the short-lived native states of Africa have apparently found an element of strength and permanence in a protected lake frontier. Such are the petty kingdoms of Borno, Bagirimi, and Kanem on Lake Chad, and Uganda on Victoria Nyanza. Large lakes, which include in their area islands, peninsulas, tides, currents, fjords, inlets, deltas, and dunes, and present every geographical feature of an enclosed sea, approach the latter two in historical importance. Some of the largest, however, have long borne the name of seas. The Caspian, which exceeds the Baltic in area, and the Aral, which outranks Lake Michigan, show the closest physical resemblance to the Thalassic basins because of their size, salinity, and enclosed drainage systems, but their anthropo-geographical significance is slight. The very salinity which groups them with the sea points to an arid climate that forever deprives them of the densely populated coasts characteristic of most enclosed seas, and hence reduces their historical importance. Their tributary streams, robbed of their way by irrigation canals, like the Shorn and parcelled Oxus, renounce their function of highways into the interior. To this rule the Volga is a unique exception. Finally, cut off from union with the ocean, these salt lakes lose the supreme historical advantage, which is maintained by freshwater lakes, like Ladoga, Nyasa, Maracaibo, and the Great Lakes of North America, all lying near sea level. A map is displayed on the previous pages. Lake of the Forest Cantons, birthplace of the Swiss Confederation. Lakes as freshwater seas. Lakes as part of the system of inland waterways may possess commercial importance, surpassing that of many seas. This depends upon the productivity, accessibility, and extent of their hinterland, and this in turn depends upon the size and shape of the inland basin. The chain of the five Great Lakes, which together present a coastline of 4,000 miles and a navigable course as long as the Baltic between the Skagerrak and the head of the Gulf of Bothnia, constitutes a freshwater Mediterranean. It has played the part of an enclosed sea in American history and has enabled the Atlantic trade to penetrate 1,400 miles inland to Chicago and Duluth. Its shores have therefore been a covert object of territorial expansion. The early Dutch trading posts headed up the Hudson and Mohawk towards Lake Ontario, as did the English settlements which succeeded them. The French, from their vantage point at Montreal, throw out a frail casting net of fur stations and missions, which caught and held all the lakes for a time. Later, the American shores were divided among 8 of our states. The northern boundaries of Indiana and Illinois were fixed by Congress for the express purpose of giving these commonwealths access to Lake Michigan. Pennsylvania, with great difficulty, succeeded in protruding her northwestern frontier to cover a meager strip of Erie coast, while New York's frontage on the same lake became, during the period of canal and early railroad construction, a great factor in her development. In 1901, the tonnage of our merchant vessels in the Great Lakes was half that of our Pacific, Atlantic, and Gulf coasts combined, constituting a freshwater fleet greater than the merchant marine of either France or sea-bred Norway. A remote but by no means faint echo of this fact is found in the 500 or more boats, equally available for trade or war, which Henry M. Stanley saw the Uganda Prince muster on the shore of Victoria Nyanza Lake. Ocean, sea, bay, estuary, river, swamp, lake. Here is nature's greatest circle returning upon itself, a circle faintly noted into arcs, but one is in itself, and one in man's uses. End of section 17. Section 18 of Influences of Geographic Environment, on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography, by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 12. Continents and their Peninsulas. Insularity of the land masses. The division of the Earth's surface into 28% land and 72% water is an all-important fact of physical geography and anthropogeography. Owing to this proportion, the land masses, which alone provide habitats for man, rise as islands out of the threefold larger surface of the uninhabitable ocean. Consequently, the human species, like the other forms of terrestrial life, bears a deeply ingrained insular character. Moreover, the water causes different degrees of separation between the land masses, according as it appears as inlet, strait, sea, and island-strewn or islandless ocean. It determines the grouping of the habitable areas, and consequently the geographic basis of the various degrees of ethnic and cultural kinship between the divisions of land. Finally, since the sea is for man only a highway to some ulterior shore, this geography of the land masses in relation to the encompassing waters points to the routes and goals of human wanderings. Each fragment of habitable land, large or small, continent or isolate, means a corresponding group or detachment of the vast human family. Its size fixes the area at the surface of the group which occupies it. Its location, however, may either endow it with a neighbourliness like that subsisting between Africa and Europe and involving an interwoven history, or remoteness like that of South America from Australia, so complete that even the close net of intercourse thrown by modern commerce over the whole world has scarcely sufficed to bring them into touch. Therefore, the highly irregular distribution of the land areas, here compactly grouped, there remote, deserves especial attention, since it produces far-reaching results. Finally, continents and islands, by their zonal situation, their landforms, rainfall, river systems, flora and fauna, produce for man varied life conditions, which, in their turn, are partially dependent upon the size and grouping of the land masses. Classification of land masses according to size and location. A comparison of the large and small land masses of the Earth from the standpoint of both physical and anthropological geography yields a classification based upon size and location on the one hand, and historical influences on the other. The following table indicates the relation between the two. 1. Independent land masses. A. Continents. Independent by means of size, which enables them to support a large number of people and afford the conditions for civilization. A. Insular conditions, whose primitive and modern development are marked by remoteness. Australia. B. Neighbouring continents, separated by narrow seas and showing a community of historical events. Europe and Africa, Asia and North America around Bering Sea. B. Islands. Independent by reason of location. A. Oceanic islands, characterized by greatest remoteness from continents and other islands, and also by independent or detached history. St. Helena and Iceland. B. Member of a group of oceanic islands, therefore less independent. Hawaii, Fayal in the Azores, Tonga, Taboo. C. Large islands, approaching by reason of size the independence of continents and thereby finding compensation for a less independent location. New Guinea, Borneo, Madagascar, in a cultural sense, Great Britain and Japan. 2. Dependent land masses. A. Inshore or coast islands, whose history is intimately connected with that of the nearby mainland. Euboria, Long Island, Vancouver, Sakhalin, Ceylon. B. Neighbouring islands, showing less intimate historical relations. Formosa, the Canaries, Ireland in contrast to Great Britain. C. Islands of enclosed or marginal seas, contained in a circle of lands and exposed to constant intercourse from all sides. Jamaica, Java, Crete, Sicily, Zealand, Gotland, St. Lawrence, and Bering Sea. D. Island groups not to be considered apart from other groups. Samoa, Fiji, and Friendly Islands. Philippine, Sulu, and Sunda Islands, Greater and Lesser Antilles. Effective size of land masses. As the homes of man, these land masses vary greatly owing to the difference of size. Only the 6 continents have been large enough to generate great bodies of people, to produce differentiated branches of the human family, and to maintain them in such numerical force that alien intermixtures were powerless essentially to modify the gradually developing ethnic type. The larger continents are marked by such diversity of climate, relief and contour that they have afforded the varied environments and the area for the development of several great types or subtypes of mankind. Australia has been just large enough to produce one distinct native race, the result of a very ancient blend of Papuan and Malayan stocks. But prevailing aridity has cast a mantle of monotony over most of the continent, nullifying many local geographic differences in highland and lowland, curtailing the available area of its already restricted service, and instigating the differentiation that results either from the competition of large numbers or from a varied environment. We find Australia characterized above all other continents by monotony of culture, mode of life, customs, language, and a uniform race type from the Murray River to York Peninsula. The twin continents of the Americas developed a race singularly uniform in its physical traits, and we leave out of account the markedly divergent Eskimos, but displaying a wide range of political, social, and economic developments, from the small, unorganized groups of wandering savages like the desert Shoshones and coast Fuegians, to the large, stable empires of the Incas, with intensive agriculture, public works, a state religion, and an enlightened government. Even the largest islands of the world, such as Borneo, New Guinea, and Madagascar, show no such independent ethnic development. This is the distinguishing characteristic of the largest land masses. Europe, except on the basis of its size and peninsular form, has no title to the name of continent, certainly not on anthropo-geographical grounds. Its classification as a continent arose in the Mediterranean among the Greeks, as a geographical expression of the antagonism between themselves and their Carian, Phoenician, and Persian enemies across the Aegean. The idea had therefore a political origin, and was formed without knowledge of that vast stretch of plains between the Black Sea and the Arctic Ocean, where Asia's climate and races lap over into Europe, and where today we find the Muscovite Empire, in point of geographic condition, its underlying ethnic stock and form of government, as much Asiatic as European. The real Western Europe, which the Roman Empire gradually added to the narrow Europe of the Greeks, and which is strikingly contrasted to Asia in point of size, relief, contour, climate, and races, only served to maintain the distinction between the two continents in men's minds. But from a geographical standpoint, the distinction is an error. It has confused the interpretation of the history of the Greeks and the development of the Russians. It has brought disorder into the question of the European or Asiatic origin of the Aryan linguistic family, which the Anthropo-Geographer would assign to the single continent of Eurasia. The independent development that falls to the lot of great world islands, like the Americas and Australia, is impossible in a peninsular continent like Europe, large as it is. Independence of location versus independence of size. The independence of a landmass is based not alone on size. There is also an independence of location. This, owing to the spherical form of the Earth, tends to be neutralized by the independence based upon large area. The larger a landmass is, the nearer it approaches the others. Eurasia, the largest of all the continents, comes into close proximity and therefore close relations with Africa, North America, and even Australia, whereas Australia is at once the smallest and the most isolated of the continents. The remote oceanic islands of the Atlantic Ocean, measuring only a few square miles in area, have locations so independent of other inhabited lands that before the period of the great discoveries they had never appeared on the horizon of man. The case of Asia. Asia's size and central location to the other continents were formerly taken as an argument for its correspondingly significant position in the creation and history of man. Its central location is reflected in the hypothesis of the Asiatic origin of the Indo-European linguistic group of peoples. And though the theory has been justly called into question, these peoples have undoubtedly been subjected to Asiatic influences. The same thing is true of the Native American race, both as to Asiatic origin and influences, because the approximation of Siberia to Alaska is too close to exclude human relations between the two continents. The Malays, too, were probably sprung from the soil of southern Asia and spread thence over the close-packed archipelago. Even the native Australians betray the Malayan and therefore Asiatic element in their composition, while the same element can be traced yet more distinctly in the widely scattered Polynesians and the Horvers of Madagascar. The radiation of races seems to reflect Asia's location at the core of the land masses. Yet the capacity to form such centers of ethnic distribution is not necessarily limited to the largest continents. History teaches us that small areas, which have early achieved a relatively dense population, are prone to scatter far their seeds of nations. Location of hemispheres and ethnic kinship. The continents harbor the most widely different races where they are farthest apart. Where they converge most nearly, they show the closest ethnic kinships. The same principle becomes apparent in their plants and animals. The distribution of the land masses over the earth is conspicuous for their convergence in the north and divergence in long peninsular forms toward the south. The contrasted grouping is reflected in both the lower animals and the peoples inhabiting these respectively vicinal and remote lands. Only where North America and Eurasia stretch out arms to one another around the polar sea do Eastern and Western Hemisphere show a community of mammalian forms. These are strictly Arctic animals, such as the reindeer, elk, Arctic fox, glutton, and ermine. This is the boreal subregion of the Holo-Arctic zoological realm, characterized by a very homogeneous and very limited fauna. In contrast, a portion of the hemispheres, lying south of the Tropic of Cancer, is divided into 4 distinct zoological realms, corresponding to Central and South America, Africa south of the Sahara, and 2 Indian peninsulas with the adjacent islands, and Australia. But when we consider the continual extremities projecting beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, where geographic divergence reaches a climax, we find their faunas and floras utterly dissimilar, despite the fact that climate and physical conditions are very similar. We find also widely divergent races in the southern sections of Africa, Australia, of Tasmania, and South America, while Arctic Eurasia and America come as near meeting ethnically as they do geographically. Here and here only, both the Eastern and Western Hemisphere show a strong affinity of race. The Eskimo, long classed as Mongoloid, are now regarded as an aberrant variety of the American race, owing to their narrow head form and linguistic affinity. Though in Alaska, even their head form closely approximates the Mongoloid Siberian type, but in stature, color, oblique eyes, broad flat face, and high cheekbones in his temperament and character, artistic productions, and some aspect of his culture, he groups with the Asiatic Hyperboreans across the narrow 60 miles of water forming Bering Strait. In the northern part of the Earth's land area, the distribution of floras, faunas, and races shows independence, intercourse. In the southern, separation, isolation. Continental convergence and ethnic kinship. What is true where the hemispheres come together is true also where continents converge. The core of the Old World is found in the Mediterranean basin, where Europe, Asia, and Africa form a close circle of lands, and where they are inhabited by the one white Mediterranean race. Contrast our racial unity about this common center with the extremes of ethnic divergence in their remote peripheries, where Teutons, Mongols, Malays, and Negroes differ widely from the Mediterranean stock and from each other. Eastern Australia represents the ethnic antipodes of Western Asia, in harmony with the great dividing distance between them, but the sides of these continents, facing each other across the bridge of the Sunda Islands, are sparsely strewn with a common Malay element. Africa's location. Africa's early development was neither helped by the fact that the continent lay between Asia and South America. It was subjected to strong and persistent Asiatic influences, but apparently to no Native American ones. From the far-off transatlantic shore came no sign of life. Africa appears in history as an appendage of Asia, a cultural peninsula of the larger continent. This was due not only to the Suez Isthmus and the narrowness of the Red Sea rift, but to the one-sided invasion by Asiatic races and trade from the east, while the western side of the continent lay buried in sleep, unstirred by any voice from the silent shores of America. Semitic influences in successive waves spread over the dark continent as far as Morocco, the Senegal, Niger, Lake Chad, Nyanza, Tanganyika, and Nyassa, and gave it such light as it had before the 16th century. Only after the Atlantic Gulf was finally crossed did influences from the American side of the ocean begin to impinge upon the West African coast, first in the form of the slave and rum trade, then in the more humane aspect of the Liberian colony. By the full development of the Atlantic period in history, we see all kinds of Atlantic influences, though chiefly from the Atlantic states of Europe, penetrating eastward into the heart of Africa, and there meeting other commercial and political activities pressing inland from the Indian Ocean. The Atlantic Abyss. The long Atlantic rift between the eastern and western hemispheres, which was such a potent factor in the primitive retardation of Africa, is from the standpoint of Anthropo-Geography the most important feature in the distribution of the land masses over the globe. Not till the discovery of America bridged this abyss did the known world become a girdle round the earth. Except the Norse ventures to the American continent by way of Iceland and Greenland between 1000 and 1347, no account of pre-Columbian intercourse between the two shores of the Atlantic has ever been substantiated. Columbus found the opposite land unfamiliar in race as in culture. He described the people as neither whites nor blacks, the two ethnic types which he knew on the eastern side of the Atlantic abyss. He and his successors found in the Americas only the Stone Age culture, a stage already outgrown by Europe and Africa. These continents from Lapland to the Hottentot country were using iron. Prior to the voyage of the great Genoese, Europe gave nothing to America and received nothing from it, except the Gulf Stream's scanty cargo of driftwood, stranded on bleak Icelandic shores. The tertiary landing bridge across the North Atlantic between Norway and Greenland may possibly have guided a pre-Caucasic migration to America, and given that continent part of its aboriginal population, however no trace of any European stock remains. Atlantic Islands uninhabited. The collapse of the bridge at the close of the glacial epoch left the Atlantic abyss effectually dividing the two hemispheres. Its islands, few and far between, were helpless to maintain intercourse between the opposite shores. This is proven by the fact that all of them, from Greenland to Tristan da Cunha, excepting only the Canaries, were uninhabited at the time of their discovery. History records when the first bold voyagers came upon them in that unmarked waste of waters and gave them their first occupants. The political upheavals of Norway in King Harfarger's time, 872, sent to the Faroes and Iceland their first settlers, though these islands were previously known to the Celts of Ireland. The Norse colonists who went to Greenland in the year 1000 seem to have been the first regular settlers on those inhospitable coasts. They found no native inhabitants, but numerous abandoned dwellings, fragments of boats and stone implements, which doubtless record the intermittent voyages thither of the Eskimo, preliminary to permanent occupation. The Scandinavians did not encounter natives on the island till the 12th century, when Greenland probably received its first Eskimo immigration. Geographical character of the Pacific. While the Atlantic thus formed a long north and south rift across the inhabited world at the period of the great discoveries, the Pacific, strewn with islands and land rimmed at its northern extremity by the peninsulas of Alaska and eastern Siberia, spread a nebular population from the dense centers of Asia across to the outskirts of America. The general Mongoloid character of the American Indians as a race, the stronger Asiatic stamp of the Western Eskimo, the unmistakable ethnic and cultural affinities of the northwest coast tribes, both with southern Polynesians and Asiatics, all point to America as the great eastern wing of the Mongoloid or Asiatic area, and therefore as the true Orient of the world. Geographic conditions have made this possible, or even probable. The winds and currents in the North Pacific set from Japan straight toward the American coast. Junks blown out to sea from China or Japan have been carried by the Kuroshio and prevailing westerlies across the Pacific to our continent. There is record of 100 instances of this occurrence. Pacific affinities of North American Indians. The broken bridge across Bering Strait formed by East Cape, Cape Prince of Wales, and the Diomede Islands between, and further south the natural causeway of the Commander and Aleutian Islands leading to the peninsula of Kamchatka to that of Unalaska, have facilitated intercourse between Asia and America. Justin Winsor says, there is hardly a stronger demonstration of such connection between the two continents than the physical resemblances of the peoples now living on opposite sides of the Pacific Ocean in these upper latitudes. This resemblance is by no means confined to the Eskimo and Chukchis, who have exchanged colonists across Bering Sea. Recent investigations have revealed a wider kinship. The population of northern Siberia speaks in general Ural-Altaic languages, but it includes a few scattered tribes whose singular speech excludes them from this linguistic group and who have therefore been placed by ethnologists in a distinct class called Paleasiatics, or Hyperboreans. This class is composed of the Ostiak and Kot on the Yenisei River, the Gilyak and the Ainos at the mouth of the Amur, and on the Kurile, Sakhalin and Yezo Islands, the Kamchatka and Koryak of Kamchatka, and the Chukchis of Yukaghira of extreme northeastern Siberia. As far back as 1850, the eminent philologist Robert Latham noted a marked linguistic agreement, both in structure and verbal affinity, between the northwest coast tribes and the peoples of the islands and peninsulas fringing northeastern Asia. Koryak is notably American, he said. The recent Jesup expedition to the northwest coast of America and the nearby coast of Asia investigated the Koryak to determine whether in the past there has been any connection between the cultures and ethnic types of the Old and New World. These investigations have proved beyond doubt a kinship of culture, attributable either to remote common origin or to former contact long and close between these isolated Siberian tribes and the American Aborigines. They show that the Koryak are one of the Asiatic tribes standing nearest to the northwestern American Indian. See map page 103. Polynesian affinities. W. H. Dull finds the inhabitants of the Pacific slope of North America conspicuously allied with Oceanica in cultural achievements, whose origin he therefore assigns to that vast congeries of islands stretching from Asia towards South America in latitude 25 degrees south. These islands, closely clustered as far as the Paumota group, straggle along the widening spaces between, through Easter Isle, which carries the indestructible memorials of a strange civilization, though Salia Gomez, San Felix, and St. Ambrose almost to the threshold of the Peruvian coast. It is to be noted that these islands lie just outside the westward bearing equatorial current and trade winds, on the margin of the South Pacific anticyclonic winds and a southern current which sets toward the Peruvian coast. A more probable avenue for the introduction of these Polynesian or Malayan elements of culture is found in O.T. Mason's theory that primitive mariners of the southwestern Pacific, led into migration by the eternal food quest, may have skirted the seaboard of East Asia and Northwest America, passing along a great circle route through the succession of marginal seas and archipelagos to various ports of entry on the Pacific front of America. Such a route, favoured by the prevailing marine currents and winds from the southwest, and used repeatedly during long periods of time, might have introduced trans-Pacific elements of race and culture into the western side of America. The real Orient of the world. Moreover, primitive America resembled Oceanica and the Northern Asia in its ignorance of iron, in its Stone Age civilization, and its retarded social and political development. Such affinities as it shows were predominantly Pacific or Trans-Pacific. On its Atlantic side, it stood out in striking contrast to the contemporaneous civilization and races in Europe and Africa. This was its unneighboured shore, lying on the eastern margin of that broad zone of habitation which stretched hence westward on and on around the world to the outermost capes of Europe and Africa. The Atlantic abyss formed the single gap in this encircling belt of population to which Columbus at last affixed the clasp. The Atlantic face of the Americas formed therefore the drowsy unstirred orient of the inhabited world, which westward developed growing activity, dreaming of civilization in Mexico and Peru, roused to artistic and maritime achievements in Oceanica and the Malay archipelago, to permanent state-making and real cultural development in Asia, and attained the highest civilization at last in Western Europe. There was the sunset margin of the inhabited world, the area of achievement, the adult Occident, facing across the dividing ocean, that infant Orient beyond. Here, the Old World, the full-grown world, had accumulated in Columbus's time the matured forces on the hemisphere, and was searching for some outlet across the shoreless distances of the Atlantic, waiting for some call from its voiceless beyond. The Atlantic Abyss and Historic Movements of Peoples. This deep unbridged chasm of the Atlantic, closed only 400 years ago, must be taken into account in all investigations of the geographical distribution of races, whether in prehistoric or historic times. The influences of those ages when it formed an impassable gulf are still operative in directing the movements of the peoples today inhabiting its shores. Because that barrier maintained the continents of America as a vast territorial reserve, sparsely inhabited by a Stone Age people, and affording a fresh field for the superior accumulated energies of Europe. Races and continents. Australia and the double continent of America show each the coincidence of an ethnic realm with an isolated continent. In contrast, when we come to the Old World triad of Europe, Asia, and Africa, we find three races, to be sure, but races whose geographical distribution ignores the boundaries of the continents. The white race belongs to all three, and from time immemorial has made the central basin of the Mediterranean the white man's sea. The Mongolian, though primarily at home in Asia, stretches along the coast of the Arctic Ocean to the Atlantic shores of Norway, and in historical times has penetrated up the Danube to the foot of the Alps. Nor was the Negroid stock confined to Africa, though Africa has always been its geographical core. The Indian Peninsula and Malay Archipelago, once peopled by a primitive Negroid race, but now harbouring only remnants of them in the Deccan, Malacca, the Philippines and elsewhere, bridged the distance to the other great Negroid centre in Melanesia, and the derivative or secondary Negroid area of Australia. The Negroid race belongs essentially to the long southern land pendants of the eastern hemisphere, and wherever it is bordered on the lighter northern stocks, it has drawn a typical boundary zone of mingled tints, which never diverge far from the equator, from the Atlantic shores of the Sudan to Pacific Fiji. See map, page 105. The effort of the old chronology, as represented by Blumenbach, to make a fivefold division of the races in agreement with the five continents was a mistake. To distinguish between the continents is one thing, and to distinguish between the races is another. Neither biogeography nor anthropo-geography can adopt the continents as geographical provinces, although floras, faunas, and races the world over give evidence of partial or temporary restriction to a certain continent, whence they have overflowed to other lands. A ground plan for the geographical classification of races is to be found, as Tyler says, in the fact that they are not found scattered indiscriminately over the Earth's surface, but that certain races belong to certain regions, in whose peculiar environment they have developed the type, and whence they have spread to other lands, undergoing modifications from race intermixture and successive changes of environment on the way. Contrast of the northern and southern continents. From this general law of race movements, it follows that certain groups of land masses, favoured by location and large area, play a great imperial role, holding other lands as appanages. The Eastern Hemisphere, as we have seen, enjoys this advantage over the Western, since more than the Northern Hemisphere, blessed with an abundance of land and a predominant temperate zone location, is able to lord it over the Southern, so insular in its poverty of land. The history of the Northern Hemisphere is marked by far-reaching historical influences and wide control, that of the Southern by detachment, aloofness and impotence, due to the small area and isolation of its land masses. A subordinate role is its fate. Australia will always follow in the train of Eurasia, whence alone has derived its incentives and means of progress. Neither the southern half of Africa nor South America has ever in historical times struck out a road to advancement unaided by its northern neighbours. Primitive South America developed the only independent civilization that ever blossomed in the southern hemisphere, but the Peruvian achievements in progress were inferior to those of Mexico and Central America. Isolation of the southern continents. The subordination of the southern continents is partially due to the fact that they have only one side of contact, or neighbourhood, with any other land. That is on the north, yet even here the contact is not close. In Australia, the medium of communication is a long bridge of islands, In America, a winding island chain and a mountainous isthmus. In Africa, a border zone of desert dividing the Mediterranean or Eurasian from the tropical and negroid part of the continents. Intercourse was not easy, and produced clear effects only in the case of Africa. Enlightenment filtered in here was sadly dimmed as it spread. Moreover, it was delayed till the introduction from Asia of the horse and camel, which were not native to Africa, and which, as Ratzel points out, alone made possible the long journey across the Sahara. The opposite or peninsular sides, running out as great spurs from the compacter land masses of the north, look southward into vacant wastes of water, find no neighbours in those Antarctic seas, owing to this unfavourable location on the edge of things. They were historically dead until 4 centuries ago, when oceanic navigation opened up the great sea route to the southern hemisphere, and for the first time included them in the world's circle of communication. But even when lifted by the ensuing Europeanization process, they only emphasized the fundamental dependence of the southern hemisphere upon the superior geographical endowments of the northern. Effect of continental structure upon historical development. The build of the land masses influences fundamentally the movements and hence the development of the races who inhabit them. A simple continental structure gives to those movements a few simple features and a wide and monotonous distribution which checks differentiation. A manifold, complex build, varied in relief and ragged in contour, breaks up the moving streams of peoples, turns each branch into a different channel, lends it a distinctive character. Through isolation, finally brings it up in a cul-de-sac formed by a peninsula or mountain-rimmed basin, where further movement is checked and the process of land individualization begins. Therefore, great simplicity of continental build may result in historical poverty, as in the flat quadrangle of European Russia, the level plateau of Africa, and the small Atlantic slope of North America, with its neatly trimmed outline. Complexity, abounding in contrasted environments, tends to produce a varied wealth of historical development. Africa lies on the surface of the ocean, a huge torso of a continent, headless, memberless, inert. Here is no diversity of outward form, no contrast of zonal location, no fructifying variety of geographic conditions. Humanity has forgotten to grow in its stationary soil. Only where the Suez Isthmus formed an umbilical cord uniting ancient Egypt to the mother continent of Asia, West Africa, vitalized by the pulse of another life. European influences penetrate a little beyond the northern coast. Asia, on the other hand, radiating great peninsulas, festooned with islands, supporting the vast congregations of its highlands and lowlands, its snow-capped mountains and steaming valleys, stretched from the equator through all the zones to the ice-blocked shores of the Arctic, knowing drought and deluge, tundra waste and teeming jungle, has offered the manifold environment and segregated areas for individualized civilizations, which have produced far-reaching historical results. The same fact is true of Europe, and that on an intensified degree. Here a complex development of the mountains and highlands built on diverse axes, peninsulas which comprise 27%, and islands which comprise nearly 8% of the total area. Vast thalassic inlets cleaving the continent to the core, has provided an abundance of those naturally defined regions which serve as cradles of civilization, and reacting upon the continent as a whole, endow it with lasting historical significance. Even Strabo saw this. He begins his description in the inhabited world with Europe because, as he says, it has such a polymorphous formation and is a region most favourable to the mental and social ennoblement of man. Structure of North and South America. In North and South America, great simplicity of continental build gave rise to a corresponding simplicity of native ethnic and cultural condition. There is only one marked contrast throughout the length of this double continent, that between its Atlantic and Pacific slopes. On the Atlantic side of the Cordilleras, a vast trough extends through both land masses from the Arctic Ocean to Patagonia. This is given to migration in each a longitudinal direction and therefore constantly tended to nullify the diversities arising from contrasted zonal conditions. On the Pacific side of North America, there has been an unmistakable migration southward along the accessible coast from Alaska to the Columbia River, and down the great intermontane valleys of the western highlands from the Great Basin to Honduras. while South America shows the same meridional movements for 2,000 miles along the Pacific coast and longitudinal valleys of the Andes system. There was little encouragement to cut across the grain of the continents. The eastern range of the Cordilleras drew, in general, a dividing line between the eastern and western tribes, though Athapascans from the east overstepped it at a few points in North America. The Great Divide has served effectually to isolate the two groups from one another and to draw that line of linguistic cleavage which Major Powell has set down in his map of Indian linguistic stocks. Consequently, Americanists recognize a distinct resemblance among the members of the North Atlantic group of Indians as among those of the South Atlantic group, but they note an equally distinct contrast between each of them and its corresponding Pacific group. Nor is this contrast superficial. It extends to physical traits, temperament, and culture, and appears in the use of the vigesimal system of enumeration in primitive Mexico, Central America, among the Tlingits of northwest coast, and the Eskimo, and is also among the Chukchas and Ainus of Asia, while in the Atlantic section of North America, the decimal system, with one doubtful exception, was alone in use. Cultural superiority of Pacific Slope Indians. To the Anthropo-Geographer, the significant fact is that all the higher phases of native civilization are confined to the Pacific Slope group of Indians, which includes the Mexican and Isthmian tribes. From the elongated center of advanced culture, stretching from the Bolivian highlands northward to the Anahuac Plateau, the same type shades off by easy transitions through northern Mexico and the Pueblo country, vanishes among the lower intrusive stocks of the Oregon and California, only to reappear among the Haidas and Tlingits of British Columbia and Alaska, whose cultural achievements show affinity to those of the Mayas in Yucatan. Dahl found certain distinguishing customs or characteristics spread north and south along the western slope of the continent in a natural geographical line of migration. They included labratifery, tattooing the chin of adult women, certain use of marks, a certain style of conventionalizing natural objects, the use of conventional signs as hieroglyphics, a peculiar facility in carving wood and stone, a similarity of angular designs on their pottery and basketry, and of artistic representations connected with their common religion or mythological ideas. Many singular forms of carvings, and the method of superimposing figures of animals one upon another in their totem poles, are found from Alaska to Panama, except in California. These distinguishing features of an incipient culture are found nowhere else in North America, even sporadically. Dahl therefore concludes that they have been impressed upon the American Aboriginal world from without, and on the ground of affinities, attributes their origin to Oceanica. Cyrus Thomas, on the basis of the character and distribution of the archaeological remains in North America, concurs in this opinion. He finds that these remains fall into two classes, one east of the Rocky Mountain watershed and the other west. When those of the Pacific Slope as a whole are compared with those of the Atlantic Slope, there is a dissimilarity which marks them as the products of different races or as a result of different race influences. He emphasized the resemblance of the customs, arts, and archaeological remains of the west coast to those of the opposite shores and islands of the Pacific, and notes the lack of any resemblance to those of the Atlantic, and finally leans to the conclusion that the continent was peopled from two sources, one incoming stream distributing itself over the Atlantic slope, and the other over the Pacific, the two becoming gradually fused into a comparatively homogeneous race by long continental isolation. Yet these two sources may not necessarily include a transatlantic origin for one of the contributing streams. Ethnic evidence is against such a supposition because the characteristics of the American race and of the archaeological remains point exclusively to affinity with the people of the Pacific. John Edward Payne also reaches the same conclusion, though on other grounds. Lack of segregated districts. The one strong segregating feature in primitive America was the Cordilleras, which held east and west part. In the natural pockets formed by the high intermontane valleys of the Andes and the Anahuac Plateau, and in the constricted Isthmian region, the continent afforded a few secluded localities where civilization found favorable conditions of development. But in general, the paucity of large coast articulations and the adverse polar or subpolar location of most of these, The situation of the large tropical islands along the barren Atlantic abyss and the lack of a broken or varied relief have prevented the Americas from developing numerous local centers of civilization which might eventually have lifted the cultural status of the continents. Coast articulations of the continents. It is necessary to distinguish two general classes of continental articulations. First, marginal dependence, like the fringe of European peninsulas and islands, resulting from a deeply serrated contour, and second, surface subdivisions of the interior, resulting from differences of relief or defined often by enclosing mountains or desert, like the Tibetan Plateau, the basin of Bohemia, the Po River trough, or the sand-rimmed valley of the Nile. The first class is by far the more important because of the intense historical activity which results from the vitalizing contact with the sea. But in considering coast articulations, Anthropo-Geography is led astray unless it discriminates between these on the basis of size and location, without stopping to discuss the obvious results of a contrasted zonal location such as that between Labrador and Yucatan, the Kola Peninsula and Spain. It is necessary to keep in mind always the effect of vicinal location. An outlying coastal dependency like Ireland has had its history impoverished by excessive isolation, in contrast to the richer development of England, Jutland, and Zeeland in the same latitude, because they have profited from the closer neighbourhood of those peripheral regions. So from ancient times, Greece has had a similar advantage over the Crimea, the Tunisian peninsula of North Africa over Spain, the Cotentin Peninsula of France over Brittany, and Kent over Cornwall or Caithness in Great Britain. Importance of size in continental articulations. Articulations on a vast scale, like the southern peninsulas of Asia, produce quite different cultural and historical effects from small physical subdivisions, like the fjord promontories and skerries of Norway and southern Alaska, or the finger peninsulas of the Peloponnesus. The significant difference lies in the degree of isolation which the two types yield. Large continental dependencies of the Asiatic class resemble small continents in their power to segregate, while overgrown capes like ancient Attica and Argolis, or the more bulky Peloponnesus, have their exclusiveness tempered by the mediating power of the small marine inlets between them. Small articulations, by making a coast accessible, tend to counteract the excessive isolation of a large articulation. They themselves develop in their people only minor or inner differentiations, which serve to enrich the life of the island or peninsula as a whole, but do not invade its essential unity. The contrast in the history of Hellas and the Peloponnesus was due largely to the separation from one another. Yet neither was able to make of its people anything but Greeks. Wales and Cornwall show in English history the same contrast and the same underlying unity. Historical contrast of large and small peninsulas. In discussing continental articulations, therefore, it makes a great difference whether we draw our deductions from small projections off the coast like Wales, the Peloponnesus, Brittany, and the Crimea, whose areas range from 7,442 to 10,023 square miles, 19,082 to 25,700 square kilometers, or the four Mediterranean peninsulas, which range in size from the 58,110 square miles, 149,000 square kilometers, of the Apennine Peninsula to the 197,600 square miles, 506,600 square kilometers of Asia Minor, and the 227,700 square miles, 584,000 square kilometers of the Iberian, or the vast continental alcoves of southern Asia like Farther India with its 650,000 square miles, 1,667,000 square kilometers, Hither India with 814,320 square miles, 2,088,000 square kilometers, or Arabia with 1,064,700 square miles, 2,730,000 square kilometers. The fact that the large compound peninsula of Western Europe, which comprises Spain, Portugal, France, Jutland, Belgium, Holland, Switzerland, Italy, and Western Germany, and has its base in the stricture between the Adriatic and the Baltic, is about the size of Peninsular India, suggests how profound may be the difference in geographic effects between large and small peripheral divisions. The three huge extremities with Asia thrust forward into the Indian Ocean are geographical entities, which in point of size and individualization rank just below the continents, and in relation to the solid mass of Central Asia, they have exhibited in many respects an aloofness and self-sufficiency that have resulted in an historical divergence approximating that of the several continents. India, which has more productive territory than Australia and a population not much smaller than that of Europe, becomes to the administrators of its government the continent of India, as it is regularly termed in the statistical atlas published at Calcutta. Further, India has, in the long-drawn pendant of Malacca, a sub-peninsula half as large again as Italy. The Deccan has in Ceylon an insular dependency the size of Tasmania. The whole scale is continental. It appears again somewhat diminished in the largest articulations of Europe, in Scandinavia, the British Isles, the Iberian and Balkan peninsulas. This continental scale stamps also the Anthropo-Geography of such large individualized fields. They are big enough for each to comprise one or even several nations, and isolated enough to keep their historical processes for long periods at a time to a certain extent detached from those of their respective continents. Peninsular conditions most favorable to historical development. The most favorable conditions for historical development obtain where the two classes of marginal articulation are combined, and where they occur in groups, as we find them in the Mediterranean and the North Sea Baltic Basin. Here the smaller indentations multiply contact with the sea, and provide the harbours, bays, and breakwaters of capes and promontories which make the coast accessible. The larger articulations, by their close grouping, break up the sea into the minor thalassic basins, which encourage navigation, and thus ensure the exchange of their respective cultural achievements. In other words, such conditions present the preeminent advantages of a single location around an enclosed sea. The enormous articulations of southern Asia suffer from their paucity of small indentations, all the more because of their vast size and subtropical location. The Grecan type of peninsula, with its broken shoreline, finds here its large-scale homologue only in farther India, to which the Sunda Islands have played in history the part of a gigantic Cyclades. The European type of articulation is found only about the Yellow Japan Sea, where the island of Hondo and the peninsulas of Shantung and Korea reproduce approximately the proportions of Great Britain, Jutland, and Italy respectively. Arabia and India, like the angular shoulder of Africa which protrudes into the Indian Ocean, measure an imposing length of coastline, but this length shrinks in comparison with the vast area of the peninsulas. The contour of a peninsula is like the surface of the brain, and both of its convolutions that count. Southern Asia has had lobes enough, but too few convolutions. For this reason, the northern Indian Ocean, despite its exceptional location as the eastward extension of the Mediterranean route to the Orient, found its development constantly arrested until the advent of European navigators. Length of coastline. Although the peripheral articulations of a continent differ anthropogeographically according to their size, their zonal and vicinal location, yet large and small, Arctic and tropical, are grouped indiscriminately together in the figures that state the length of coastlines. For this reason, statistics of continental coastlines have little value. For instance, the fact that Eurasia has 67,000 miles, 108,000 kilometers, and North America 46,500 miles, 75,000 kilometers, of contact with the ocean is not illuminating. These figures do not reveal the fact that the former has its greatest coast length on its tropical and subtropical side, while the latter continent has wasted inlets and islands, innumerable in the long, bleak stretch from Newfoundland poleward around the Bering Sea. The continental base of peninsulas. Peninsulas are accessible from the sea according to the configuration of their coasts, but from their hinterland, according to the length and nature of their connection with the same. This determines the degree of their isolation from the land mass. If they hang from the continent by a frayed string, as does the Peloponnesus, Crimea, Malacca, Indian Gutjeret, and Nova Scotia, they are segregated from the life of the mainland almost as completely as if they were islands. The same effects show where the base of a peninsula is defined by a high mountain barrier, as in all the Mediterranean peninsulas, in the two Indias, and in Korea, or by a desert like that which scantily links Arabia to Egypt, Syria and Mesopotamia, or by a blur of swamps and lakes such as half detaches Scandinavia, Courland, Eastland, and Finland from Russia. Held to their continents by bonds that often fail to bind, subjected by their outward-facing peripheral location to every centrifugal force, feeling only slightly the pull of the great central mass behind, peninsulas are often further detached economically and historically by their own contrasted local conditions. A sharp transition in geographical formation and therefore in soil, a difference of climate, rainfall, drainage system, or flora or fauna serve greatly to emphasize a lack of community of interests with the continental interior, and therefore produce an inevitable diversity of historical development. Hence many peninsulas insulate their people as completely as islands. It is hard to say whether the Pyrenean Peninsula, or Sicily, Scandinavia, or Great Britain has held itself more aloof from the political history of remaining Europe, whether Korea is not more entitled to its name of the Hermit Kingdom than island Japan could ever be, whether the Peloponnesus or Euboea was more intimately associated with the radiant life of ancient Hellas. These questions lead to another, namely, whether a high mountain wall like the Pyrenees or a narrow strait like that of Messina is a more effective geographical boundary. Continental base, a zone of transition. Peninsulas not infrequently gain in breadth as they approach the continent. Here they tend to abate their distinctive character as lobes of the mainland, together with the ethnic and historical marks of isolation. Here they form a doubtful boundary zone of mingled continental and peninsular development. Such peninsulas fall naturally, therefore, into a continental and peninsular section, and reveal this segmentation in the differentiated history of the two portions. That great military geographer, Napoleon, distinguished the Italy of the Po Basin as Italy continentale, and the Apennine section as Presqu'île. Not only is the former broader, but expanding like a tree trunk near the ground, it sends its roots well back into the massive interior of the continent. It is dominated more by the Alps than by the Apennines. It contains a lowland and a river of continental proportions, for which there is no space on a long narrow spur of southern Italy. If its geographical character approximates that of the mainland, so does its ethnic and historical. The Po Basin is a well-defined area of race characterization, in which influences have made for intermixture. South of the crest of the Apennines, the Italian language in its purity begins, in contrast to the Gallo-Italian of the north. This mountain ridge has also held apart the dark, short, Dilosophilic stock of the Mediterranean race from the fairer, taller, broad-headed Celts, who have moved down into the Po Basin from the Alps, and the Germans and Illyrians who have entered it from the northeast. Northern Italy is therefore allied ethnically, as it has often been united politically, to the neighbouring countries abutting upon the Alps, so that it has experienced only, in a partial degree, that detachment which has stamped the history of the Apennine section. Historical contrast between base and extremity. The Balkan Peninsula tells much the same story of contrasted geographic conditions and development in its continental and peninsular sections. Greece proper, in ancient as in modern times, reached its northern confines where the peninsula suddenly widens its base through Macedonia and Thrace. In this narrow southern section today, especially in isolated Peloponnesus, Attica and the high-walled garden of Thessaly, are found people of the pure, long-headed, Hellenic type, and here the Greek language prevails. But that broad and alien north, long excluded from the Amphictyonic Council and a stranger to the Aegean culture in classical times, is occupied today by a congeries of Slavs who form a southwestern spur of the Slav stock covering Eastern Europe. Its political history shows how often it has been made a Danubian or continental state, by Alexander Macedon, by the Romans, Bulgarians, and Ottoman Turks, as it may some day by Russia, and also how often its larger compact form has enabled it to dominate the tapering peninsular section to the south. In the same way, the vast Ganges and Indus basins, which constitute the continental portion of India, have received various Tibetan, Scythian, Aryan, Pathan, and Mongol Tatar ingredients from Central Asia, and by reason of the dense population supported by these fruitful river plains, it has been able to dominate politically, religiously, and culturally the protruding triangle of the Deccan. See maps page 8 and 102. The continental side of Arabia, the Mesopotamian valley which ties to the peninsula to the highlands of Persia and Armenia, has received into its Semitic stock constant infiltrations of Turanian and Aryan peoples from the core of Asia. This process has been going on from the ancient Elamite and Persian conquests of Mesopotamia down to the Ottoman invasion and the present periodic visits of Kurdish shepherds to the pastures of the Upper Tigris. Here we have the same contrast to geographic conditions as in Italy and India, a wide populous alluvial plain occupying the continental sections of the peninsula, and a less attractive highland or mountainous region in the outlying spur of land. Continental base as scene of invasion and war. These continental sections of peninsulas become, therefore, strongly marked as areas of ethnic characterization and differentiated historical development. Their threshold location, by reason of which they first catch any outward migration from the core of the continent, and their fertility, which serves as a perennial lure to the newcomers, whether peaceful or warlike, combine to give them intense historical activity. They catch and come and go between their wide hinterland and the projection of land beyond, the stimulus of new arrivals and fresh blood. But tragedy too is theirs. The Po Valley has been called the cockpit of Europe. Even the Little Eder, which marks the base of Jutland, has been the scene of war between Danes and Germans since the 10th century. The Indus Valley has again and again felt the shock of conflict with invading hordes from the central highlands and witnessed the establishment of a succession of empires. Peace at the gates of the Balkan Peninsula has never been of long duration, and the post to endure Korea has been stormed often enough. Peninsular extremities as areas of isolation. In contrast to these continental sections which stand in contact with the solid land mass behind, the extremities of the peninsulas are areas of isolation, and therefore generally of ethnic unity. They often represent the last stand of displaced people pressed outward into these narrow quarters by expanding races in their rear. The vast triangle of the Deccan, which forms the essentially peninsular part of India, is occupied, except in the more exposed northwest corner, by the Dravidian race which once occupied all India, and afterward was pushed southward by the influx of more energetic peoples. Here they have preserved their speech and nationality unmixed, and live in almost primitive simplicity. In the peninsular parts of Great Britain, in northern Scotland, Wales and Cornwall, we find people of Celtic speech brought to bay on these remote spurs of the land, affiliating little with the Ferrite folk which occupied the continental side of the island, and resisting conquest to the last. The mountainous peninsula of Western Connaught in Ireland has been the rocky nucleus of the largest Celtic-speaking community in the island. Brittany, with a similar location, became the last refuge of Celtic speech on the mainland of Europe, the seat of resistance to Norman and later to English conquest, and finally the stronghold of conservatism in the French Revolution. Ethnic unity of peninsulas. The northern wall of the Apennines and the outmost barrier of the Alps have combined to protect peninsular Italy from extensive ethnic infusions from the direction of the continent. This portion of the country shows, therefore, as the anthropological maps attest, a striking uniformity of race. It has been a melting pot in which foreign elements, filtering through the breaches of the Apennines or along the southern coast, have been fused into the general populations under the isolating and cohesive influences of a peninsular environment. The population of the Iberian Peninsula is even more unified, probably the most homogeneous in Europe. Here the long-headed Mediterranean race is found in the same purity as in island Corsica and Sardinia. Spain's short line of contact with France and its sharp separation by the unbroken wall of the Pyrenees robs the peninsula of any distinctly continental section, and consequently of any transitional area of race and culture. Hence the unity of Spain is opposed to that twofold balanced diversity which we find in Italy and India. The Balkan Peninsula, on the other hand, owing to the great predominance of its continental section and the confused relief of the country, has not protected its distinctively peninsular or Greek section from the southward migrations of Slavs, Albanians, Wallachans, and other continental peoples. It has been like a big funnel with a small mouth. The pressure from above has been very great. Hellas and even the Peloponnesus have had their peninsularity impaired and their race mixed, owing to the predominant continental section to the north. Peninsulas as intermediaries. Peninsulas, so far as they project from their continents, are areas of isolation, but so far as they extend also towards some land beyond, they become intermediaries. The isolating and intermediary aspects can be traced in the anthropo-geographical effects of every peninsula, even those which, like Brittany and Cornwall, project into the long uncharted waste of the Atlantic. In the order of historical development, a peninsula first isolates, until, in its secluded environment, it has moulded a mature, independent people. Then, as that people outgrows its narrow territory, the peninsula becomes a favourable base for maritime expansion to distant lands, or it becomes a natural avenue for numerous reciprocal relations with neighbouring lands beyond. Korea was a bridge for Mongolian migration from continental Asia to the Japan Islands, and for the passage thither of Chinese culture, whether intellectual, aesthetic, industrial, or religious. It has been the one country conspicuous in the foreign history of Japan. Conquered by the Island Empire in 1592, it paid tribute for nearly 3 centuries and yielded to its foreign master the southeastern port of Fusan, the Calais of Korea. Since the Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905 made it subject to Japan, it has become the avenue of Japanese expansion to the mainland and the unwilling recipient of the modern civilization thrust upon it by these English of the East. In like manner, the Pyrenean Peninsula has always been the intermediary between Europe and southwest Africa. Its population, as well as its flora and fauna, group with those of the southern continent. It has served as transit land between north and south for the Carthaginians, Vandals, and Saracens, and in modern times it has maintained its character as a link by the Portuguese occupation of the Tangiers Peninsula in the 15th century, and the Spanish possession of Ceuta and various other points along the Moroccan coast from the year 709 AD to the present. Peninsulas of intercontinental location. This role of intermediary is inevitably thrust upon all peninsulas which, like Spain, Italy, Greece, Asia Minor, Arabia, Farther India, Malacca, Chukchian, Siberia, and Alaska, occupy an intercontinental location. Arabia, especially in its climate, flora, races, and history, shows the haul and pull now of Asia, now of Africa. From its Asiatic influences have spread over Asia to Morocco and the Niger River on the west, and to Zanzibar on the south, permeated Abyssinia, and penetrated to the great equatorial lakes, whether in the form of that Mecca-born worship of Allah, or the creeping caravans and slave gangs of Arab trader. Of all such intercontinental peninsulas, Florida alone seems to have had no role as an intermediary. Its native ethnic affinities were wholly with its own continent. It has given nothing to South America and received nothing thence. The northward expansion of Arawak and Carib tribes from Venezuela in historic times ceased at Cuba and Haiti. The straits drew a dividing line. Local conditions and flora itself probably furnished the explanation of this anomaly. Extensive swamps made the central and southern portion of the peninsula inhospitable to colonization from either direction, transformed it from a link into a barrier. Atlantic peninsulas of Europe. Peninsulas which conspicuously lack an intercontinental location must long await their intermediary phase of development, but do not escape it. The Cornish, Breton, and Iberian peninsulas were all prominent in the transatlantic enterprises of Europe from the end of the 15th century. The first French sailors to reach the New World were Breton and Norman fishermen. Plymouth, as a chief port of the Cornish peninsula, figures prominently in the history of English exploration and settlement in America. It seems scarcely accidental that most of Queen Elizabeth's great sea captains were natives of this district: Sir Francis Drake, Sir John Hawkins, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, and Sir Walter Raleigh, and later holding the office of Vice Admiral of Cornwall and Devon. It was the peninsula-like projection of South America about Cape St. Roque, 20 degrees farther east than Labrador, that welcomed the ships of Cabral and Americus Vespucius, and secured to Portugal a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. End of section 18.